그리운 느낌 길이는 눈빛 익숙한 정정성 160번 네가 알겠냐고 말해봤자 빈자리의 크기에 대해 몰랐잖아 사랑했다고 네 반응은 작은 그 정도는 안 된다 시계 너가 나쁜 이유 너가 착해서야 진짜 미워할 이유를 안 줬어야 이제서야 알아줘라 말해보겠냐면 그래도 알아줘라 이제 나쁠 일 없다 혼자 말해도 그대는 내 맘 알겠죠 그대 떠나도 달라진 게 없어요 그대도 내 맘 같겠죠 눈빛 좀 내려줬으면 해 제발 좀 알려줬으면 해 그만 초라해졌으면 해 아무나 들어줬으면 해
Thank you for the likes, I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Oh. I wasn't expecting a lot of people to leave likes. Thank you. Madavi. I don't know if I'm saying it right. I'm sorry if I said your name wrong.
Driving slowly 한강의 놀이 바람에 눈을 감은 네 모습이 lovely 스피커를 키우고 sip a little coffee baby do you love me
Try to say your name, but I messed up on that. Sorry. Just call me Matt. Thanks, Matt.
내게 줘 너의 모든 젊음 기대는 해도 좋아 걱정 마 나랑 함께라면 우린 언제나 젊을 거야 Baby 넌 그냥 내 앞에 조용하게 기대면 넌 돼 And everything's must understand 모든 게 무너져도
Hello, Billy and Blank. Hello.
잊어볼게 널 사랑하지 않아 볼게 웃어볼게 아무렇지 않게 나 지내볼게 바라만 보고 있어도 아픈 사람아 그대 옆에 있는 게 아니야 나 혼자 답이 정해질 사랑을 끝나려
Hey Misty, what's going on? Thank you, Barracks. Thank you, Barracks and Bones. Thank you for the likes, I appreciate it. Thank you. trying to show love, gotta go to work. Gotcha, I gotcha. I understand. Do your thing. Thank you for the likes. Thank you. And Matt, oh, thank you, Matt. I appreciate it. Thank you, too. Thank you, Barracks and Matt. Thank you. Here's Mark Bay. I'm saying, oh. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you. Hello, how goes it? And welcome to the channel. I hope you're having an awesome day. What brings you to the stream today? Moss. That's good. That's glad that your game is good. Well, if it makes you, if you're wondering what it is, I'm doing a Gachiakuta animatic, if you're familiar with that anime by any chance. It's pretty popular right now. It just finished its first season, so if you want to check it out, you can. We're on the third or fourth, I think this is the fourth animatic. I'm trying to finish up and get to the last 2 frames, and I'll be done. Cleaning. Oh, thank you for all the likes right there, Matt. I appreciate it, dude. I appreciate it. Thank you. I wish more people came into the stream on TikTok, but because I'm being suppressed, it's really annoying to know. I appreciate it. It's alright, Mappe, you good. It's alright, Mappe. Thank you. This will be coming out very soon, so hopefully it'll come out good. So I'm just trying to clean up and try and make it as perfect as possible. But yeah, get some sleep. Do your thing, bro. I appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, I hope I can get my watchers back, but we'll see. I appreciate it. Thank you. No, well, that's technically what I'm doing. I'm refining it. If that's what you're asking. Good. Drawing and erasing doesn't make any sense unless you're refining it. Like rendering. Yeah. You make a sketch first, and then it looks like a giant blob, and then you just refine it. Make it look a lot nicer than it did. First, you're supposed to get the initial look first, and then get the forms, and then clean up. Yep. Yep-a-roonies. Drawing is fun. That's all right. Clean, 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 clean. Clean, 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 clean. Clean. Okay. Not bad. So we just gotta clean up. Actually, you know what? Let me erase this. I don't need this anymore. I know where this begins and ends. I'm going to go here, like that. Alright, and then I'm going to erase this part. And then but we'll fix that. Okay, there we go, there we go. Okay. Okay, and then we're gonna put the bump about here. The thumb is a little bit too big. So what we'll do is, I think we should push this back a little bit. Okay. Hey TJ, what's going on? What's going on? How's life going? I think this thumb's too big. Let's make it still thinner. I do both. If you just look at my shorts, that probably might answer your question. Hello? Fuck is this music? Is this in my list? Oh. That's why I don't recognize the music. I was like, well, what is this music? I was like, oh. Are you shocked by something? really weird of Laura Gomez to do that. I don't know what that was about. It was at that moment I realized what this music was from. I was like, wait, what is this? What is this music? I was like, oh. I realized what this is. I'm working on an animatic. Hey, Henrikton. Henrik, hello, Henrik, what's going on? Hello. I'm doing an animatic. Hello, Infinite, what's going on? What's up, Henrikton? Henrik, what's going on? I've never heard that name somewhere before. Henrik. I've heard this song before. I think this finger's a little too long. Who? Fant? Who's Fant? Oh, FNAF. I have before. I have before. I did for an ex-girlfriend a long time ago. Okay, like that. Geisha? What's Geisha? You mean Gachiakuta? I gotcha. I gotcha. Rudo. think that's easy to read now. Okay. There we go. And now what we're gonna do, hey Chloe, what's going on? How are you? Perhaps, yes. I believe so. The reason I say that is because I feel like there's training wheels on when you're using Procreate. I can't really describe what those training wheels are, but I just feel like there is. Something with the program feels like you have training wheels on. Don't know why. Hello, what's up? Listener. How goes it? Yeah. How are you gonna draw if you don't draw it right in perspective? You gotta study it a little. And after a while, you can eyeball it pretty well. You don't have to use the guidelines anymore. Yeah. Thousands of times. Yep. If you understand the basics, then it gets easier. Gets easier every time. You know, we don't need guidelines anymore. I've been drawing since I was 6 years old. I didn't take this job seriously until I was 23, 24. I'm 31 years old. As a character designer and freelance artist. And concept artist. And don't measure my experience with yours, because what takes me 10 years might take you 5 years. No, not really. I don't mind making work for other people for their game, but no. Hello. It never really occurred to me to do that. Bro. Hey Mona, what's going on? I'm okay. Just trying to get this done as fast as possible. What have you been up to? No, I don't like TikTok. I'd rather for it to burn. I don't care for TikTok, to be honest. TikTok has been suppressing me for a good while. I'm so tired of TikTok shit. The only reason I use TikTok is because it's just my biggest platform. That's it. I prefer my platform to move on to YouTube instead. YouTube pays more and is a lot more engaging with other people. People on TikTok are very unhinged and stupid. Most cases, not all. just really tired of YouTube. I'm just so sick of TikTok and its bullshit. You can't talk about anything, can't say about anything, you get in trouble half the time, so I just stay quiet and don't say anything, and then by the time we start doing reactions, I just jump right the fuck off. I don't even bother trying to play that devil's advocate with this thing. See here. Outcome didn't so well. What do you mean? Like that. There we go. I think that's good. No, I'm tired of TikTok, I said. To your question, I'm saying. How's your studies going with your art? It's going well? I'm trying to get this animatic done in time. That's good. Are you having any issues with anything? Yeah, crouching could be a little bit tricky. I'm not gonna lie. Sometimes, because you gotta get the right posture, angle, and all that stuff. Because sometimes it'll look really awkward or strange. And that's like one of the most annoying things about that. Yeah. You gotta keep the spine in check as well, because sometimes people draw the spine too straight. Yeah. Make sure you got the spine in check. If you don't, then it's gonna look too stiff and look weird. Make sure the legs are bending correctly. Such a pain in the ass sometimes. Like, certain angles are easier than others, but sometimes it could be just one of the most basic ones that can just kind of get you. Hey Emmy, how are you, hon? I'm okay. Sports is okay, I got you. Want me to look at it, I can later on. You gotta just send it to me on Instagram or something. Okay, now what I'm gonna do is how are you, Emmy? How's life going on? Shuck. Oh wait, I'm doing this stupidly. Wait, don't do that. Don't do that. Shit. Take the hard. So. There you go. I'll zoom in. I'm doing good. I was drawing Rick from Rick and Morty a few minutes ago. Oh, just Rick or Pickle Rick? Just Rick. Okay. Okay, that's cool. Why Rick and Morty was on? Or are you just bored? I don't think tired is the right word, but you can go with that. We'll go with that. Hey, Mikey, how are you doing, bro, sorry, I said my bad. I love Rick and Morty, it's my favorite show. Okay, I gotcha. I'm glad that you're enjoying the show. Is that show still going? I stopped watching since like season 1. I just kind of got distracted from watching it, so is this still going or is it like done? Yes, it's on HBO. Okay. So I know like Adult Swim's probably gone per se because of Kicker being gone, but then again I heard that Netflix bought Warner Brothers. They came out with a season 7, so okay. All right, don't go overboard because it'll end up being a chore. In season 8, I'm gonna guess. Okay, I got you. Well, I'm glad that you're enjoying your show and still drawing. Are you needing help with anything? Or assistance on any arts things that you need help with? Anything throwing you off, tricking you up, tripping you up? Can't speak today. Now I'm good. I'm trying to explore different things on my own. Okay. Do your thing. You finished a TV series, and what series was that, Mona? Okay. That's fine. Is things going well in your personal life? I hope so. And keeping safe, or at least staying out of trouble as best as you can. I technically can't. Well, I can do that, but I can't do that. I can do that only if I'm doing like reactions, because the focus is for me to react on what I'm doing. People are not really paying attention to what I'm drawing, but if I'm just by myself, I can't. I got be hearing it. I can't be seeing it because if I see it, I'm gonna get distracted. Oh, you did. Oh, you just started watching. Knock in the middle, huh? That's old. That's pretty funny. Hi, Mono. Mono, Emmy says hi. Emmy says hi. Hey, catch up. What's going on, bro? How you doing? Just to let you guys know, at 6 o'clock we'll be doing reactions. So if that's something that you guys are looking forward to, we'll be doing reactions in around 5:30 to 6 o'clock. We're gonna be watching some unhinged stuff today. You might actually watch some creepypasta stuff. I don't know if Griff Griff or Grief, I forgot his name, has posted up the continuation of that Happy Friends thing. I forgot what it's called, but we'll see what if he posted it up or not. I doubt it, but we'll see. I'll have to check in a bit. It says here, hi, hello, catch up, hi. Let me see. Oh, I think he says hi. Okay, nah, I'm good. Okay, relevant. But yeah, we're gonna be doing reactions in 20 minutes or so. We got some unhinged stuff, crazy drama stuff, or interesting videos, funny stuff, cringe stuff. We call it creepypasta and all that stuff. Egg. Okay. Okay, like that. Okay, so far so good. And then I can put the color on. Hey Alex, what's going on? How are you? Hello. Hello, Alex. Just like that. It's been okay. It's been okay. Most cases. Okay, let's see. Delete this. Alright, bro. Have a good night, bro. Thank you for coming. I appreciate it. Now I can clean this up and put color on it. Sharp as a whistle. Nice. That is nice. Hold on. All right. Ibis paint. Let's go. Ibis paint. Let's go. Okay, put this here. Ibis. Ibis. I don't know if Ibis or Iblis is always weird sounding. Go. Open that. Grab this. Good. That's what I want. What? You can't just do it because you asked me that. Why would I do that anyway? I can't do that. Thank you. Let's go. Can't do that, I'm sorry. Okay, copy, paste. Okay, cool. Now all I need to do is lock him in. Okay, time to tie him down. Okay. I'm gonna use this red again. See better. Alright, so I'm going to close this. Put this away. And then time to tie down Jabber here. Oh my fucking. Why is this button so damn sensitive? Okay, like this. Break. I need a lot of things. I need a lot of things, M&Ms. I need a lot of things. Sadly. Okay, it's 5:30. I think we should just do I'm gonna stop from here. I think we're gonna do some reactions now. Okay, we'll do the creepypasta stuff first. 1 second, let me get this up real quick. Okay, let's see what we have today. What creepypasta stuff we're gonna look up right. Alright, do your thing, bro. Okay, so what is this? Oh, this is gonna be insane. Alright, guys, if you want to watch, I forgot we're on TikTok. If you're on TikTok, please come over here on YouTube or on Instagram, whatever is best for you. Because what I'm about to post up is going to be problematic for TikTok because TikTok is a major pussy. So I'm not even going to bother to, like, you know, play devil's advocate with that. I already have a strike on my profile as it is, and I don't need any more strikes because that's why there's only 4 people on TikTok. Because if I was not have a strike, we'd probably have 30 plus people in this bitch. So with that said, if you're on TikTok, to anyone who's listening, if you're on TikTok, please come over here on YouTube or Instagram. I will turn on Instagram in like 2 minutes if you don't see it on. But I will be on Instagram and YouTube. So if you want to watch the creepypasta reactions and the other funny stuff, whether it be cringe stuff, drama stuff, VTubing stuff, gaming stuff, you know, the works, anything pop culture related, please come over here on YouTube. I will not be playing the creepypasta stuff or any of that stuff, the reaction stuff on TikTok, because TikTok is a pussy. It does not like to listen. All right, Blue Green, hello. So if you want to be watch the rest of the stream with me, my audience, come over here on TikTok so you can see the reactions as I do artwork. So I'm gonna repeat this again. If you are on TikTok, jump off TikTok now. If you want to watch the reactions with us, it's gonna be fun. We usually have great times doing the reactions on YouTube and or Instagram. We usually have pretty fun here. TikTok, you cannot, because there's always a problem. Either the subject matter or it's saying something about what is it? You are repurposing other people's content when I'm positing and giving my opinion. Somehow that's not transformative enough, which is weird. But anyway, With that said, bye TikTok. Thank you. Emmy, if you want to watch this with us, come over here on YouTube. If that's what you want. We're going to have a fun time over here on YouTube and Instagram. So I made my piece on that. Like I said, I don't like dealing with TikTok because TikTok is a pussy. Okay, with that said, I'm out. Later, TikTok. For those who are on YouTube, come over here. Or anyone on TikTok want to see us, come over here. I think I said enough. All right, I'll see you guys in a bit. TikTok, see you guys tomorrow. I don't trust TikTok like that. I don't think I'll ever trust TikTok like that. TikTok is a fucking irritant. Okay, they all got dropped. Cool. How is these videos not performing? I don't understand. Anyway, okay, let's see. So I found this video. Oh, let me get it's TikTok, Instagram. Turn on Instagram. Okay. Wait, do I know you? Yeah, I know you. Anyway. Yeah. Let's get this out of the way. Three, two, one. Okay. We are on Instagram now. We're not on TikTok. Thank God. I'm going to take this out. So, for those of you who know, we're going to do some creepypasta stuff. So, let's jump into it. I found at least a few of them. And it's going to be interesting to run this, but... So, let's see what this one's about. Adorable dog comic is actually disturbing. Okay, we're going to see what that's about. There we go. It says, warning, some viewers might find this disturbing. Viewer discretion is advised. Alright, creepypasta stuff, let's do it. So, yeah. Dedicated to my best pal, Zero.
Sophie is the newest rescue in a house full of adorable furry friends. How cute. There's hidden under the back porch. Well, I'm sure that Sophie will fit right in.
What?
As long as it...
There we go. Sorry about that. I'll just start over.
Sophie is the newest rescue in a house full of adorable furry friends. How cute. There's definitely nothing horrible hidden under the back porch. Well, I'm sure that Sophie will fit right in, as long as she can ignore the uncomfortable things she finds in the master's private room. Too bad the dogs can't remember anything before being here, or they could share fun memories like playing at the dog park, going to the groomers, or cuddling with their people. Their people. Yeah, they each had a different person before this, right? So, what happened to them and how did they end up here? Oh well, they have food, water, and new friends, so who cares? Just remember to follow the rules, or the master may take you into the shed out back for punishment. But I'm sure you won't get into any trouble, will you, Sophie? Hello friends, this is Grease speaking. Today I'm covering the long-requested Stray Dogs. I started noticing this comic suggested after I did the Beneath the Trees Where Nobody Sees video.
Right?
And I get why, right? Because it also has a cuddly, cute...
With Rudo and Zonka in the cave, right?
Aesthetic, but is actually a disturbing horror comic. I won't spoil too much, but this comic has been called a mix between Silence of the Lambs and All Dogs Go to Heaven. That should give you a good idea of what you're in for. If you have pets, especially a dog, this one is particularly unsettling and tragic, but even if you don't, the horror speaks for itself. This is one of those comics I won't soon forget. Before we get into the video, I wanted to mention something else. You know I try to focus on lesser known media on my channel. Well, I recently had a few indie filmmakers reach out to me about a project they're working on, and I was blown away with what these guys are doing. They're working on a film called Limerence, a metaphysical rock opera and coming-of-age story. The director, Isaiah Marcotte, started filming when he was 16 years old and has worked on this film in his spare time for the last 10 years. The hardest part being the animation, which he's done entirely by hand. I've seen some of the animated sequences he's working on, and it's insane. It's more creative than any mainstream film I've seen in recent years. I just love this kind of shit. Creative people making things just for the love of the art. And And I want to be really clear here, this is not a paid promotion in any way, and I have no affiliation with the project, other than I just really want to use my platform to promote cool shit whenever I can. At this point, Isaiah has 80% of the film complete, which is done on his own time and dollar. But there's a few more animated sequences left to do, and as you guys probably know, hand-drawn animation is extremely challenging and time-consuming. So Isaiah has started a Kickstarter to try and raise the funds to complete the film. If you want to support a true artist and be part of something really cool, consider backing their fundraiser when it launches on June 28th. They have some really unique perks like early access to the film and album and signed artwork from the production of the animation. I'll put a link to the Kickstarter below, so click the button on their page to be notified when it launches. But if anything, go watch the full trailer and you'll see why I'm excited about this. Anyway, let's get into today's video, Stray Dogs.
Stray Dogs.
Chapter 1. Good Girl. In a veterinary clinic, a woman in a red scarf sits with her little yellow papillon named Sophie. They see the vet, and Sophie is clearly scared and shaking. Her owner is worried she's going to hate her after she gets this shot, but the vet assures her that first, it isn't possible for a dog to hate their owner, and second, their memory doesn't really work that well. They typically won't remember things that happened even a week ago. Sophie looks up into the bright light above as the vet says, "Don't worry, she won't remember a thing." This is some ominous foreshadowing of the horrors to come. Next, we see a house out in the country by a busy road. Inside are almost a dozen dogs who get excited when a van pulls into the driveway. Their master enters with a surprise, a new dog to join the family, a papillon named Sophie. The master leaves the little dog to get acquainted with the others, who aggressively sniff her. A German shepherd enters the room, telling them all to be cool, and recognizes the little dog's uncomfort. He introduces himself as Rusty, and for a moment he wonders if he's met Sophie before, as she seems familiar. But the moment passes and he assures her that she doesn't need to be scared. Rusty then introduces the rest of the dogs to Sophie. Victor the Dalmatian, Gucci the Chinese Crested, Henry the Poodle, Other Henry the White Bull Terrier, Aldo a Mutt, Roxanne the Black Alaskan Malamute, Killer the Pug, Imogene a Tibetan Mastiff, and the oldest dog of the bunch, Earl, a Hound. They're all drawn in that charming Don Bluth style, which deceptively drops your guard before you realize what this comic is really about. Rusty, along with the other dogs, takes a tour through the house. They mostly hang out in what they call the sunroom that has a ton of windows and soft cushions. Then there's the living room, kitchen where the master eats, and of course the backyard where they can play and use the bathroom. Roxanne asks Sophie if she had a backyard before, and Sophie says she can't remember. Upstairs, Rusty points out the master's private room, which is locked. They believe this is probably where he keeps his treats. And finally, the bedroom where the dogs all sleep with the master. A little overwhelmed by all of this, Sophie accidentally wets herself. Gucci scolds her, and the dogs all wander away, leaving Sophie alone to cry. Rusty comforts her once again, saying it's not bad here and that every dog here is a rescue. But the master would never throw her away like her previous owner did. She crawls under a piece of furniture and falls asleep until the master shows up and gives her some food. He also sees that she's cold and wraps a red scarf around her. The sight and smell of the scarf instantly brings back a horrible memory. Her owner in the red scarf being attacked and choked by a man. She approaches the other dogs and tells them what she remembered. That their master broke into her lady's house and when she came home, killed her and then brought Sophie here. So now you can see what this story is really about. A killer. All the other dogs just call Sophie crazy. Rusty tries to defend her, saying she's just confused, but Earl gets pretty heated, saying this is all ridiculous. If the master was a killer, he'd be able to smell it, and right now, all he can smell is bullshit. What a line. The other dogs agree, since Earl has been here the longest, and walk away. Rusty tries to be nice, but clearly doesn't believe her either. Before they can argue about it more, the master summons all of them to his room to go to sleep. So Sophie's forced to curl up in the room of the man she thinks killed her lady. As she lays down to sleep, the memory comes back once more. In the morning, Rusty tells her that he wants to help her. If the master did something like that, it doesn't hurt looking into it, and if he is a killer, then he'll get everyone out of here. Sophie looks at him puzzled and asks, "What killer? What are you talking about?" And that concludes chapter 1. A great setup, and it only gets more unsettling from here on in.
Good.
Anyway, let's move into Chapter 2, Stay. Rusty tries to remind Sophie about her accusation, but she can't remember anything before she arrived here. The master gets up and lets the dogs out of the room, then stares at some photos. Rusty grabs the red scarf and brings it to Sophie, which finally triggers the memory of her owner being strangled. She asks Rusty more about the master's private room and decides that they should search it for clues. The master takes Aldo out for a drive while the other dogs look out the window in envy. Meanwhile, Sophie and Rusty continue to talk about the private room. room. Rusty says it's no use, the door's always locked, but Sophie tries to push it open anyway, and to their surprise, it does open up. I guess he forgot to lock it this time. The two dogs enter, and Rusty warns Sophie that if they're caught in here, they're gonna be in serious trouble. They look around the room to find a creepy sight. The room is filled with women's clothing, and there are a few weird items in the room, like bolt cutters, duct tape, handcuffs, and rope. And
so either he's a killer and taking women's clothing and putting them on himself, because you know how that goes, or he's killing the women and taking their belongings and their bodies somewhere. That's either one of those two things. But they could be all two. So.
And what looks to be several driver's licenses on the desk. Yeah, this isn't adding up well. Sophie mentions the bad feeling in the room, and Rusty says he really wants to believe her, but the master is so good to them, it's hard to believe he could be a killer. The two are suddenly hit with a jump scare. A coyote stands wide-eyed with its teeth out in the corner, but it turns out to be taxidermied. Rusty points out the master is a hunter and tries to make it clear that this coyote is not a dog. Sophie starts digging through boxes, not even knowing what she might be looking for. Apparently, the master arrived home in the meantime, and he comes in pissed off. Sophie's hidden in the box, but Rusty gets a kick to the ribs and is sent out. Yeah, he really takes good care of you, Rusty. It seems.
Wait, what? He did? Let me see.
Master arrived home. Rusty points out the master is a hunter and tries to make it clear that this coyote is not a dog. Sophie starts digging through boxes, not even knowing what she might be looking for. Apparently, the master arrived home in the meantime, and he comes in pissed off. Sophie's hidden in the box, but Rusty gets a kick to the ribs and is sent out. Yeah, he really takes good care of you, Rusty. It seems the man has some business in the room, and as he locks the door, Sophie has no choice but to run and hide in the closet. The master sits at his desk, and it seems like he's working out some sort of script, trying out a series of introductions involving the dogs. It's like he's acting out a situation where he uses one of the dogs to meet someone at the park. It's pretty creepy and a big clue as to what this guy is up to. Sophie retreats further into the closet and unfortunately bumps into some boxes that come crashing down. The master opens the closet, and the sight of his feet triggers another of Sophie's memories. Her owner taking her to the dog park for the first time. Sophie's having a hell of a time running around when she bumps into none other than the master. Back in the present, he reaches down to grab her when an even bigger crash sounds from somewhere else in the house. Rusty has broken a lamp, probably in an attempt to distract the master and save Sophie. Well, it works, and the man puts Rusty on a leash, then takes him to the shed in the backyard. The dogs watch from the window and tell Sophie that Rusty is getting punished, implying that something horrible goes on in that shack when the dogs get in trouble. We see a passing of time focused on Imogene the Mastiff, who seems to just stay in the same spot all day. Before bedtime, the master sends the dogs outside to the bathroom. Gucci scolds Sophie for getting Rusty in trouble, and the dogs all start gossiping about it. This is the first time I realized that Victor is missing a leg, but we'll touch more on that later. The master lets Rusty out of the shed, and he's limping with one arm clearly bruised. He asks Aldo what he did with the master while they were out, and Aldo says that they went to the dog park and that they met a lady and another dog. Then they went on another ride where the master took pictures of the lady. Right. Sophie then pulls out a photo of a woman that she took from the closet and asks Aldo if it's the same one they followed. It's not, but at the side of the photo, Roxanne is visibly shook. Apparently, this is a photo of her lady. And that's how chapter 2.
Can we stop saying her lady? Can we say they're human? It just sounds more sense.
2 wraps up. Chapter 3, Lie Down. Sophie explains to Roxanne that there were more pictures of women in the private room, not just hers, and is determined to get back inside to prove to the other dogs what's going on. Rusty's skeptical that the master is a killer and points out that all they really know is that he takes pictures of women and collects junk. Roxanne speaks up, however, and says that he did in fact kill her lady. Seeing the picture triggered a fuzzy memory of her and her owner cozy on the couch when the man entered, and she can't believe she forgot about it. That butthole hound dog Earl chimes in, saying she didn't forget because it didn't happen, and Rusty tells him to keep moving. Sophie speculates that maybe they all had previous owners and that they forgot them. She tries to think of a way to keep the memories, and Rusty is once again playing defense for the master, causing her to finally snap at him. Just then, the master arrives home and the dogs rush in for food. Roxanne stays outside after smelling something strange, and Rusty and Sophie join her. They find an opening under the porch and follow Roxanne underneath. Victor the Dalmatian is curious what they're doing and joins in as well. At the far end of the crawl space is a disturbing sight. 3 small mounds of dirt, as if something was recently buried here. Roxanne freaks out and starts rapidly digging on one of the spots, while Rusty tries to convince her that they need to go inside before the master realizes, but it's too late. The man finds the open hatch under the porch and shines a flashlight inside. Luckily, the bunch of dogs hid in an empty grave. hole that hasn't been filled yet. Inside, the dogs are barking, waiting for their food, which causes the man to head back inside. They climb out of the hole, and Roxanne starts digging again. Victor can't climb out without help because of his missing arm, and worse, the hatch is now closed and locked, trapping them inside. Rusty and Sophie start desperately digging a new hole to get out, and are a little peeved that Roxanne isn't helping them, instead continuing to dig up one of the mounds. Inside, the master notices Rusty and Roxanne missing from the bunch, and in an intense scramble outside, they help Victor out of the hole and out from under the porch. They show up just before the master gets too suspicious, although they're covered in mud. The other dogs are like, "What the hell happened to you guys?" And Sophie screams out that they found graves. Earl immediately rejects the idea, saying all they found was dirt, and tries to downplay the whole situation. But Roxanne found something while digging, a small piece of clothing. The dogs all sniff it and decide they don't know what it is. But Victor actually never looked at it. Once he smells it, he's struck with a terrible memory. He's stuck in a burning apartment building and is rescued by a firefighter, although he suffered a terrible burn on his left leg. I guess we know how he lost it now. After getting patched up, the woman who saved his life decides to adopt him, but tragically she's brutally attacked in her house while Victor is tied up, unable to help her. With this shocking revelation, Victor tells the other dogs they need to get out of this place right now. He remembers the emergency button on the phone and says they can press it to get help. The other dogs are skeptical since they can't actually talk to humans, but Victor assures them that they'll come anyway as long as they call the number. So the dogs awkwardly call 911. Meanwhile, Earl isn't happy about the situation and sneaks off to warn the master. Downstairs, Victor is barking like mad at the receiver. A dispatcher answers the phone just in time for the master to show up. He tells her it was an accident and that his dog accidentally knocked the phone down. No problems here. He hangs up and then silently puts Victor on a leash and takes him out back. The dogs all watch out the window and the master leads Victor towards the punishment shed. The dog desperately rubs his head on the master's leg in a final plea. Then, in a shocking and heartbreaking twist, he doesn't take Victor into the shed, but behind it. And soon after, the sound of a gunshot rings out. The dogs all look out the window in horror, and that concludes Chapter 3.
Damn.
Chapter 4, Play Dead. This chapter starts off with Earl as an adorable puppy and the master giving the cute little critter a snack. Eerily, if you look in the background, this is clearly a woman's bedroom. In the present, Earl sits loyally by the master as he eats breakfast and looks at more women he stalked. All the other dogs are staring at him from a distance, looking pretty scared. Earl says just because he looks at photos doesn't mean he's a killer. Meanwhile, the man is putting on leather gloves, preparing a large duffel bag, and heading out, presumably for his next victim. Apparently, he hasn't fed the dog since Victor died either. Sophie breaks into tears, believing he's going to kill all of them eventually. Earl is so stubborn he won't even admit that Victor was killed and assumes he's
Earl is such a bootlicking ass bitch. I swear to God, you a bootlicker. You indirectly let him die. You indirectly killed the Dalmatian, you piece of shit. Like, ew, my God.
In the punishment shed and defends the master against Sophie's accusations. In the living room, the dogs are thrown off a little when they see Imogen walking around, which is quite unusual for the silent dog. Sophie continues to lay into Earl, exposing the fact that he can't remember what happened before he lived here either, and has likely forgotten his previous owner. The fight is interrupted by Rusty, who says he remembers his original owner now too, and more so that the master definitely killed her. The dogs comfort him and decide they need to get the hell out of here. Earl warns them that they better not try to run, and Sophie snaps back at him saying, "Or what, you'll rat us out like you did Victor?" The other dogs are shocked at this realization, and for the first time, Earl seems less confident and guilty. The dogs head out to investigate behind the shed, and do find a patch of dirt that smells like Victor. Earl watches from inside, and as he walks in the hall, he gets a strong push from Imogen when she walks by. Outside, the dogs smell more of Victor's scent coming from inside the shed itself.
Is it lagging? Is the stream lagging? Oh, I was about to say.
Maybe Earl was right. He's actually just locked inside. Luckily, the master left it unlocked, and Sophie enters despite the fear and warnings from the others. She enters, and the dogs watch in concern from outside. Then Sophie comes out in tears and panic, telling them all to run. Whatever she's seen in there must be unspeakable. She says they need to leave immediately, but the other dogs are curious about what the hell she saw and entered the shed. Inside, Victor's skin is hanging from hooks on the ceiling.
Holy shit. Oh my God. Holy shit.
Along with several other dogs' faces. It's a complete horror show. There's a workbench with several bloody teeth and what appear to be eyeballs, as well as a bloody axe on the floor. The dogs all run like hell, attempting to break through the fence and then resort to digging, but unfortunately it goes deep into the ground. Inside, Earl's curiosity gets the best of him and he walks into the master's private room. He sniffs around and encounters the stuffed coyote. The other dogs try to get out of the front door, but of course it's locked, and outside the master is arriving back home. Meanwhile, Earl follows his nose to a cabinet in the private room, and upon looking inside, his memory triggers and he finally is confronted with the truth. The memory consists of the cute puppy Earl and the master giving him snacks in a girl's room. She arrives home and the master kills her while Earl eats up the snacks none the wiser. He brings Earl home and introduces him to his other dogs, a completely different set. The disturbing reality is that Earl may be the oldest dog here, but he wasn't the first, and the implication is that the master has slowly killed them all off. It also tells us the sheer volume of victims he has under his belt, both human and dog. Back in the present, the master comes up behind Earl wielding a shotgun, and in the cabinet we see what triggered Earl's memory. The heads of all the past dogs, including Victor, have been cut off and mounted as trophies. And that wraps up chapter 4. Let's move into the final chapter, chapter 5. Bad Dog. It kicks off right where we left off. Earl is livid at the realization of who his master really is and is growling fiercely. The master tells him he knows the rules. You never come in this room and you never show him your teeth. But Earl isn't having it. He leaps onto the master and takes a big bite out of his neck. At the same time, the gun goes off and we see the other dogs hiding in the pantry who just heard the bang. Earl comes running out of the room with blood still dripping from his mouth, and right behind him, a shotgun blast fires through the wall. As he passes into the living room, he warns Imogen to run. Then he bolts down the stairs and tells the others the same. But right behind him comes the master. Before he can take another shot, however, Imogen, that beast of a dog, lunges at the master, knocking him down the stairs. He lands at the bottom in a pool of blood, but the dogs don't have time to see if he's dead. They need to get the hell out of here. But remember, they can't get out the front door and are completely trapped. So Earl takes the lead and jumps through the sunroom's window, shattering the glass. He falls onto the lawn with a thud, covered in cuts and glass sticking out of him. I think it's safe to say that Earl has more than redeemed himself at this point. Damn. They all make their way out through the window except for Sophie, who wants to go back for her lady's scarf since it's the only way for her to remember. But when she turns around, she finds the master is getting back up. She's frozen in a moment of terror and has a flashback of that day at the dog park. In the meantime, the master has retrieved his shotgun, smashes out the front door, and fires off a shot that hits Roxanne on her back.
Ah, fuck. She's fucked. She is fucked. She is not. She's dead. Especially when they need to run.
Leg. She urges the others to keep going, but with the fast cars passing on the street, they just can't get across. In the meantime, the master moves in on Roxanne, reloading the gun. Just then, Sophie, that little badass, jumps from the window and takes a bite out of his leg. Unfortunately, the man kicks her, and the dogs are left helpless as the cars speed by. Then, in one last courageous act, Earl jumps out into the traffic to stop the cars. He gets smashed by a car, causing a pileup and leaving him crumpled on the side of the road. The dogs all surround him, and Sophie asks why he did it. In his last breath, he simply says he remembered, before passing on. The dogs all howl in their grief over the loss of Earl. Meanwhile, one of the drivers makes their way out of the car, asking the master to call 911. Of course, he's standing there covered in blood and holding a shotgun. So all the dogs start barking, trying to warn her not to go near him. She ignores them and walks towards him anyway, but as she approaches, he removes his hand from his neck, revealing the gory wound that Earl gave him, then collapses onto the ground, dead. And that is the end of this man's killing spree. Later, we see the police arrive, and it seems that all the people in the pileup are okay. If you look close at this panel, you'll see Aldo mourning Earl as they zip his body up, and in the background, Killer the Pug is peeing on the master's body bag. Now that's funny. The dogs are desperate to tell the cops that the guy is a killer, but of course they can't speak to them. However, they brought a canine unit, so the dogs tell the canine where to look, and he leads the officers to the porch where they can find the buried corpses. Despite all the horror, it seems like these dogs are going to be okay. Sometime in the near future, Sophie is running through the park when she runs into Rusty. However, the two don't remember each other, but they have fun playing while their owners talk. Through their conversation, we get the sense that they're good people. When they leave, Sophie hesitates for a moment, and her owners make a joke about Rusty, asking, "Is he your boyfriend? Do you love him?" But eventually they need to leave. However, they don't call her Sophie, they call her Trudy, and that is the end of Stray Dogs. But we can't end it there. I would be remiss if I didn't mention Stray Dogs' prequel anthology comic, Dog Days. In some ways, it's actually more disturbing than the main story because Dog Days is actually recounting all the other dogs' pasts, most of which include their owners being killed and their subsequent kidnappings. There's only 2 issues, and I'll do a quick rundown of each character, starting with Killer the Pug. This story is a bit of a cute misdirect. Killer hears someone at the door and believes there's a monster coming. His girl walks in, and behind her is a menacing figure. Turns out that this is not the killer, but his owner's boyfriend, who calls himself the Cuddle Monster when he plays with Killer. It's clear that the little guy adores him, and he wasn't scared of the monster, but excited. Next is Gucci. She has her own Instagram account where her owner posts cute photos of her in a variety of outfits. However, this section ends on an ominous note when the last photo posted on the account is from the sister of Gucci's owner, saying that Gucci and her sister have gone missing and to please contact her if they know anything. Aldo's story actually takes place at the killer's house. He finds a really cool stick, and Killer the Pug is jealous. So he goes and digs up what he believes to be his own cool stick and wants to trade. The thing is, it's not a stick, it's actually human bones. Next is Other Henry, the White Bull Terrier. This section mostly features Henry and a cat named Monster that he doesn't get along with, mostly because Monster is always spontaneously attacking him. Then it cuts to the sad night when Henry's dog mom is being attacked by the killer while he's locked in a kennel. Meanwhile, Monster hides under some furniture. Later at the funeral, Monster doesn't understand why Henry is gone. The cat walks over and sadly curls up in Henry's dog bed. That one's just sad. Speaking of sad, I think Imogene's backstory is really tragic. We see her as a cute little energetic puppy. She's full of life and energy, always making messes and greeting strangers. Just a furry bundle of joy. Then the killer appears one night and takes her after killing her owner. It seems that Imogene was the second oldest after Earl, since all the other dogs are different. Imogene lays on the floor and we see the time pass. It's clear that the tragic event she went through sucked the life out of her. What once was an energetic and enthusiastic puppy is now a lifeless and broken dog. And the worst part is, she can't even remember why. Next up is Roxanne. Her owner wakes up in the middle of the night to a ruckus and thinks someone is breaking in, but it's actually Roxanne who knocked over a vase and is playing with the plant. The woman yanks it from Roxanne's mouth and says that the plant was from Mom's garden and that Mom is gone now. It's unclear to me if this is implying the owner's mom died or her wife or girlfriend died. It depends on whose mom it is, but either way it's pretty sad. She takes Roxanne to the groomers for a bath the next day, and on the way out is approached by the killer and Rusty. The woman can smell something fishy's going on here and rushes to her car to leave, but we already know what happens next. Okay, that wraps up part 1 of Dog Days, so let's tackle the final stories in issue 2. Starting with Henry. Not Other Henry, but Henry, the poodle. This one is also kind of a big misdirect. We see the killer breaking into a house as usual, but this time he gets more than he bargained for. A dog comes out that's not Henry, and this is a ferocious little guy. He bites the killer multiple times, and the woman calls the police. Finally, the killer retreats and runs out into the rain. Kind of satisfying watching this guy get his ass kicked again. While he hides in a nearby alley, he suddenly spots a woman walking her dog. Henry the poodle, in fact, and we can guess what happens next. Next up is Sophie. Yeah, now that I think about it, we never got her full backstory. Like in the main story, Sophie is at the dog park with her owner when she encounters the killer, but this time we see a little further and learn that he brought Rusty along. This is why Rusty thought Sophie looked familiar in the main story. They had actually met. He tells Sophie that he's a rescue and says that dogs who have ladies always get rescued because the master likes that kind. Knowing what we know now, this innocent dialogue is pretty creepy. Eventually, Sophie's owner picks her up to leave and the killer watches them, asking Rusty if he wants to go for a ride. Our next dog is Earl. We already got a little bit of his backstory, but now we get to see a little more after he arrived at the killer's house. There's a dog named Laney who's saying some very similar stuff to what Sophie will eventually say, asking everyone how far back they can remember. Earl is asking another dog about when they get treats when they find the master in the kitchen getting ready to leave. He's packing up some zip ties, a knife, duct tape, tape, and some dog treats. Right before he leaves, he gives Earl a treat and calls him a good boy. No wonder he ends up being so loyal. And last but not least, we get some backstory on Victor, the three-legged Dalmatian. Apparently, he was not adopted by the firefighter, but the fire station itself. And after a fire goes bad, one of the men is pretty upset and takes it out on Victor, saying it's not the 1800s, they don't need a Dalmatian. But Renee, the woman who saved the dog, assures Victor that this mean man actually loves him. Fast forward to the present after the events of the main story. We see the killer's house run down with the word murderer spray painted on the side. A vigil begins to grow out front out of respect for those he killed. Next, we see Renee's funeral and the disgruntled firefighter from earlier giving a beautiful eulogy. Later, the fire department burns the killer's house down, and we get a better look at the vigil outside, which is filled with pictures of the dogs and their owners, including Victor and Renee. And that wraps up Dog Days and the entirety of the Stray Dog series. There's a lot to be said about this comic. It's genuinely a great thriller, and the main characters being dogs isn't just a novelty or a gimmick, it's the perfect tool for this kind of story. I love that they use the real limitations of canine memory as a major plot device. It was used very well here, and it's also just pretty sad. The fact that these dogs can't remember anything. Even the ending is a little bittersweet because yes, Sophie has a nice new family, but she doesn't even remember her old name and forgot about Rusty as well. I should also point out that I had no idea what this comic was about when I first read it. I knew it was supposed to be disturbing, but didn't really know why. I was so naive that I actually thought that Rusty was going to be the villain somehow at first. He just comes off like the typical character in a horror movie that's nice to the final girl, but is later revealed to be the killer. That's how far off I was from the actual story, which was great because I was sucked into the slow reveal as to what was going on. It's also interesting that the targets aren't just the women, but the dogs. I noticed on a second read-through that there are no repeat dog breeds, and given that the killer mounted all the dog heads, it seems that he's actually trying to slowly collect every breed. Kind of brings into question whether the dogs are simply a side project to go along with his killings, or if they're actually his main goal. Like I said, there's a lot to talk about here, but what did you guys think? Anything interesting I missed? And did you cry when Earl sacrificed himself? Let me know in the comments. Thanks for watching, guys. Be sure to check out the Lineart.
There's another one like this. It's kind of weird.
3 adorable indoor cats are left stranded in the forest and must find their way home. Like a classic Disney adventure, right? They'll encounter all kinds of cute critters along the way, even if there's something not quite right about them. Why are their eyes red and mouths foaming? Well, at least there are people nearby, and indoor cats know that people are always nice to animals. Plus, they'll meet some new friends along the way to help them on their journey. Nothing bad could ever happen when you have friendship, even if they get scratched and start acting funny. Well, whatever happens, I'm sure Elsie, Patch, and Lord Fuzzy Britches will be just fine. Or they would be if this was a Disney movie. But this is a far cry from Disney. This is Feral, and looks could be deceiving as it's one of the most brutal and shocking horror comics I've read recently. Hello friends, this is Grief speaking, and today I'm covering the long-requested Feral. You may find the art style familiar as it's made by the same people that brought you Stray Dogs. Similar to Stray Dogs, Feral has a cute Don Bluth style aesthetic, but is actually a dark and gritty horror story. While Stray Dogs is a slow-burning psychological thriller, Feral starts off right in the shit and never lets up. If you like this comic, be sure to support the author and artist by buying a copy at your local bookstore. But that being said, we have a lot to get to. This is Feral Explained, Part 1.
Grief, as in like
starting with Chapter 1, Indoor Cats. We see a cat named Elsie cozily watching out a window on a beautiful day. She says, "This was perfect. This was every day, before everything flipped upside down." It then cuts to an animal control truck cruising down a mountain road. In the back, dozens of cats are in containers. Elsie is calling out for another cat named Lord. He's in a container below her and just tells her to stop yelling. She's embarrassing him. She scolds him, telling him he needs to answer so she knows he's okay. Just then, a disturbed-looking fox stops in the middle of the road as the truck rounds a corner. In a panic, the driver swerves and the truck goes careening off the cliff, flipping in the air and landing upside down. The crash breaks the crates open and and the surviving cats all flee into the woods. That's a hell of an opening. Elsie and another cat named Patch search around for Lord but can't find him. It seems Elsie, Patch, and Lord all have the same owners and live together. While looking for Lord, they start arguing. Patch criticizes Elsie for babying Lord all the time, saying he'll find his way back, and she snaps at him, saying no, he doesn't always find his way back. We see a flashback of Elsie watching out the window as her family searches the woods for Lord. We also learn that Lord is short for Lord Fluffy Britches. In the present, Elsie decides they should try to head home, at the protest of Patch, who thinks they should wait by the truck since the people will know where to go. Elsie points out that the man in the truck is dead and the driver is missing, and if you look back at the crash sequence, you'll notice the driver flying out of the windshield. Fact is, they're not going to be any help at this point. Patch continues to argue with her, believing the driver will return if they wait, and eventually their people will pick them up, like they do at the doctor. But Elsie tries to explain this isn't like the doctor. Their people didn't want to send them away, reminding him that the little girl in their family was shouting and crying when they left. As they argue, they hear a human voice nearby, coming from a walkie-talkie. They follow the sound, and it leads them to the missing driver, who's dead and hanging from a tree. The two cats freak out, and Elsie says she needs a minute. She closes her eyes and breathes, then utters the phrase, 1, 2, 3 little kittens. This seems to summon the spirit of a great cat. It really reminds me of Simba talking to Mufasa in The Lion King. The big cat points out that Lord is lost again. In another flashback, we see Lord as a kitten being introduced to Elsie for the first time. Then the cat spirit asks Elsie if he knows what she did. I'm not exactly sure what's happening here, but it seems as if she's accessing some guiding cat spirit. Either way, it makes me wonder, what doesn't Lord know? Anyway, the spirit fades, but Elsie finds herself looking at an actual animal in its place. It looks like a raccoon drinking from a nearby pond, and Elsie approaches it, glad to see that they aren't the only ones out here. When the raccoon turns its head, however, its eyes are red and its mouth is frothing. Elsie realizes it's not a cat, and it slowly makes its way toward her, snarling. It moves closer, ready to lunge at her, showing its dripping teeth. It's a scary sight. Just as it goes in for the attack, Patch tackles it, and they both go flying into the pond. Patch manages to crawl out, and the raccoon flails wildly in the water. The terrified cats wonder what the hell is wrong with this thing. It crawls out of the water and starts swiping at them. Then a fox jumps in out of nowhere and takes a bite out of the raccoon's arm. Two more foxes appear, all looking deranged and foaming at the mouth. They lay in on the raccoon, devouring the creature. Already, this comic is more gruesome than Stray Dogs, and let me warn you, it does not let up from here. Elsie and Patch use this as a distraction to run away, but they don't get far before the foxes take notice. One of them has an entire raccoon arm in his mouth, by the way. We see their glowing red eyes in the background as the two cats flee for their lives. It's not much use though, these suckers are fast. The cats find a space under a tree trunk and hide, watching as the foxes move in on them, hissing and growling like zombies. It looks like this is the end for these poor house cats, when suddenly a loud snap can be heard from above. The branch that the driver's body was dangling from snapped, and his corpse falls right onto one of the foxes, crushing him beneath the weight. This scares the other two away, and the crushed fox panics as it bleeds out beneath the large man's mangled body. Absolutely brutal. Patch now seems on board with Elsie's plan of getting the hell out of here and trying to find their home. Then something else zips out of the woods right toward them and pins Elsie to the ground. It's Lord. We finally get eyes on the little bastard, and he's okay. This is a side note, but I like Lord's design, how he has this little tuft of hair on his head. It actually kind of reminds me of Sora's lion cub transformation in Kingdom Hearts 2. Maybe that's too deep a cut. Let's get back to the story. It's clear that Lord is a young and hyper cat, and he starts telling Elsie about everything that happened to him in rapid and disjointed succession. How the crash was scary and how many trees there are, the river he found up ahead, and even some deer he saw. He says him and the other cats chased some of the deer, and then the deer chased them back. Some of the cats got really angry all of a sudden and attacked the others. He mentioned some badgers and foxes as well that had something horribly wrong with them. Elsie finally interrupts his rambling and says that they need to get home. She doesn't see Patch and starts calling for him. We see him back by the truck licking his paw. It seems during the fight with the raccoon, he got a bad scratch. There's a close-up on his eyes, and they're steadily becoming red and bloodshot. He then runs ahead to join the others. This chapter ends with a definition of the term rabies, a virus generally spread through saliva of infected animals.
Oh,
the
okay.
rabies virus is most often transmitted through a scratch or bite.
Yeah.
Animals most likely to transmit rabies in the U.S. include bats, coyotes, foxes, raccoons, and skunks.
Yeah, well, a lot of people don't realize if you got scratched or bitten or got any form of rabies in you, and you're showing any form of symptoms, it is too late. Once you have once you show any form of symptom, you are fucked. It is way too late. You are way too late for you to get saved now. Once you have rabies and you show any form of symptoms, you are fucked. There's no cure. There's no help after that.
Symptoms include fever, headache, excess salivation, muscle spasms, paralysis, and mental confusion. It ends by saying, once symptoms appear, the disease is nearly always fatal.
Yep.
Yeah, so if you hadn't guessed it, there is a mass rabies outbreak in the area. If you pay attention to some of the chatter on the walkie-talkie earlier in the chapter, it seems like this is a particularly strong variant that spreads fast. It's a brilliant way to tell a zombie story involving animals in a legitimately scary idea. Now let's move into Chapter 2, The Bad Kind. Elsie, Patch, and Lord peek out from some bushes to see something horrific. Rabid wolves ripping apart a deer with sickening sound effects. Elsie points out that they're gonna need to avoid any other animals for now since something is seriously wrong. But as she speaks, Lord just casually strolls up toward the wolves for a better look. Elsie tries to stop the reckless cat and he just yells at her, "What?" Of course, this instantly alerts the wolves to their presence. Wolves are already pretty scary, but we're talking zombie wolves here. Elsie snatches up Lord and they hide in the bush while the wolves fan out and search the area. Luckily, the creatures don't find them and head off. Patch talks about how hungry he's getting, and Lord says maybe they can ask the other cats for food. He gestures to a spot nearby where a group of cats are feasting on something. Once again, Lord just waltzes out of the bushes to ask them if they can get directions, and when the cats look up, it's clear that they're infected too. A chase ensues and the largest cat is gaining on them fast. It pounces for Elsie, but before he can take a bite out of her, the wolves show back up, and one of them bites the large cat's head off. It's gruesome as hell. Elsie, Patch, and Lord turn to see it's not just the wolves, but several other animals, including the foxes and some dogs. It's a full-on zombie horde behind them. They run as fast as they can until they're pinned to a tree. Then from above, a voice shouts down, ushering them to climb up the tree. We see two more cats on a branch that don't look infected. The three cats then start to climb, out of reach from their rabid pursuers. They probably should have thought of that earlier, but these are house cats after all. We learn that the two new cats' names are Jonas and Scratches, but before Elsie can finish with introductions, Jonas interrupts her, telling her to keep moving and never stop. He says to stick to the trees since most animals can't climb, other than the bad cats. Elsie tries to stop again. It seems like she's going to do her cat spirit breathing thing, but Jonas butts in, saying if you stop moving even for a moment, they will catch you. And if these indoor cats want to make it out of here, they'll need to listen to him. They keep moving toward the river up ahead, but are cut off by a rabid cat, forcing them to drop to the branches below. Jonas says they'll have to pass through the river since the bad kind hates water. Patch doesn't like the sound of this, saying how much he hates water, and Elsie says, yeah, they all hate water, but there's no way they can jump across, so this is their last option. They find the shallowest point of the river and start working their way toward the other side. Except for Patches, who tests his luck by trying to jump across tree to tree. And he actually pulls it off, saying, holy shit, I made it. The branch he grabs snaps, however, and he falls all the way to the ground, landing on 2 feet, of course. He looks up and sees the disturbing group of rabid animals all on the other side, snarling at him. Jonas notices Patch licking his paw and assumes he got hurt during his fall. Elsie starts scolding him for the jump, saying she expects this kind of reckless behavior from Lord, but not from him. Then she realizes Lord isn't with them. They look up and find that he's still on the other side of the river in the tree, not knowing how to get down. Jonas tells him to just use his claws, but Lord reveals he doesn't have any. We get another flashback here of Lord as a kitten and clawing the shit out of his owner and the couch. He's then taken to the vet to get declawed. In a conversation between the father and daughter, we learn that they had to do this after Lord gave her brother stitches, and that ever since he got lost, he's just too aggressive. It's another mention of Lord being lost. I wonder what happened to him. Back in the present, Jonas asks exactly what I was thinking. If he doesn't have claws, how did he get into the trees in the first place? Lord just says, I don't know. And below, the infected cats start to climb up toward him. Jonas runs across the river once more and leaps up to save Lord, grabbing him by the scruff and dragging him to the other side of the river with the rest of the crew. Elsie tries to comfort Lord, and Jonas just says keep it moving. In frustration, she finally snaps at him, asking who he is, where they're going, and what is wrong with all the animals. Scratches apologizes for Jonas, telling her that some outdoor cats aren't very sociable. Elsie asks him where they are, and Scratch just says he doesn't really know. He's always been in these woods. Only now, something smells different. Lord butts in, saying that he saw their home. While he was up in the tree, he thinks he saw the mountains by their house and the tall red trees near the creek. Elsie is pretty skeptical. The truck must have taken them miles from home. Patch comes in from the woods nearby and drops a dead rabbit they could use for food. He says he found it dead, but it's still warm. Scratches then takes a look at it and says it's not safe. He can tell just by smelling it. It's like the others, the bad kind. Patch looks a little uncomfortable. His eyes are still slowly turning red. Jonas then comes up holding a squirrel he caught, and this one's actually safe to eat. Lord's a picky eater and complains that he hates squirrels. Patch starts laying into him about how he always does this, but who cares, it's more food for him. Lord snaps back, saying there's real food at home, why can't they just go there? He insists again that he saw it from the trees, and surprisingly, Scratches backs him up, saying he actually thinks he does know where it might be. There is a creek by the mountain with houses nearby. Well, that's a good sign at least, maybe they can make it home. Elsie asks if Scratches can show them the way, but before he can reply, a rabid wolf jumps into frame and tears Scratch's neck out in a flurry of blood.
Holy shit.
Oh my god. The others have no choice but to run away as the wolf chows down on Scratch's body. Okay, so this new character we were just getting used to is dead. And get used to that sort of thing. This comic is completely unforgiving. Elsie hesitates and asks Jonas if they should do something, but he just says that's exactly what happens if you stop moving. They climb to a higher branch on the tree and look out. Lord points out the mountain and creek that he mentioned, and Jonas confirms that there are houses there. Lord says that's where their people are, and if they can just find people, they'll be safe. Elsewhere in the woods, we declare a code orange. All four-legged animals are now assumed in sight. Okay, well, now they have a whole other thing. Fear of water, and that caused by a furious rabies infection. Chapter 3, Survival Mode. This one starts on another flashback. Lord is still a kitten and is chasing a laser pointer around the room to the entertainment of his family when it cuts back to the present and he's doing the same thing, only this laser pointer is actually the red dot sight on a high-powered rifle and several men begin shooting at him. Luckily, Lord is a quick little guy and manages to avoid the gunfire. As he hides in the bushes, we can hear the men talking. One asks if the cat was even infected and the other says it doesn't matter. Control says to kill anything on four legs. Just as they close in on the bushes Lord is hiding in, the men spot something up in the trees and fire at it. It was Jonas, who hops down to save Lord once again, chastising him for straying from the group. Meanwhile, Lord is still in shock that people could be trying to kill him. His only interaction with humans has been positive up to this point. They sneak away and climb back up in the trees. Jonas says that they never seem to hit anything up here. He doesn't think they can see very well with their helmets on. They meet up with the others and Jonas says that's the last time he risks his hide for Lord. Elsie starts babying Lord again and they notice that Patch has been awfully quiet. They ask if he's okay and he just utters the words back home. Jonas says they won't make it home if they don't start following the rules. First rule, keep moving and keep quiet. Even when they're not foaming at the mouth, there are animals out here ready to eat them. Rule 2, don't stray from the group and stay away from people. 3, we don't know who's safe out here and who's bad kind. So no strangers or new friends. Lord interrupts him, pointing out that they're technically new friends. Jonas just says, trust your senses. And rule 4, trust your nose. If something smells off, leave it. 5, don't chase sparkles. If it looks exciting, run the other way. We can see an example here of shining jewelry hanging in a metal trap to lure in cats. Most important, don't try to be a hero. Other cats can take care of themselves. Elsie just needs to worry about Lord. Just then they notice that Lord is missing. Again. Worse than that, the reason he wandered off is because he saw a shimmering light and couldn't resist checking it out. He moves in on the sparkles, his eyes wide, and thank God it's not a trap. Instead, he finds the shiny collar of a cat. She seems like she's not infected and begs Lord not to hurt her. Her name is Gigi, and Lord tells her it's okay, he's a friend. Jonas and the others show up shortly after, and he starts sniffing the cat furiously, saying something smells a little off, and he's not sure if she's bad kind or not, or where she even came from. Gigi says she came from the town. Her and her partner Max lived in town with their people, but then the men came and they took Max. He tried to get loose and, well, they shot him. Gigi just ran as fast as she could until she ended up here, lost in the woods. Lord comforts her and tells her she can come with them, but Jonas is pissed, wondering if he heard even a single rule. Elsie looks at the nearby stream and says the water seems clean, so they all take a break to drink. Patch, however, doesn't seem to want to go near the water, and only we know why. Elsie tries to convince him, and then out from the trees, the foxes are back. And there's more of them. 6 ravenous foxes staring them down. They need to get back into the trees, but the foxes have already cornered them. Then Lord, that ballsy SOB, actually tries to attack the foxes, jumping right at them. The thing is, he overshot the jump and just flies past them. It's actually pretty funny, him attempting this badass sacrifice only to sail over their heads. Once he lands, he just keeps on running and a few of the foxes chase after him. It's just enough of a distraction to allow the other cats to make a break for it as well. The problem is Patch is acting weird and won't move. Elsie calls for him to follow while a fox slashes at her and Gigi. We cut to Lord, who's running like hell from the zombie foxes. He finally leaps on a tree trunk and climbs to safety. At the same time, he spots the men in the hazmat suits walking by, and it seems like they've spotted the other cats up ahead. Trying to save his friends, Lord leaps from the tree, and this time he doesn't overshoot it. He lands directly on one of the men's faces, forcing him to drop his gun and scaring the hell out of the other two. Lord hisses as they point their guns at him, and next we only hear the sound of gunshots ringing out through the forest. Meanwhile, Elsie, Gigi, and Patch are still running from the remaining foxes, but they can't hold out for long. Jonas watches from the trees as one of the foxes leaps onto Patch, pinning him to the ground, and ready to tear him to shreds. Just then, Lord pops out from the bushes. I guess he survived the gunshots. Everyone, including the foxes, turns to look at him, and he just yells out, "Run!" Right behind him, the men come charging through, shooting everything in sight. Luckily, the foxes are the closest and largest animals nearby. As they get gunned down, the rest of the cats make a break for it. Afterwards, everyone seems more or less okay, other than Patch, who's still acting strange and won't respond to Elsie. He just says the word home and points ahead. Sure enough, it seems they've made it as they spot their house at the edge of the woods. However, there's yellow quarantine tape wrapped around the nearby trees and an evacuation order that demands all Creek County residents leave immediately. Any pets that weren't yet surrendered to animal control must be left behind. So who knows what these cats are going to find here. Chapter 4, Housebroken. They see that the front door is open as the cats approach their house, and Jonas starts coming up with a game plan to scope it out and make sure it's safe first. But of course, Lord just barges right in without asking anyone. Jonas says that this boy is a mess, and Patch gives Elsie a mean side eye, saying, "Yeah, well, whose fault is that?" Elsie looks hurt by the comment, and Gigi asks her what he means, but Elsie is just quiet. First things first, they need to find some food. Unfortunately, the pantry door is closed, but Patch jumps open and pulls the handle. I guess Elsie taught him how to open doors at some point. Speaking of which, Elsie has gone off upstairs alone, where she does her strange breathing ritual. 1, 2, 3 little kittens, and the cat spirit appears, telling her to rest and conserve her strength. Elsie says she has no more strength. They're home now and safe, but the spirit tells her she's still lost and that this place is no longer her home. She says soon he will learn what you did, before drifting away. Okay, something definitely happened between Elsie and Lord. Elsie then hears a human voice and panics running downstairs, but it turns out only to be the TV, or what they call the box on the wall. Lord turned it on while trying to eat the remote since the pantry turned out to be empty. Elsie tries to thank Lord for helping guide them home, but he's too distracted and they just end up arguing instead. Lord accidentally turns the volume all the way up and the other cats freak out thinking it's people as well. They enter the room room, and this part's great, as the cats try to make sense of the TV from their perspective. Jonas in particular doesn't understand it since he's an outside cat, and when a commercial comes on for hamburgers, he thinks it's real and tries to get one. Meanwhile, Patch is being extra mean and is roasting the guy for not knowing what a wall box is. Next, a nature show comes on showing birds, and Gigi and Lord join in, believing that if they could just get closer, they could get at them. It's a funny scene, and if you go back and pay attention to the words coming from the TV in the background, there's a little more insight into the outbreak. We learn from the news that the quarantine zone is rapidly expanding as the virus spreads, and that researchers blame a highly adaptable strain of the virus. Out of nowhere, the loud sound of a dog barking echoes through the house, scaring the cats half to death. They soon realize the barks are coming from the basement, and they're a little confused considering they never had a dog. Lord just walks up to the door and says he's gonna let it out. Of course, everyone stares at him in disbelief, telling him not to open that door. Jonas then very seriously warns him not to do it. Lord says, okay, fine, he won't, but slowly backs towards the door and then leaps up and opens it anyway. I've never had such a love-hate relationship with a character.
Oh my god!
I've seen a cat with Lord's personality, and it's pretty cute, but in a
let this one die, bro. You need to let this one die. This one's an idiot. Oh my god, dude. What is your problem? Dude, can we not? Can we fucking not? Like, why? Bro, did you not see what we had to deal with just to get here? If you hear something weird that was not down there, just leave it closed. Oh my god, dude. You're pissing me off. This Lord one needs to die. I don't care if he's the main character. He needs to fucking die.
A situation like this, he's really starting to piss me off.
Yes!
So the door swings open and Lord just walks in to the shock of the other cats. He comes back with a fluffy dog behind him, telling everyone, it's okay, it's just Petey from next door. Although something is very off, and immediately Petey goes apeshit with red eyes and yellow foam spraying from his mouth. He snarls and swipes at Lord. It doesn't seem to scratch him, but it does knock him to the ground all the same. Man, this massive dog is scarier than the wolf somehow. It moves in on Lord to take a bite, and Jonas jumps in, tackling Petey to the ground and saving Lord once again. They run, and Lord says he thinks something might be wrong with Petey. Jonas is like, are you dim? Yeah, something's wrong with them. The dog is lunging at every cat nearby, and they start heading upstairs. As they do, Patch starts yelling at Elsie, saying, this is your fault, you did this. What the hell is he talking about? Petey comes roaring up from behind them, and Lord jumps on his back to draw his attention. Now it's just him and Jonas downstairs to deal with Petey. As the dog closes in on Lord, he runs straight for the front door, and at the last second, leaps up and pulls it open, sending Petey outside. They shut the door behind them, and the dog runs off into the night. Alright, well, another crisis averted, it seems. The other cats come downstairs to make sure everyone's okay, and Jonas straight up slaps Lord across the face, calling him reckless and stupid. I can't say I blame him. Patch chimes in again and says it's not Lord's fault he's all screwed up. Elsie tells him to shut his mouth, but Patch continues. We get some flashback images as he talks about Lord. Lord was always high-spirited and rambunctious even when he first joined the family, something that Elsie found quite annoying since for a long time she was the only pet. After only a month or two, Elsie was fed up with him. She led Lord outside and told him they were going to play a game of hide and seek, only Elsie never tried to find him. She was just hoping he would get lost. Well, that's messed up. The family went out searching for Lord, but didn't find him, and Elsie went back to being alone and happy. Then one day the family stumbled upon Lord on the verge of death in the woods, scrawny and beaten up with his tail missing. It's a sad and horrible sight. Patch says he was quiet at first, and it took a long time for his body to recover, but his mind was broken. He came back wrong after that. Poor Lord doesn't even remember any of this, and in tears, he asks Elsie if it's true. She clearly doesn't have a good excuse for what she did. She just says she's sorry and she's not good with other cats. But Lord is overcome with emotion and bolts out the front door and into the woods.
Bro,
Elsie asks Patch why he's been so aggressive. Why now, of all times, would he tell Lord that? He's hunched over and doesn't answer her, and then he turns around, hissing. His eyes are completely red now, and foam is pouring from his mouth and nose. It seems Patch has finally turned, and his growing hostility reality was due to the infection growing inside of him. At the end of this chapter, there's a sad panel of a social media post. Petey's family post a picture of him and say he's missing. Man, he looked like such a sweet dog before too. Chapter 5. Fall. Elsie says that they had always felt safe here. We get a beautiful shot of their home as the leaves fall. Patch is slowly moving toward Elsie, looking menacing as ever after his monstrous change. Jonas jumps in, wrestling Patch to the ground and urging Elsie to grab Gigi and run. He starts clawing the hell out of Patch, and Elsie tells him to stop and not to hurt him. Jonas looks back at her like, "Are you serious?"
Are you fucking serious?
And Patch takes the opportunity to get a leg up in the fight,
bro,
smashing Jonas.
This is the moment this bro said, you know what, fuck these people. I'm out of here. I'm tired of saving that idiot boy, and I'm tired of this bitch always saving him. I swear to God, if I was fuck these two, let them die. Like, this is over. I'm not doing this. This shit's dumb. Every time the boy keeps putting me in danger, I have to keep saving him, and the bitch keeps trying to give him like any form of like excuse.
To the wall. Jonas
this.
tells them again to get out, and Elsie and Gigi run outside while the fight rages on. Shortly after, Jonas runs outside and manages to shut the door behind him. Gigi reminds him that Patch knows how to open doors and that's not going to stop him, but Jonas says he won't. He made sure of it. Well, that's an ominous thing to say. What did he do, take his paw off or something? Either way, they keep moving forward, and Gigi mentions she doesn't feel very good. Elsie says they can't leave Patch. Lord ran away and she just can't lose them both. Jonas then gives her the hard truth. Patch is one of them now. Just like the foxes, the wolves, and Petey. He isn't her friend anymore. He's bad kind. Elsie just breaks down into tears and Gigi comforts her. Even Jonas looks a little guilty for being so harsh. Elsie finally gets back up and declares that they're gonna go after Lord. Jonas tells her there's no trees the direction Lord went and it's pretty dangerous. But that's exactly why Elsie needs to go. It's dangerous and Lord is out there all alone. More tears stream down her face and Jonas uses his paw to wipe them away. It's here he first notices that he has a large scratch on his arm. It looks like Patch got him in the fight. He steps back, realizing what this means, when in a truly shocking moment, a gunshot rings out. Jonas is shot through the head right in front of Elsie, blood spraying onto her face. She stands in shock, not able to process what just happened. Gigi cries out next to her, but her words are muffled to Elsie, and Jonas's body slumps to the ground. In the distance, the group of men make their way toward them, their guns drawn. Gigi desperately tries to get Elsie to move, but she's stuck in a trance. The men open fire at them, and this seems to finally get her moving. The two cats run for it until they come upon an old barn. Inside, it looks pretty gross. The floors are all sticky with some kind of green liquid. Elsie is still partially in shock and just standing still in the barn while Gigi runs around panicking, not knowing what to do. Outside, she sees the men approach the barn, which causes her to panic even more. Some slime drips onto Elsie from the ceiling, and this finally snaps her out of it. She looks up and finds that the ceiling is full of hundreds of bats, and from the looks of them, they have rabies.
Fuck.
I can't imagine looking up and seeing that.
And the worst thing about this, they claim it was a bat that caused the coronavirus. The coronavirus. Fuck, we don't. Boy, you don't know that.
Be beyond frightening. Elsie tells Gigi to keep it quiet, but the men outside are getting close and their chatter wakes the bats up. Those beady red eyes look straight out of hell. The bats go crazy, flooding out of the top of the barn and swarming the area, attacking the men outside. It's pure chaos as the bats latch onto them. Inside, the cats are caught in a bat swarm of their own, and Elsie jumps into action, helping Gigi hide under a crate and crawling into a pile of hay herself. Inside, she waits, hearing the horrific screeching of zombie bats all around her. Slowly, they begin to lessen. She waits a while until it's gone completely silent and then climbs back out of the hay. Thinking they've got to move quickly while the men are distracted, she rushes over to the crate. When she lifts it up, she finds Gigi along with 3 baby kittens. It seems Gigi was pregnant this whole time, which explains why Jonas smelled something off about her and why she was feeling sick. Outside, snow begins to fall, and deep in the woods we see Lord. All alone, he walks by the stream with tears in his eyes. Back at the house, the back door is open and there's a large trail of blood leading out. It looks like Patch did make it out of the house and he's in rough shape. Jonas didn't manage to take his whole arm off, but did give him a pretty nasty gash. Patch then wanders into the woods, and that's the end of the first arc of Feral. These first 5 issues do a great job of building a horrific scenario and just never letting off the gas. Of all the horror comics I've read lately, this one really kept me on the edge of my seat the whole way through. I'm excited to cover the next arc as well because it's been hard enough watching these adult cats survive, but now we've added 3 kittens to the mix. So what do you guys think of Feral so far? Let me know in the comments. I'll be covering the next 5 issues called the Cat Lady arc next week, so stay tuned for that. Shout out to Kill Me Katie, as always, for the intro and outro music, which is likely playing right now. And if you want to see upon an old barn, inside Elsie, her words are muffled in front of Elsie. And then climbs back to the ship.
Oh, how did I get there?
This time, so you go home.
If you thought the first arc of Feral was disturbing, you have no idea. This next section is more disturbing than Stray Dogs and cranks the horror factor up by 10. While the gang was mostly on the run before, in this arc they find themselves trapped in the hands of an enigmatic and unsettling cat lady. I don't want to spoil anything in the intro, but this is one of the creepiest scenarios I've seen in any recent horror comic and somehow keeps getting more disturbing as the story unfolds.
Oh, no.
So prepare to get uncomfortable. This is the Cat Lady arc of Feral. Hello friends, this is Grief speaking, and today I'm covering more Feral, the disturbing cat-focused horror comic from the creator of Stray Dogs, and featuring the same unassuming cartoonish art style. If you happen to miss part 1, you can check it out in the link below, and I'll do a really quick recap at the start to get everyone caught up, but I have to say, do not skip this arc. I wasn't exaggerating before. This has some really great horror moments that you cannot miss. As I said, I don't want to spoil too much, so let's get right into it. This is Feral Explained, the Cat Lady arc. Last time in Feral, a massive rabies outbreak hit Creek County, turning pets and wild animals into aggressive zombie-like creatures. Elsie, Patch, and Lord were taken by animal control, but ended up stranded in the forest after their truck crashed. Patch gets scratched by an infected raccoon, slowly turning him, and the group runs into rabid foxes, wolves, and even other cats. Things get worse when they realize men in hazmat suits are hunting down anything on 4 legs. They meet another small house cat named Gigi and an outdoor cat named Jonas who guides and protects them, and eventually they make it back to their house. It's now abandoned, but they do discover their neighbor's dog, Petey, infected and locked in the basement. A fight breaks out and they manage to trap him outside, but right after, Patch reveals a dark secret. Years ago, Elsie led Lord into the woods and left him there. He was later found starving, bloody, and missing his tail, and he just hasn't been the same since. Lord didn't remember this and runs off in anger at the betrayal. At the same time, Patch finally turns from the infection. Jonas fights off Patch and saves the others, but in a shocking twist is shot by the hazmat crew. Elsie and Gigi escape to a barn where Gigi gives birth. It turns out she was pregnant the entire time. Meanwhile, Patch escapes the house bleeding into the snow, which leads us directly into the new story arc, The Cat Lady. Chapter 6, Patchwork. Patch is wandering bloody through the snow, and we get to see his stream of consciousness. He just wants to find Elsie and Lord. He's thirsty but is afraid of the water, and is hungry but his throat is burning. He catches a glimpse of what appears to be Elsie in the woods and chases after her, apologizing for what he'd done, saying he had no control over his actions. He wonders if Elsie found Lord, and she finally responds to him, telling him that they're together and happy. Then she just lays in on him, saying how he never had any direction, and she calls him a coward for never stepping up. She says he's shameful and weak, they're not his family, and that they're all better off without him. Then she takes a swipe at him and shows her teeth. Of course, this isn't really Elsie. In reality, Patch has encountered a rabies-infected dog, and he's angry. The dog viciously snaps and claws at Patch, foam oozing from its jaw as it tries to take a bite out of him. The dog is brutal and won't let up, slashing and biting Patch in a bloody mess. In the midst of this, Patch has a flashback to when he first joined the family. He's just a kitten, and a little girl calls him Patch because of the dark spot around his eye. She immediately immediately asks her father if she can keep him, but the father is hesitant. They're not sure if he'll get along with Elsie. Well, she talks him into it, and they bring little Patch home. Elsie is immediately territorial and hisses at Patch. She keeps him at a distance, but in a montage we see them slowly warming to each other, ending with Patch, Elsie, and Lord all cuddling in a cat bed. It cuts back to the present, and we get possibly the most eerie panel of the comic so far. Patch's eyes have gone full red again, and we see him standing over the dog's corpse, having just killed it. We can see the damage he did to the poor dog, who's laying in a pool of blood with its belly ripped out. He finally walks away, repeating that he needs to get back to Lord and Elsie, leaving behind a fresh trail of blood. Love him or hate him, Patch does not die easily, and I did not expect him to be alive at this point, let alone partially sane. Chapter 7, Sheltered Cats. Out in the forest, Elsie stands on a tall branch, crying out for Lord. It's unclear how much time has passed, but it seems like it's been at least a month, since the kittens are older and can move around on their own. Speaking of which, we have Ash, Eleanor, and Milo. They're playing in the barn when Ash spots a rat and moves in to kill it. However, she sneezes, scaring it away, and it takes off out of the barn. The kittens aren't supposed to leave, but Ash can't help it and chases after the rodent, despite the warnings of Eleanor. They chase the rat to a small pile of wood, and as they approach it, it suddenly bursts open and several rabies-infected rats jump out. It looks like the tables have turned. The kittens are terrified and don't want to get bitten, only because their mom would get mad. It seems like they have no idea what would actually happen if they got scratched or bitten. These disgusting rats are terrifying, but the idea of one of the kittens getting infected is making me very nervous. Elsie jumps in to save them, batting the little pests aside and urging the kids to get to the barn. They stop to try and defend themselves for a minute, but Elsie tells them to go and not look back. The rats then turn to look at their new target. Milo asks her what she's gonna do, and she simply responds, grown-up stuff. She makes a horrifying face, showing her teeth and hissing at the creatures. Inside the barn, it looks like Gigi was up in the rafters trying to seal up holes. She starts to scold them about leaving the barn, and then the scared kittens tell her what happened. Soon after, the rats barge into the barn covered in bloody scratches. The kittens climb up to their mother and crawl out through a hole that she had just finished patching. They get onto the roof and jump to a nearby branch where they find Elsie waiting. They rush towards the nearby creek since the bad kind doesn't like water, and as they run, Gigi asks Elsie, where were you? Elsie desperately tries to apologize for leaving the kittens to look for Lord. They make it to the other side of the creek using a log and push it into the water before the rats can get across, sinking them into the icy creek. Gigi asks the kittens if any of them are bitten or scratched and has them check their buddy to be sure. It looks like they're all good, but man, it's kind of sad watching the procedure because it's clear that they've been through this before. It's off-putting seeing a kindergarten-like drill being run on these kittens when they're actually checking to see if they're going to become a zombie. Once it's clear they're fine, Gigi turns to Elsie and tells her she needs to be better. She misses Lord too, but right now these kittens are all that matters and she needs to get her priorities straight. They start to climb the trees again when the kittens smell something nearby. They all look over and see some fresh fish laying in the snow. Since they've just been eating bugs for the last few weeks, the kittens are awestruck and start to move in. But Gigi stops them, telling them if you don't know where it's from, there's a good chance it's not safe. The kittens suggest maybe people left it out for them, like the good people that they've always heard about. But Gigi says that they don't know if there are any good people anymore. Well, that's a depressing thought. Milo says he's starving and that his tummy is growly. He can't resist and slowly moves in on one of the fish. Well, it's a trap, and a metal cage closes around the whole group. Gigi freaks out, screaming her head off, until Elsie warns her she'll only draw attention to them. The kittens are just happy to eat and naively chow down on the fish. Elsie points out that the rats can get to them in here, so they'll need to find a way out fast. But something worse than rats show up. Foxes. They circle the cage and prepare to attack when they're distracted by bright lights. A car rolls up, scaring the foxes away, and a mysterious human figure gets out. They pick up the cage and bring it to their car and then drive off. The cats are tossed around the cage as the person drives like a maniac on the mountain road. In the background, there's a radio news report that gives us a little more insight into the rabies outbreak. It's clear that in the following weeks, the virus has spread drastically across the northeastern US to the point where the government government is issuing a relief package to affected areas. Finally, they arrive at an old rural house, and the mysterious person grabs the cage, bringing the cats with them. Gigi makes the kids promise whatever they see inside, they need to run as soon as the crate is opened and hide. Milo asks what's in there and why she's so scared, but she just says she has a really bad feeling. The stranger opens the door to the house, and inside we see dozens of cats. Right in the middle is none other than Lord. I guess they're not the first to be captured, and it looks like maybe they've finally found a new home. Chapter 8, The Cat House. Elsie is sleeping in a dreamlike state when she's woken up by the cat spirit. This is a Mufasa-like apparition that Elsie sometimes sees and speaks with. The spirit tells her there's no time for sleep, but Elsie argues that she's finally in a safe place that's warm, and her and Lord are back together. The great cat tells her that she's not safe and that she's really alone. It adds that she's not prepared and has become more pest than beast. The cruel spirit tells her that she's not earned forgiveness from Lord and never will unless she wakes up. No one is safe as long as she's here. We then see in reality Elsie sleeping under a bed on a filthy floor when she's woken up for real this time by a yellow cat named Chloe. She tells Elsie that she's safe now. She's one of them. Elsie is clearly confused and is still waking up. Chloe tells her to relax. The lady keeps them and puts a paw on her. Well, Elsie didn't like that one bit and slaps it away, telling Chloe not to touch her. They walk out into the hallway where there are dozens of cats around, including Lord. Elsie approaches him and takes the chance to apologize for what she did to him when he was just a kitten. It seems like he's giving her the cold shoulder, then he suddenly turns around and is acting super enthusiastic. It almost comes off fake, actually. He tells Elsie how excited he is for her to meet his new family and starts introducing her to several of the cats. He stops to ask her about Patch, but when she starts to explain what happened, he just gets distracted and continues giving her the tour. He talks about how awesome it is here, like a paradise. The lady pets, brushes, and feeds them and never makes them take a bath. As they walk through the house, we can see that it's pretty disgusting. Definitely a contender for the show hoarders, and there are puddles and muck all over the ground. That's because, as Lord puts it, the whole house is a litter box. Total freedom. Elsie hears some noises coming from the basement door and realizes that there are cats trapped down there. Lord says this is where the cats go when they misbehave. That doesn't sound like freedom to Elsie. Is the lady gonna throw them in there too eventually? Gigi shows up and tells Elsie to calm down and not make too much noise. The lady here has rules. She found a safe place in a closet for her and the babies. Elsie has a bad feeling about this place, and Gigi agrees. As they speak, the old woman shows up. Even without seeing her face, this lady is really creepy. She asks Gigi where her sweet little babies are, and the other cats around just repeat the phrase, "The lady keeps us," like a cult or something. Elsie runs to the closet to protect her kittens, and the old woman follows her. She says she just wants to pet the little guys, but when she reaches her hand out, Gigi goes mom mode and scratches her hand. The woman pulls her hand back and says, "Oh, you still have your claws. We can take care of those. We ought to put you with the cranky cats." The woman gets distracted all of a sudden and walks over to the kitchen to feed all the cats, and they follow behind her saying, "The lady feeds us." I don't know why, but this whole scenario is giving me little nightmare vibes. Elsie checks in with Gigi, who warns her not to get involved with this group. Something is very wrong here. Elsie asks if she can hide with her, and Gigi straight up says no way. She goes further by saying Elsie's energy is so stressful right now and she needs to keep her kids relaxed. Elsie walks back to the kitchen where the woman is just dumping cat food on the floor for the cats to chow on. We get a disgusting close-up of the cats eating and the old woman's bare feet standing in the slop. Pretty gross. Elsie just wanders through the house looking for a place to chill, but it's hard to find a spot that's not taken by another cat, or that hasn't been marked. She finds an old couch and thinks maybe she could claim a spot underneath it. But when she pulls up the couch skirt, she finds something utterly disturbing. The remains of a dead cat covered in hundreds of maggots. It's mostly skeleton at this point, but there's a pool of blood beneath it and scraps of flesh hanging off. Holy hell. Elsie panics and yells for Lord and the others. She tells them about the—
1 second. Alright. Just wanted to make sure.
rotting cat under the couch, and Chloe is just super casual about the whole thing, saying, "You know what, I bet that's Emma. I wondered where she'd been." She says, "It's fine. The lady keeps us, even when we're gone." Elsie puts on a mean face and says, "Stop acting so calm, you creepy bitch. It's not safe here." Okay, that really made me laugh. Lord steps in and says that she's embarrassing him in front of his family. The lady keeps them. They don't throw family in the trash, and they don't leave family out in the woods. That last part felt a little pointless disappointed. He assures her that everything is going to be alright, but Elsie warns him again that they need to leave. Both her and Gigi can sense that something is wrong. Lord doesn't know what to say at first, then finally responds, "The lady keeps us," and walks away. The other cats repeat the phrase as well, and they leave. Elsie warns them that they're all going to end up like Emma, bones under the lady's furniture, locked in here till they die. Lord tells her that they can leave whenever they want, they just choose to stay. The lady keeps them with love. You know, typical cult mentality. Elsie is fed up with this talk about the lady. If she was so great, why'd she lock all those cats up? She walks to the door where they're being held and tries to communicate with them, but only gets stilted sentence fragments back. She tells them she's gonna get them out of here, and then they'll all escape. She yells out for Gigi to get the kids ready, and if you remember, Elsie actually knows how to open a door. She climbs up onto some boxes and starts pawing at the door handle. Just as Gigi shows up, Elsie manages to get the door open. We see that the room is full of infected cats, and they're hungry. Chapter 9, Puncture Wounds. Gigi, Elsie, and the kittens watch in horror as the bad kind flood the house, attacking every other cat in sight. It's a 2-page spread of bloody chaos. There's so much disturbing imagery, it's like a Where's Waldo page full of cat gore. There's several cats whose ribs are bulging out of their chest, and if you look in the corner, you can see one cat's head was ripped clean off. It is brutal, and it's clear that the bad kind is winning this fight. Even more disturbing, the cat lady comes in with a broom yelling, "Bad kitties," and attempting to sweep up the piles of guts on the floor. Several cats, including Chloe, circle around her, repeating their favorite phrase, "The lady keeps us." Man, this creepy-ass old lady with a bloody broom, it's just so unsettling. Elsie is rattling off apologies to Gigi for opening the door and keeps trying to defend herself, but Gigi doesn't really give a shit at this point. She just says they need to find a way out now. In the other room, Lord is fighting off a bad cat in order to defend Chloe, and the cat lady starts yelling at them. Right before he gets his face scratched off, Elsie comes in and grabs him, dragging him to safety. She sets him down, and Lord says he's not leaving Chloe alone. But before he can do anything else, the cat lady leans down to pick him up, saying, "There's my bad kitty." We finally see her face, and holy shit, she's an absolute horror show. It's easily the most outright scary image so far in this comic. She looks like a deadite from Evil Dead or something, and her eyes are glowing red, implying that she might have contracted the infection as well. She picks up Elsie too. I guess she thinks they were fighting and needs to punish them. She opens the basement door and chucks the 2 cats down the stairs. Chloe comes up behind her saying, "Do not despair, the lady's punishment is always just. If you survive the downstairs, you will feel peace. The lady knows what's best." As she speaks, however, the cat lady walks out of the basement and slams the door shut, locking Chloe in as well. I have to say, it's satisfying watching her panic after that little spiel she went on. She thinks there must be some reason the lady left her here, since the lady keeps them. Lord agrees, suggesting she's only hiding them from the bad kind since the lady keeps them safe. Elsie is so sick of the cult talk and tries to tell them that the lady is bad kind too. Chloe isn't having it, saying she knows nothing of the lady. The lady loves them and cares for them. Elsie replies that normal cats don't worship their people like this. They ignore them until they need something. They get pretty close to fighting when Lord tells them both to stop yelling. He thinks he found a way out through the cellar door in the back. Elsie says they can't leave without Gigi and the kids. Just then, the basement door opens up again, and the old lady appears, saying "bad kitties" and holding a bag. Chloe starts running up to her gleefully, and Elsie tries to stop her, telling her that the lady is not what she thinks. Then we see what's in the bag the lady is holding. Ash, Eleanor, and Milo, the 3 kittens wondering where their mom is. Milo says that if a stranger ever tries to touch them, his mother told him what to do. He jumps out of the bag and bites the cat lady on the thumb. The little guy then crawls all up and down her legs trying to scratch her. It would be adorable if the situation wasn't so dark. The lady manages to snatch Milo in her hand, and at the same time, Gigi comes up behind her screaming, "Get your goddamn paws off," and slashing the old woman's heel. Oof, that looks painful as all hell. Unfortunately, this throws the lady off balance and sends her sailing down the stairs head first, along with all 3 kittens. It's almost like slow motion as the woman tumbles down the steps and the kittens fly through the air. Gigi and Elsie jump in, grabbing Eleanor and Ash, and the lady's body almost falls right on top of Chloe, but Lord grabs her by the scruff and drags her out of the way. Problem is, there's still 1 cat missing, Milo. After a moment of panic, they hear his tiny voice cry out from above. I guess he landed on top of the basement light. Okay, well, that's a sigh of relief. But there's a bigger problem. The old lady's body has fallen in front of the door leading to the way out. They're trapped down here. The chapter ends with the definition of the word toxoplasmosis, a parasite that infects felines and rodents and can be passed to humans through contact with cat feces.
Oh yeah, I heard this before. I don't know if it does... Well, I think it does something to the human, but I don't think it does anything fatal. It is a thing. If you're a cat owner, this is a thing. I don't know with dogs, but it is a thing. I forgot. It's weird.
It's associated with a variety of neuropsychiatric and behavioral conditions, including a strong attachment to cats, as well as irritability, recklessness, confusion, and slowed reaction times. Right, so I guess the lady contracted this from stepping barefoot and all that cat shit. Ugh, I'm still really grossed out.
Ugh.
Chapter 10, Starvation. We see the house sitting dark and eerie in the woods, and the words, 2 days later. From under the basement door, we can hear the kittens' voices ring out about how hungry they are and how their tummy hurts. After a couple of days, they're all on the brink of starvation and have had no luck trying to move the cat lady's body from blocking the door. Meanwhile, Lord and Chloe have been trying their damnedest to get the basement door open at the top of the stairs. Gigi and the kittens try again to push the lady's body, while Elsie just stands there encouraging them. How come she's not helping? Gigi is clearly exhausted and starts to chew Elsie out, saying she doesn't know anything and that her instincts are flawed. She points out how Elsie didn't even know about Patch, and goes even further by bringing up what she did to Lord. She even states that Jonas is dead because of Elsie, and caps it all off by saying that everything is always her fault. Clearly, the hunger is getting to Gigi, not to mention watching her own 3 kittens starve. Gigi says that she can't let Elsie put her kids in danger anymore. She no longer gets to make decisions for the group. Elsie asks her what they're supposed to do next then, and Gigi shockingly declares that they must eat the cat lady.
I knew it.
Wow, this is even darker than I thought. Seeing the old lady lying there in her underwear is already upsetting, but the prospect of eating her is... yikes. Chloe protests the idea, stating that the lady keeps them, but Gigi says they don't really have any other options. Her children are starving. Chloe argues some more, but Lord stops her, saying that this is how the lady will continue to keep them. Then he takes a bite out of her flesh. After munching for a moment, he tells them that it's not bad, she doesn't really taste like anything, and the rest of the cats join in. I really didn't expect this comic to get so sick. They all chow down, taking small bites from the woman's flesh in turn, and then in a truly terrifying twist, the woman wakes up. Yeah, I guess she wasn't dead, but just unconscious. This image of her getting to her knees rivals our introduction to her as being the creepiest damn thing you've ever seen. Her mouth is dripping a greenish bile, and her legs have small chunks bitten out of them by the cats. It's utterly revolting. She stands to her feet, and that psycho Chloe is elated, shouting, "The lady has risen, the lady has risen."
You need to die first.
This cult has a resurrection story as well. The woman reaches out for them, but loses her footing and bashes her face on the wall. They all watch in horror as she stumbles around with blood gushing from her head, just saying "bad kitties" on repeat. Gigi looks at Elsie and says, "I take it back, you're the leader again." At that moment, the old hag grabs Elsie by the neck and puts a cone on her, saying, "Bad kitties get the cone." She then throws her in a kennel and follows suit, throwing the rest of the cats in a separate kennel. She makes her way upstairs with the cats and stumbles out of the basement. The rest of the house is a complete bloodbath. Guts and gore litter every inch of the floors, and Gigi tells the kids to close their eyes. It's a good thing because there are actual cat body parts laying around as well. It is a gnarly sight, and by far the goriest thing we've seen in both Stray Dogs and Feral so far. The old woman walks outside and heads towards her car. She mumbles to herself about how ungrateful the cats are, loading them up and slamming the car door before driving off. She makes her way down the winding mountain road, telling them that bad kitties go to animal control. It then cuts to a familiar looking silhouette running through the grass. Back on the road, a massive truck nearly runs the old lady's car off the road, but she narrowly avoids it. Again, we see the figure running through the grass as the woman struggles to turn her headlights on for the first time in the drive. She turns them on just in time to avoid driving directly into the side of the mountain, and the cats are in a full panic, having no idea what's going on or where she's taking them. She rounds the bend only to see a very disturbed looking Patch standing in the road. The woman swerves, and echoing the events of chapter 1, the car goes flying off the cliff and flipping upside down in the air. Out from inside the smoking car, we just hear Elsie crying out Patch's name in disbelief. That is the the end of the Cat Lady arc of Feral. Definitely way more disturbing than the first arc, and honestly one of the most unsettling sections of a comic I've read recently. It somehow gets even darker as the story moves forward, so let me know if you want me to cover the third and most recent arc, 9 Lives, and we'll continue on this twisted feline journey.
Say goodbye. You know you've messed things up this time, so you go home.
Oh God, bro.
In a world full of ravenous zombies, rabid animals, it's hard to find a moment of refuge, let alone a permanent safe haven. After their terrifying run-in with the cat lady, Elsie and the gang may have found just that. Pet City, an animal superstore full of all the food, toys, and soft beds they could ever want. They may have found more than they bargained for, however, when they discovered that Pet City already has inhabitants, and there's something not quite right here. Many of the cats are pregnant, but there are no kittens around. The wet food tastes a little funny.
Wait, what?
And the meal prep room is off limits and guarded. Is this finally a place to call home, or is something sinister going on behind that door? This is a story that does not let up and only gets more disturbing as it goes. This is Feral. Hello friends, this is Grief speaking, and today I'm covering more Feral, the disturbing cat-focused horror comic from the creator of Stray Dogs and featuring the same unassuming art style. If you happen to miss part 1 and 2, you can check them out in the links below, but this is actually a good place for new readers to start as it's a fresh arc and the story and characters are easy to get into here. These are actually the most recently released issues of Feral, so this will be my last video covering the series for a little while at least. Big shout out to the writer and artists of Feral, Tony Fleeks, Trish Forstner, and Tone Rodriguez. They are phenomenal creative people, and you can support them by picking up the recently released paperback copy of Feral 9 Lives at your
but this one's about rabies.
Local comic book shop or bookstore. And finally, if you like what I do here on the main channel, consider checking out
You wasn't watching with us, were you? Because I realized when you saw, I was like, wait, what? No, this was about them having like zombie pets.
Second channel, Grief Speaks. I just uploaded an office tour video where I go through my bookshelf backdrop and some of the weird things I've collected over the years. I'll put a link below, but we have a lot to get to today, so without further ado, this is Feral 9 Lives Explained.
It's alright though.
Chapter 11. This issue starts right where we left off. The cat lady's car upside down and smashed. We can even see the old woman's body smeared across the pavement on the driver's side, and several rabid animals moving in on the crash site. Elsie cries out for the others and quickly finds Gigi, who is not in great shape. She's missing an eye and has a gnarly cut across her face. Luckily, the 3 kittens are okay, although they're understandably freaked out by their mother's face. Shortly after, they find Lord and Chloe as well in one of the broken crates. They start to make a plan when one of the kittens, Ash, says that there's bad kind outside, and we can see a zombie raccoon and fox peeking through the windshield. Although this is not what caught her attention. She says there's big bad kind. The other infected animals go running, and behind them approaches a hulking monstrosity, an infected grizzly bear that's bigger than the car. It's frightening to say the least. Before they can get a plan of escape together, the bear starts clawing at the car, trying to get in at them. As the beast continues to strike the car, it inadvertently pushes it off the edge of the cliff, sending the frightened cats falling to the forest below. There's a great panel here as they flail in the air, looking through the broken back window of the car to see the menacing figure of the bear watching them fall. They crash to the ground, this time right side up, and surprisingly, it seems like everyone is still okay. Thank God for the nimbleness of cats. They do a quick head count and weirdly find another cat in the car, a blue cat named Ghost that doesn't speak. Chloe and Lord recognize him from the cat house, and I guess he was in the back of one of the crates, but in the craziness, they didn't notice him. We learn that the reason he doesn't speak is that he was born deaf. An interesting note on Ghost is that he was originally supposed to show up in the cat lady arc, and you can even see him on the last page of chapter 7. Anyway, Lord spots none other than Patch standing nearby.
Wait, where?
The reason he doesn't speak is that he was born deaf. An interesting note on Ghost is that he was originally supposed to show up in the cat lady arc, and you can even see him on the last page of chapter.
Where? He's not there. What the
7.
fuck?
Anyway, Lord spots none other than Patch standing nearby outside of the car. He calls out to him and Patch turns his head. At this point, he's looking worse than ever, almost like a demonic cat creature or something. The ever so naive Lord runs up to him and doesn't understand why he's not responding. Elsie tries to warn him and tears well up in Lord's eyes when he sees how bad Patch looks. Sadly, Patch doesn't even attack, but stares at them for a moment. He is honestly one of the most tragic parts of this whole comic. Just then, the massive bear lets out a bone-rattling roar and starts making his way down the cliffside. They need to run, but Lord tries in vain to snap Patch out of it. The bear closes in and Patch turns to look at it, baring his teeth. This badass zombie cat is going to try and fight the beast, maybe subconsciously to defend his friends. Gigi is done waiting on Elsie and Lord and tells her kids to climb the trees and run. Finally, Patch lunges at the bear, clawing his face up. Here you can see just how big the size difference is, as Patch's entire body can fit on the bear's face. Lord just can't leave Patch behind and keeps trying to get him to come with them. Meanwhile, Patch is doing his damnedest, taking chunks out of the bear wherever he can. Finally, Lord comes to grips with the situation and him and Elsie run away with tears in their eyes. Behind them, the great bear finally gets his paws on Patch, bringing him up into the air and with a sickening crunch slamming him to the ground. Well, rest in peace, Patch. At the end of the day, he went out pretty valiantly, considering he was a bad kind, sacrificing himself for his friends. Elsie and Lord spot the other cats up in the trees, but before they make it there themselves, a big-ass Rottweiler comes barking out of nowhere and chasing them. Elsie starts climbing the tree, but Lord doesn't quite make it, and turns around to face the dog, hissing at him. It seems like this could be the end, but a voice calls out from nearby, immediately stopping the dog and calling him away. Here we're introduced to an orange tabby cat named Lucky, and it looks like the dog is his friend Mush.
Mush.
Chapter 12. With the sounds of barks echoing behind them, we see the 3 kittens running for their lives. The Rottweiler is chasing them through the woods. Ghost jumps in ready to defend them, and then we see the truth. The kittens are just playing with the big dog, and it's actually adorable. Gigi warns them not to play too rough with Mush and apologizes to Lucky for them being so rowdy. Lucky says it's fine, and more importantly asks Gigi how she's doing. She admits she can't even feel the injured side of her face. She asks Lucky how he can speak to Mush, and he explains that he raised the dog since he was a puppy. They look out onto the nearby town, and here we see Pet City, a superstore surrounded by rabbit cats and dogs. Lucky tells her there's beds, toys, treats, and most importantly, plenty of food. Best of all, if they could get inside, they'd have it all to themselves and be away from the bad kind. Lord overhears the conversation and asks how they would even get close to the place with all the infected around. Here, Lucky introduces himself properly to Lord. He's a bigger cat and comes off pretty intimidating. He tells them that if they work together, they'll think of a way. He then asks them about Elsie, who's sitting up in a nearby tree by herself. Chloe says they should leave her alone. She's processing a lot of trauma. But Gigi says that what she's really processing is guilt. She goes even further, saying they should leave her and her bad instincts behind. She points at her missing eye as an example of Elsie's bad decision making, but in the middle of a rant realizes she doesn't hear her kittens. Lucky calls out to Mush, and we hear the dog bark back, apparently signaling that they're all okay. Gigi doesn't know why, but can't help but trust
Why is she in a cone?
them about Elsie, who's sitting up in a nearby tree by herself.
Oh, that's
Chloe
a
says
new
they should
character.
leave
I
her
don't know what that
alone.
is.
She's processing a lot of trauma.
Wait, no.
But Gigi says
Where'd
that
you get
what
that
she's
cone?
really
I don't know where the
processing
cone came
is
from.
guilt. She goes even further, saying they should leave her and her bad instincts behind. She points at her missing eye as an example of Elsie's bad decision making, but in the middle of a rant realizes she doesn't hear her kittens. Lucky calls out to Mush, and we hear the dog bark back, apparently signaling that they're all okay. Gigi doesn't know why, but can't help but trust Lucky. In the woods, we see Ghost, Mush, and the kittens playing, and emerging from the bushes nearby, some rabid animals watch them. Mush picks up on their scent, but at this point the animals are ready to feast, and there are at least 5 of them. Back with the other cats, Lucky says he's studied Pet City for a while, and nobody ever comes in or out. The doors never open. If a cat could get in there, they would have it all to themselves. Problem is, it's surrounded by creepers, the walls are smooth and unclimbable, and there aren't any windows or crawl spaces low to the ground. Chloe mentions that the cat lady would have been able to get them in there. She used to take them there all the time. She then repeats the cult-like phrase, "The lady keeps us."
You better not
Gigi
say that
points
shit,
out the
bitch.
fact that the lady
You
is
better
dead.
stop.
She almost killed them crashing her car and is currently smeared across the pavement up on the road. But I guess Chloe isn't as crazy as she seems and says that she just means that a lady could get them in there. Maybe not the cat lady, but some other human. Gigi says they can't trust people anymore and need to take care of themselves. She then rattles off a list of things people did to them, chasing them out of their homes, shooting at them, killing some of them, and trapping them in cages. However, Chloe thinks that it's nice to be cared for, and the lady did care for them. Gigi is pissed at Chloe's defense of the cat lady and starts screaming at her that the lady threw her kittens down the stairs. Although, if you really remember, it was technically Gigi's fault because she cut the cat lady's ankle, which sent her falling down the stairs. Either way, Chloe says that's because the kittens were being bad, and Gigi almost loses it. Meanwhile, in the deeper woods, the rabid animals move in on the kittens. But Mush stops an infected fox in its tracks by biting its neck and ripping its freaking head off. As the blood falls, the kittens are all smiles, impressed by their new friend. The other bad kind are less quick to attack now, but before we see what happens, it cuts back to the others. Lord climbs up to talk to Elsie.
Back the fuck up. What the fuck? What is happening?
Gigi's fault because she cut the cat lady's ankle, which sent her falling down the stairs. Either way, Chloe says that's because the kittens were being bad, and Gigi almost loses it. Meanwhile, in the deeper woods, the rabid animals move in on the kittens. But Mush stops an infected fox in its tracks by biting its neck and ripping its freaking head off. As the blood falls, the kittens are all smiles, impressed by their new friend. The other bad kind are less quick to attack now, but before we see what happens, it cuts back to the others. Lord climbs up to talk to Elsie, telling her how tense it's getting between the others. She's quiet, but Lord continues the conversation alone, telling her how much he misses Patch and thinks about how much he must have suffered these past few weeks. With tears in her eyes, Elsie finally speaks, saying she should have listened to Patch at the beginning and stayed put by the truck after they first crashed. Maybe if they stayed, Patch wouldn't have gotten sick and none of this would have happened. She's just sick of always running and constantly being in crisis mode, missing the days when they were home with people and she could just be safe and alone. She sympathizes with Lord and Chloe. It must have been nice to feel safe and cared for while it lasted. Lord says that whatever it is they're looking for, they're not going to find it by sitting around watching the birds. Down below, Mush, Ghost, and the kittens come back, and they're covered in blood. Gigi freaks out at the sight of her blood-soaked babies, but they say it's okay. It's not their blood anyway. They start to explain everything that happened, and at the same time, Elsie watches the roof of Pet City where she notices an opening. After looking at the nearby power lines, she gets an idea. She leaps down to the others and tells them that she knows how they're gonna get inside. Chapter 13. This issue starts off with Gigi freaking the hell out and proclaiming that they're all gonna die. She believes that they all have the infection and are eventually gonna turn. She can't handle the anxiety of waiting for her and her kittens to become bad kind. Elsie thinks that Gigi is only acting this way because Elsie was the one who came up with the idea, but it seems that Gigi is genuinely terrified. Lucky tells her it's all cool, no one is bitten, but she thinks that the kittens have gotten it just from the blood on them. They've even licked some of it while cleaning themselves, and she reminds them that they also ate some of the cat lady, and then she runs away in a panic. Lucky just looks back at the others like, "You guys ate a lady?" Chloe's quick to say she never did, and Lord explains the situation they were in. Lucky catches up with Gigi and tries to calm her down, telling her it's fine. He doesn't think you can catch the virus that way. He has good evidence to support it since Mush eats the bad kind all the time and is perfectly fine. We can actually see him chowing down on one as they speak. Lucky says he would eat anything he can get his hands on out here to survive, and realizes that Gigi is a survivor too, considering she ate a lady, which he says is hardcore. Gigi is visibly calmed by his words. It's clear that Lucky has an incredibly charming demeanor and has at least a 15 in charisma on his character sheet. They head back to the others and Elsie breaks down her plan. She says there's a way in on the roof and believes that they could access it if they climbed one of the telephone poles and crossed the wires hanging above. The others are still skeptical. It's pretty high up and unlike the trees, there's no grass to fall on below, but instead hard concrete. Lord asks, what about the bad kind everywhere? It's a good question, and to be honest, Elsie is actually worried about what they may find inside, but Lucky assures her that it's safe, making the point that these brain-dead droolers aren't cooking up any plans to get inside. Either way, they need to figure out how to get past the ones that are outside. Gigi wonders if the kittens are actually going to be able to make the climb, and so they plan on carrying them. Elsie, Gigi, and Lucky will all take one. Another issue is Lord. Since he's been declawed, climbing is going to be difficult, but with Chloe helping him, he thinks he can do it. Gigi interrupts the plan again, complaining about how dangerous this is, saying every time they they do anything, it goes
still trying to
wrong.
figure that
Honestly,
out.
I'm getting kind of sick of her attitude. Well, Lucky says it's going to be different this time because they have him. You can see Lord roll his eyes like, who is this guy? They're also worried about Ghost. He can't hear, so how will he know what to do, and what if it impairs his balance? Hopefully he'll be able to follow their lead. Elsie's still wearing the cone that the cat lady put on her, and Lucky uses his claw to cut it off. It's clear that along with Gigi, Elsie is quite smitten with this tabby cat as well, saying,
when the fuck did she do in the car? She must have did in the car. I don't remember she doing this when she took the cats into the car. I don't remember seeing this, unless I was not paying attention. I must have been, I don't know. At one point, I was like, I missed something? Nah, she did in the car, I guess. What the fuck? When did she have time to do that? What the hell?
How did they ever get so lucky? Gross. So the plan goes into effect. They decide to use Mush as a decoy for the bad kind, since they're actually afraid of the big dog. While he distracts them, the rest of the crew makes their way to the pole. They all manage to climb it, including Lord, who has the most difficult time. They all make it to the top of the pole and begin to cross the wire. Funny enough, Ghost, who they were worried about, easily makes his way across to the other side. Lord is having a much more difficult time and is having trouble balancing. Things get worse when a storm comes overhead and it begins to rain. He cowers on the wire and cries out for Elsie's help. Below, the bad kind are all looking up at them, waiting to feast on anyone who falls. And with the wire now wet, Lord slips off. Elsie reaches out and grabs him just in time, and Gigi is pissed, asking where her kitten Eleanor is. With her focus on Lord, the little kitten was left on the wire alone and starts making her way across to her mom. Lord manages to climb back up and they all move forward. Although Eleanor is moving pretty quickly, happy to prove to her mom that she can do it herself. Gigi, Lucky, and the other two kittens have made it across now. Unfortunately, Eleanor's quick movements are shaking the wire, and at the same time, lightning strikes nearby, sending Elsie falling to her doom. At this point, she was just close enough to the building that Gigi is able to grab her with her claws and pull her up. Elsie is so relieved she begins rambling off apologies and thanking Gigi for saving her life, but Gigi just ignores her and moves forward to check on her kids. The tension between these cats is getting thick. I guess you could say they're acting catty. They all make their way down through the open Pet City skylight and onto some high shelves below. They are immediately greeted with tons of food, treats, and toys. It seems like Lucky was right, and this is the paradise they were hoping for. They start making a plan to gather up some food and blankets to get warm, and Lucky starts to look around for a way to get Mush inside. However, they're all interrupted at the sight of several cats. They don't look like they're infected, but they have a sinister look either way, and their eyes are green. Elsie asks them how they got here. Did they also come through the roof? One of the cats, presumably the leader, responds that they have always been here. And that wraps up chapter 13. On to chapter 14. The cat speaking to the gang is named Nico, and he seems like an authority figure of sorts. He refers to outside of Pet City as the out there, like it's space or something, and calls Elsie and the crew outsiders. He wonders how they descended from the sky like birds. Lucky asks who these cats are and where they came from, and Nico says they don't come from anywhere. They were born here, and they will die here. We learn that Nico refers to himself as the ruler. He literally keeps the rules, but another cat named Mother Helena is really in charge. He even calls her the beginning and the end. He says that everyone has a purpose here and urges the outsiders to follow him. Lord is shocked that they've never been outside. Nico tells him that sometimes cats from the out there would come for cleaning or medicine, but none have come for many closings. The fact that these cats only know life in the store means they refer to night as closing, which I thought was a funny detail. As they walk, the kittens find that some of the Pet City cats are staring at them, but Gigi tells them to just keep walking. Nico says that there are lounging areas throughout Pet City, and if they find an empty place, they can keep it. He shows them their gathering place, the cleaning room, where food is prepped, and the medicine room for relaxation. They also keep the litter room far away from everything else so it doesn't smell. This place doesn't sound half bad. He says again that everyone has a purpose here, and those who fulfill their purpose are welcome to everything Pet City has to offer. He points out several cats and details their purpose, like a gatherer, laborer, a food bringer, a cleaner, and the discipliners. I should note that many of the cats here are pretty fat, probably due to the fact that they have unlimited food. Nico tells them that soon Mother Helena will give them their purpose as well, once they've shown their value. Lucky cuts in, telling him they need to open the door and let Mush in, but Nico says that this is forbidden. Lucky tells him he's worried about his friends, since there are bad kind all over out there, but Nico doesn't seem to know what he's talking about, which makes sense actually. If they've never left here, why would they know about the rabies outbreak? There's a bit of a commotion when Gigi yells at some of the Pet City cats to back off. For some reason they seem fascinated by the kittens and won't stop staring at them, getting a little
I don't think I like this. I think I know where this is going.
Too close. They're acting like they've never seen kittens before, and one of them says, "We haven't seen any like this." What the hell is that supposed to mean? Gigi says of course they have, and points out that half the cats in here seem pregnant. Lucky gets her to calm down, and Nico tells them to get some rest before feeding time. They'll want to be at their best for Mother Helena. Elsie and the gang regroup a bit, and she doesn't really know how to feel about this place. After the cat lady's house, she's extra suspicious of weird-ass cats. Gigi says it does feel weird, but they haven't found anywhere else as secure and stocked. She says that if Elsie is really worried about it being like the cat lady's house, then she shouldn't open any doors. Referring, of course, to Elsie letting loose the bad kind at the lady's house, which caused a massacre. Lucky tells them both to just be cool. They can see where this all goes, and in the meantime, relax. Lord is just hyped to explore the place and check out all the toys. The kittens want to go.
You need to calm yourself. The Lord one needs to calm himself. You need to be on a leash, motherfucker. You always causing some bullshit.
As well, but Gigi's worried. However, Lucky convinces her they'll be fine and to let him go with Lord. As the other cats start to leave, Lucky takes Gigi into a nearby room. She still doesn't understand how he has the ability to make her feel calm, and before you know it, they start making out. It's kind of funny seeing cats kiss like humans. Outside the room, the other cats hear some weird-ass purring noises coming from inside,
Single mom
and
moments.
Lord tells the kids to come with him and Chloe to explore.
Single mom
Elsie starts
moments.
telling Lord maybe they should try to get a better handle on the place first, and he cuts her off, telling her not to tell him what to do. Later, everyone meets up for dinner. The cats all sit in a big circle with piles of food in front of them, and there are several spots left for Elsie's gang. They have a mixture of wet and dry food, although the wet food is not looking very appetizing. Elsie is shocked and wonders how they managed to get the cans open. Eleanor moves in to take a bite, but Nico tells them to stop. No one eats before Mother Helena. Speaking of which, a huge cat comes walking out, followed by a ton of fresh baby kittens. She eats some of her food and then plops onto her side, allowing the kittens to drink from her. Nico points out Elsie and the others to Mother Helena, but she just ignores him and instead asks about the food, saying that the balance isn't quite right. Lord agrees and says that the wet food is gross, suggesting maybe it's gone bad. He says he's gonna grab some kibble without the wet food, and typical Lord just starts walking to the meal prep room without asking anybody. Nico yells at him to stop, saying this is not his purpose. A big gray cat walks out and tells Lord to just wait, and that the meal prepper, Axel, will prepare a new serving for him. Lord says it's no big deal, he can just eat from the source, and tries to walk in again. Nico then calls the discipliners, who quickly surround Lord. Nico tells him he was warned twice and that there is no third warning. Any cat that stands alone outside of purpose will be subject to swift and final discipline. He asks Lord if he stands alone, and the others if any cat will stand with him. Obviously, Lord is really confused. What does he mean, final discipline? Lucky then speaks up, saying he will stand with Lord. It seems that two cats standing together can spare someone from a final discipline, but this still has consequences. Nico says that Lucky and Lord will not be allowed food for 2 closings. Lord is pissed off, exclaiming how it's not fair, and walks away. Elsie thanks Lucky for looking out for Lord and feels like she should have been the one to do it. Lucky seems a little annoyed and tells her that she needs to get him under control fast or he's gonna blow this whole thing for them. So Elsie catches up to Lord to talk with him. She tells him he needs to take it easy. This could finally be a permanent home for them that's safe, and they can't afford to make these cats angry. She just blatantly tells him not to screw this up for them. He's baffled she would say this. He had a permanent home before she dragged him into the woods and threw him away. And when he found another permanent home where a crazy old lady took care of him, she showed up and in less than a week turned the place into a massacre. He says he's not the screw up here, Elsie is. Everybody loves having him around. She's the one who's gonna mess it all up because it's what she always does. God damn, those are some harsh words. He walks away and leaves Elsie speechless. Lucky shows up and tells her she needs to stay alert. She feels bad that he's banned from eating, but he shrugs it off, saying he'll just grab some food off one of the shelves after he figures out a way to get mush inside. Elsie says that the rule maker made it clear that he can't can't have food for 2 days, but Lucky doesn't seem to care, pointing out that Nico also said he's got to leave his friend outside in the rain with monsters. He thinks that Elsie's got it all wrong. They need to quit acting like these cats are wise old kings. In reality, they're creepy shut-ins. He didn't almost die getting in here just to have these fat losers tell him what to do. They don't know how to hunt or be hungry, and they wouldn't last a second outside with the creepers. They just need to make the pet city cats think they're in charge. Say whatever they need to hear to keep them on their ass, and the minute an opportunity arises, the second you see what you want, you take it. Doing just that, Lucky kisses Elsie.
I know this. He fucking the bitches on this one's fucking the bitches in the group. I knew something was off about this one. I thought she was like, I was under the impression, but this Lucky dude was like the father of those children that she couldn't remember because cats forgets. Oh my god. This dude just fucking both the bitches in the fucking... This bro is wild. This is going to bite him in the ass.
Cats watch from outside the glass doors. Wow, Lucky is a literal tomcat. And this love triangle cannot have good results.
Nope.
Chapter 15.
I've never seen a cat kiss each other.
Pet City, the wild rabbit animals continue to roam, and Mush is still doing all right for himself. He pounces on a small dog and tears it to pieces, scaring the hell out of the other critters nearby. Inside, Lord watches through the window, actually jealous of Mush since he hasn't eaten due to his discipline by Nico. Elsewhere, Lucky and Elsie are cozied up after a night of nookie, I guess. Suddenly, a crazy sound rings out, and we see a pet city cat with tears in her eyes screaming out in pain. Elsie freaks for a moment, assuming that the bad kind got in somehow, but Lucky tells her it's clearly someone giving birth, and if she plays her cards right, that could be them one day. That's creepy. Elsie sends Lucky on his way and tells him to be sneaky about it. Clearly they don't want Gigi finding out. Of course, Lucky, that sly son of a bitch, actually seeks Gigi out and pretends he couldn't find her and then starts flirting with her. The three kittens are looking at the store fish tanks.
She has children, bro. She has literal children. Oh my god, I could have said this was like two single bitches, but like, one's literally got babies she gotta look after. You can't be doing this. Oh no, bro, no.
They find they are completely devoid of aquatic life. They wonder what happened when Nico and some of the other cats roll up saying that they ate the fish. Nico says that when the humans abandoned the store, they left piles of food for the animals, but the fish were the first to starve, so they ate them, followed by the birds. A creepy cat comes up right behind the kittens, drooling, saying next they ate the... But he's cut off before we learn what. Gigi shows up and tells the cats to back up once again. And the cat says that they've never seen kittens this big before. What does that even mean? Nico tries to apologize on the cat's behalf, and then Lord shows up complaining that he's starving. He begs Nico to let him eat since it's been 2 days, but Nico says that Lord must wait to eat at dinner. Lord does not like that answer and keeps saying he's hungry, begging for just a small treat. He says he's dying and he can feel his stomach ache and his head hurts. Due to his whining, Nico increases Lord's punishment to 3 closings. Elsie butts in and defends Lord, saying that Nico's rules are arbitrary, and they don't take into account situation or circumstance, and what they've been through. Lucky hears the commotion and comes in, trying to get Elsie to back down. She then throws him under the bus a little and mentions how he said that these cats are all creepy shut-ins, but Lucky denies saying it. Nico says that due to her insolence, she will not be allowed a meal for 1 closing. This just makes Elsie more defiant, daring him to increase it to 3 days, but Nico only warns her to lower her voice as there are mothers sleeping, and tells her there are punishments far more severe than withholding meals. At this point, a crowd of cats has formed around to listen. Elsie starts to leave when someone in the crowd slaps her hard. She just runs away, and Lucky asks the cats what the fuck? One of them. At this point, a crowd of cats has formed around to listen. Elsie starts to leave when someone in the crowd slaps her hard. She just runs away, and Lucky asks the cats which one of them did it. No one fesses up, and Lucky says he's trying to follow the rules, but if they want to get violent, then he can get violent. Meanwhile, Lord's stomach is making unholy noises from hunger, and he sneaks off toward the meal prep area, hoping maybe he can sneak some food. As he makes way toward the doors, a pet city cat gets his attention from behind a shelf. She says that this place is not safe, especially for outsiders. Although it seems like everything is structured here, Pet City did not come to order peacefully, and that they all have blood on their hands. Lord asks her why she's telling him all this, and she says it's because she still dreams of freedom. But the cats in charge here don't believe in freedom. People used to come here, and sometimes they would rescue cats into the out there. She believes if she keeps her head down, one day people may come again and she'll have her chance at freedom. But Lord and the other outsiders are not safe because they're not able to follow the rules. She tells him that there is a way out through the front door, but he must find a switch. The large gray cat from before steps out of the meal prep room again and starts questioning the cat, asking what she told Lord. Lord is too hungry to ponder what the cat told him, and with the large cat out of the way, this may be a good chance to sneak into the room. He slowly opens the doors and finds a cat, presumably Axel, covered in blood.
Every time you keep opening doors, some bullshit happens. Stop opening the fucking doors. I'm getting tired of this one. He keeps causing so much trouble, man. Come on, man. Can we not? Oh my god. I don't know.
Something apart on the floor. Elsewhere, Lucky finds Elsie hiding near the registers crying. She says she hates it here. They finally found a place where she can be alone, and there's still no peace. Lucky says this is just the consequence of being part of something. Relationships, family, everyone you get close to can mess you up. He tells her to just let the other cats fend for themselves every once in a while. They're grown-ups after all. He says she needs to put some distance between herself and the other cats, especially Lord, who's a troublemaker. He believes she's stronger than all of them. He moves in on her, biting her neck, and she purrs at the sensation. Wow, who knew these cats would get so horny? The moment is interrupted, however, by none other than Gigi, who's caught them in the act. Lucky tries to convince her that she was just seeing things, but she isn't buying it and gets in Elsie's face. She screams at her, saying she ruins everything, and tells her to stay away from her kids. Elsie says that she practically raised the kittens with Gigi, and this sets Gigi off. She slashes Elsie across the face, leaving bloody scratch marks. It is a full-on cat fight, literally. Gigi shows her fangs and hisses and then goes in for another attack, slashing Elsie again. Finally, Elsie starts to fight back and claws at Gigi. The fight is soon interrupted by Lord, who rushes over telling them they need to run and that the Pet City cats are eating babies. Wait, what? Lucky says he must be delirious from hunger, but Nico confirms it himself, saying that they do in fact eat their young. The large cat from earlier is there as well and adds that they eat rule breakers too. He drops the corpse of the cat that spoke to Lord before. Her throat is chewed out. And that is the end of chapter 15 and the 9 Lives arc of Feral. These damn cats can't get a break. So it seems the wet food they've been serving is actually the fresh corpses of the dead. And even more disturbing, it seems that this is primarily made up of small kittens. The reason so many of the female cats in Pet City are pregnant is because they are straight up breeding their meals. Conceptually, it may be the most disturbing thing we've seen so far. Well, I hate to say it, but this is the most recent issue of Feral. We're all caught up, so this is going to be my last video for now while we wait for the next arc to release. What do you guys think will happen next? Let me know in the comments.
Okay.
Shout out to Kill Me Katie, as always, for the intro and outro music, which is likely playing right now. And if you want to see your art at the end of my videos, email me a submission to the address below with the name or social media handle. But I appreciate you guys watching at all. This is Grease speaking. Goodbye, friends. Hello friends, this is Grease speaking, and we're finally talking about the most recent arc of Feral, which just finished up last week. This is one of the most requested series for me to cover in the comment section, and with the final issue of the Pet City arc dropping, I figured it was time to dive back in. And don't worry, I'll be doing a recap if you happen to miss my last 3 Feral videos. Just a side note, something really cool happened since I've been making these videos. I am quoted on the back of issue 18 of Feral. I have my own copy here, and what the I never would have thought in a million years when I started this channel that something I said would be put into print on the back of a popular comic book. So you can imagine how surreal it was for me to walk into a comic book shop and find this on the shelf. Anyway, shout out to Tony Fleeks and everyone else working on the Feral comics for using me as a blurb. That is really cool. Anyway, enough about my stupid quote. Let's get into the good stuff. This is Feral Explained, Part 4. Before we get into the new story arc, I thought it fitting to give a brief recap of the story so far and the characters. Elsie and Lord were two house cats living a peaceful life when they found themselves in the back of an animal control truck during the midst of a mass rabies outbreak, which has turned any infected animal into a zombie-like creature.
Yep.
Elsie is kind of protective of Lord, but they have a little bit of beef. When Lord was just a kitten, Elsie found him insufferable, and in a false game of hide and seek, left him in the woods to get lost on purpose. Pretty horrible. Well, Lord was eventually found, but was never the same after that. In their journey, Elsie and Lord have encountered some new friends and foes, most of which have met a tragic end, including their dearest friend, Patch, who became infected and eventually sacrificed himself to a rabid bear to protect them. Out in the wild, they came across Gigi and her 3 kittens, who have been with them since, and later they were joined by Chloe and the mute cat, Ghost, in the cult-like house of the terrifying cat lady. Most recently, they ran into Lucky the Tomcat and his trained pit bull, Mush. This small crew found a way to get inside of the Pet City, a pet supply store in town. They hoped it would be a paradise, only to find that this place is even more disturbing than the bad kind outside. Led by a large cat named Mother Helena and her right-hand man Nico, everyone in Pet City is given a purpose and responsibilities, but something is very off here. As they figured the place out, drama ensued, as Lucky decided to mate with both Gigi and Elsie, turning them against each other. At the same time, Lord...
He fucked them raw, remember this. He fucked one, and he fucked the other one twice. Well, I think he was in the midst of doing it. He fucked them both. They're gonna get pregnant again.
Wandered into the mysterious food prep room at the back of Pet City and discovered something horrifying. The cats of Pet City have found a way to get a consistent food supply by having the female cats continually breed and then harvesting their kittens as food. Yeah, man, we're talking full-on kitty cannibalism. And that brings us to where we are. So let's continue in the Pet City arc of Feral, starting with Chapter 16, The Rule Breaker. Issue 16 kicks off with Nico giving a brief history of Pet City, starting the day that it closed for the last time. We see the employees leaving piles of food for the cats and crying, giving the poor kittens their last goodbyes. Of course, the cats have no idea what's happening, including a young Mother Helena. The cats soon took to eating the fish and rodents in the pet store, and when the meat ran dry, Pet City would find a way to provide again. At first, the mothers wailed in agony, but one mother showed strength. One would rise to lead them. She saw that the young ones...
There you go.
Elena then speaks...
There you go.
Elena then speaks out, asking for the rule breaker to come forth. Nico calls upon outsider Lord, who is found guilty of entering the food preparation room despite being told not to, as well as whining and complaining, even though Pet City is a paradise. Well, he was complaining because they were starving him, and he entered the food prep area to discover that they slaughter kittens inside to serve up for dinner. Elsie jumps out to defend him, saying he doesn't know any better, but Nico warns her she better shut up and would do wise to learn her lesson from this. Lucky pulls her back with the others, telling her she'll only make it worse. At the same time, Gigi scowls at her. As the bizarre trial continues, Chloe says that Elsie is wrong about Lord. He does know better. He's not broken, even after Elsie left him in the woods when he was young. He acts out because he wants attention. He doesn't want anyone to forget him or leave him behind. Helena declares Lord's purpose is now death. Lord begs them not to kill him, saying he can do better, and once again, Elsie jumps in to defend him. Nico then gives her one final warning to control herself, or she'll be found with the same purpose. Helena tries to comfort Lord, telling him that he should not despair, as he's about to be a part of Pet City by nourishing the others. The stronger cats, called discipliners, led by William, then take Lord away, and the others are forced back into their areas. Elsie cries out, but Lucky tells her that this isn't the time. Lord is then contained in a kennel to cry alone, with 2 cats guarding him. Exhausted from lack of food and the emotional toll of being put to death, he collapses into a cat nap. In some quick flashes, he dreams of the night he went missing, of Elsie telling him that he can go hide and she'll find him, and his human family searching for him in the dark, jingling keys. He wakens to the same jingling sound and finds that it's the bell on Ghost's collar, who suddenly pops his head out from on top of the crate. The rest of the crew are all here as well. Elsie says they're getting out of here, and they're not leaving him behind. A moment that I think means a lot to Lord. It seems the cats guarding the crate are asleep, but that's only one problem. What about the latch on the kennel? Well, luckily, Elsie knows how to open doors. She lets him out, and they all start trying to find an exit. Near the front of the store, they find switches that open the automatic doors. They quietly try and reach them, but a voice rings out telling them to stop. It's Nico, William, and the other discipliners, declaring they are outside of their purpose. Caught red-handed, they're not sure what to do. Gigi says she'll just have to beg for forgiveness, and Nico commands the discipliners to take them all to crates. Lucky thinks they should fight, observing that William is the only real threat here. The others are soft and weak. Just then, Helena comes around the corner, saying they may be soft, but they are not weak, and tells them to step away from the doors. Gigi tries to reason with her, defending Lord, but Helena says he will become nutrients for the rest of them. Chloe just blurts out how insane they are. They have plenty of food, but Helena reminds her that they don't have plenty of wet food. Elsie, feeling they have no other option, starts reaching for the switch. Lucky tells her not to, but Gigi, fully disgusted by what these freaks might do to her kittens, tells Elsie to open them. So, Elsie starts flipping all the switches, and outside the Pet City sign lights up, as well as all the lights inside the building. An automated message begins to play through the speakers. Attention shoppers, thank you for choosing Pet City for all your pet care needs. The cats all look in terror at the doors, which open with a loud ding, and all the rabies-infested animals outside come rushing in.
Well.
Chapter 17, Onslaught. With the doors of Pet City finally open, the zombie cats outside immediately come running. But worse than that, the light show and noises are attracting everything in the area, and we can see dozens of bad kind being drawn in. Gigi's kittens ask what they should do, and she doesn't really have a good answer as they stand atop a register watching the carnage below. Finally, she spots some cubbies across the room where they used to display the baby kittens. Once there's a gap, they're going to run across to them and hide inside. Milo asks about the others, and Gigi says everyone's got to look out for themselves now. Just then, the other cats climb up to them and ask what the hell she's doing. Gigi tells them to get out of her way and is particularly vicious towards Elsie, calling her a disloyal alley cat. Lucky tries to reason with her. There's nowhere safe in the building right now, but Gigi only gets violent, cutting him off and yelling, "Get out of my way," with increased intensity. Lucky responds by slapping her hard across the face. He then tells her to look around. This isn't something that's gonna just blow over. We get a horrific two-page spread of Pet City being overrun.
What did the 3 paws say to the face? Bitch, calm down.
And the cats slaughtered by the infected. Across the way, atop a shelf, Helena, William, and Nico glare at them. Helena tells William to take care of these beasts, referring to the infected. Remember, the Pet City cats don't really have a clue as to what's going on with the bad kind. Nico warns her that it may not be a good idea to send William into the fray, as he's their strongest and best defense. But Helena scolds him for questioning her authority. Nico pleads with her. They don't know what these creatures really are or what they want, but the cocky William says he'll find out and leaps to the ground. He shouts at the bad kind that they are not welcome in this place and will leave this instant. Oh, poor naive William. The infected cats all slowly surround him and in a terrifying moment leap at him in a swarm of violent attacks. Watching this from the registers, Lucky decides it's too unsafe to try and leave now. They need to get on top of the shelves. At least from there they can get a good view of everything and can gauge when the coast is clear. Lord checks in on Gigi only to realize that she and her kittens have gone. It looks like they decided to make a break for the cubbies after all. Several zombified cats are hot on their tail. Even the kittens are questioning this, saying they should have stayed with their family. But Gigi tells them that they don't matter right now. All that matters is keeping her kittens safe. They make it to the door leading to the cubby room, but when she opens it, there's a full-on massacre inside, as a few of the Pet City mothers are being torn to shreds. Gigi starts to back away slowly when she realizes they're completely surrounded. She's prepared to sacrifice herself and urges the kittens to make a break for it whenever there's an opening. However, just before the infected cats pounce, Ghost comes in out of nowhere, hissing and swiping at the bad kind to keep them back. Gigi and the kittens take the opportunity to run with no real plan in mind. They end up bumping into the others, and Lucky immediately grills Gigi for bailing, sarcastically insulting her plan. She clearly feels like an idiot and asks Lucky what they should do next. Elsie starts to answer, but Gigi makes it clear she doesn't want to listen to her. It looks like she still has deep resentment for Elsie. Lucky says they need to get on top of the shelves, but is interrupted by Helena, who says they won't be allowed. She will keep the high ground. She then says that the outsider's place is down below to feed the monsters. Lucky's clearly had enough and just straight up says he doesn't give a shit what she says anymore, especially since William isn't around to protect her. He tells the others to climb from different directions and that it's time to teach her a lesson. But before they make it up, Helena's discipliners jump off the shelf and tackle them to the ground. Helena makes a snide remark, but Lucky has other plans. He calls out for of mush. Of course, Helena is confused when who other than everyone's favorite scary-ass dog comes running inside.
Yeah,
Honestly, I
bitch.
forgot that Mush was out there until now. The infected are terrified of this behemoth and start to scatter, but Mush catches one in his jaws. Lucky gets his attention and commands the dog to attack Mother Helena. As Mush slowly moves toward her growling, she tries to tell him he's outside of his purpose, and finally, Lucky tells Mush to kill. The dog then brutally bites into Mother Helena, ripping her body around like a rag doll. The shelves all come tumbling down as Mush jumps to the floor with the cat's body in his mouth, blood spraying in every direction. He then repeatedly slams her body into the hard floor until it's clear she's dead. Chloe speaks for all of us when she says, "Holy shit." With Mush scaring away the infected, the entryway is finally clear, and Lord says they can get free.
I'm not gonna lie, that was... I'm not trying to simp, but like, that bitch was pregnant. Oh, bro, I was like, I'm dead serious. I'm not trying to simp for this bitch, but I'm like, bro, she was pregnant. What can she do, to be honest? I can understand the other dudes. A bit much on the bitch. She can't do shit. Leave her be to get eaten by the zombies. But like, Jesus Christ, bro.
Lucky says there's been a change of plans and tells Elsie to shut the doors. She leaps up and flips the switches, switching off the lights and closing the doors. As Ghost and Mush fight the infected left inside, Lucky takes command, telling the Pet City cats that it's time to fight. If they want to keep their spot in Pet City, he better see them defending it, adding that this place is now under new management. Gigi chimes in, saying things are going to be changing around here, but Lucky stops her, saying, "What do you mean? What's changing?" She states the obvious, that they're gonna change the whole cannibalizing the young part, right? But in a pretty shocking turn, Lucky says she doesn't understand. They have a perfect setup here. They're not gonna change a goddamn thing. The only difference is that he's in charge now. And that concludes chapter 17.
No.
Chapter 18, Lucky Town. On a hill outside of town,
I
two
think
humans
it's literally time to leave. I think we have overwelcomed our stay. I think we need to leave. Like, nah, bruh. Bro said he's not changing shit. Not even changing even the baby's part. That's big and concerning. Don't like that at all. That's not gonna end well. He refucked this bitch too, so she might get pregnant again. She might be the new, for all we know, she might be the new breeding ground at this point. That's not. See, this is where I say to you women, when you girls say, I don't need no man, I can do shit on my own, best believe, if that nuke gets shot either from Russia or some other country towards us or at us, towards someone else or at us, you are screwed. Because from that point on, police is not saving you. Police is not going to be for you. Everyone's going to be in their bunker, hiding and or dead. It's going to be faction after faction after faction. And women and children are the first to get fucked with on so many levels, it's not even funny. I'm telling you now. So when you girls say that stupid shit, that shit's going to end up bad when that day happens. And that day is coming eventually, one way. Whether in our lifetime or not, but that day is coming. And that's going to be a sad day for a lot of young girls and old bitches. That's not going to end well for y'all.
Hazmat suits notice that...
And it's not going to end well for young boys either. Yeah. Young boys and young women and children in general.
The Pet City sign is on. Looks like it's the one switch Elsie didn't flip off. They argue over whether they should call it in to the CDC. If it hasn't already been checked out, they'll probably have to do it, and they hate dealing with the infected animals. They get back into their truck and drive on, leaving it unclear whether they've decided to head to Pet City or not. Inside the store, Gigi, the kittens, and Lucky are all cuddled up. Lucky says he needs to go check.
One thing about a girl, even if she lacks purpose, she's still got a purpose. She got a purpose whether she knows it or not. And that identify as X, Y, and Z goes out the window almost instantly. All those pronouns and all that inclusivity shit, that goes out the window as soon as survival comes into play. And human, what do you call it? What is that term they call it? Oh my god. Yeah, yes. He's gonna be probably pregnant in both of them. Their children are gonna be up for. He said he's not changing a thing, and he already fucked 2 of them. She's gonna get pregnant again, and he did them raw. So like one of them are gonna get pregnant, or both of them are gonna be the new breeding ground because majority of the women are dead now. There's only 2 left, so that tells you everything you need to know. And I don't know how many men are still alive, but not a lot of them are alive. So he's gonna be just filling these bitches like left and right, horribly. That's not good. I tell you. So when you girls say I identify as X, Y, and Z, or whatever the case may be, tell you, there's a lot of girls who I think I know that said they went down. Probably because I know girls personally who has been part of that LGBT thing, and they say they only wear boys' clothes to avoid men from trying to touch them. That does not stop them. I'm telling you now. I think that Chloe girl, that transitioning girl, said that. She said when she thought she identified as a dude, she was taken advantage of by one of her friends who was a dude, and this was at the time of her transitioning, and the dude did not give a flying fuck. He said, "You still a chick to him."
Check on everything. Making sure cleanup is going smoothly. He tells Gigi she can rest. She's with him, so she can do whatever she wants now. She tells him to please talk to the Pet City cats about the babies, and Lucky assures her nothing will happen to her kittens. He's in charge now. First, he checks in with Axel, the cat who prepares the kittens, so to speak, and he's in a panic. He tells Lucky they're running low on dry food, and no one has figured out how to open the canned food. This is exactly why Mother Helena had them supplementing meat. Besides the usual blood-soaked floor of this room, there's now a large pile of bodies. These are the bodies left in the aftermath of the battle, and they're beginning to rot. Axel says that at least 2 of Helena's litter survived, and soon they'll be old enough to eat. 8 weeks is the magic number. If they're too much older, they put up a fight and their meat gets harder to rip. Even Lucky is disgusted by the details and tries to shut him up, but he says that after these kittens are harvested, there will be no more meat. On top of this, too many mothers were killed in the attack, and not enough survivors are expecting now. An absolute scoundrel of a cat, Lucky says he'd rather be working on solving that problem than talking to Axel. Axel says he's not kidding around here. Everyone needs to start producing for them to survive, including the outside cats. Lucky tells him that his cats can produce, and they'll do whatever he tells them. Man, the casualness of this conversation makes it more upsetting, considering how Lucky seems to be implying he'll force the girls of Elsie's crew to get pregnant just so their litters can be eaten. That's fucked up, man.
There it is. There it is. Nothing changed. Different management, nothing changed. That is wild. I don't know, man. I don't like this. I don't like this one bit.
Talk, we get a better look of the massive pile of dead cats in the back area. Amongst the corpses is William, only he's not actually dead, and one of his red eyes opens up. Next, Lucky tracks down Lord, who is on a binge eating all kinds of cat treats after his involuntary fasting. Lucky tells him he can eat as much as he wants. There's no rules for him anymore. He's Lucky's right-hand man after all. He says if Lord really is his guy, then he needs to help out and take on some responsibility. First off, they could use some tidying up around the store. Lucky tells him to recruit some of the sad fatzos to help out, referring to the Pet City cats. Lord's not so sure they'll listen to him, but Lucky says as his right-hand man, they better. He asks Lord if he's seen Elsie and is surprised to find that she hasn't checked in with him. Then, to be a dick and seed some animosity between the cats, Lucky says that Elsie clearly just thinks that Lord is a burden. Elsewhere, Chloe and Ghost are playing with Mush. Chloe tries to give him commands, but the dog just ignores her. Lucky says the trick is to say it like you mean it. Mush doesn't respond to timid demands. He then asks if Chloe and Ghost have a thing, and when she says they're just friends, Lucky lays on the moves and invites her.
There it is. There it is. This is what happens when they're... this is how cults start. Low key. Oh, God. Well, not to a degree. This is not religious, but, like, this is how it kind of starts. He's going to start fucking all the women. He's already... He has the dog doing... The dog's not going to fuck the women. 3. He fucked 3 of them. So 3 of them will be pregnant within the time of this situation. This is wild.
to one of the kennels to do exactly what you think. This son of a bitch is now mated with every female member of the group. Somewhere else in the store,
Damn.
Gigi's kittens, Milo, Ash, and Eleanor slowly creep up on Nico and start roasting him, talking about how his skin is all gross and stretchy. Nico seems completely depressed and doesn't even react as the kittens poke and prod at him. Lucky shows up and tells them to knock it off and that they're not supposed to be alone with pet city cats. Milo starts antagonizing Nico, calling him a weirdo and that he'd better start cleaning up or his mom's boyfriend's gonna. Well, we don't hear the end of this sentence because Lucky shoves the kid away from him hard and tells him to mind his
Wait, what? Jump back. Fuck. Wait, say again?
It's violent, checked out, and scratches Go and stops it, telling Gigi knows they're all locked. Chloe and Ghost are playing with Moon, then calling him a weirdo and that he'd better as the kittens poke and prod at him. Lucky shows up and tells them to knock it off and that they're not supposed to be alone with pet city cats. Milo starts antagonizing Nico, calling him a weirdo and that he'd better start cleaning up or his mom's boyfriend's gonna. Well, we don't hear the end of this sentence.
Kid, you really just accepted that dude slapping your mom across his face. My mom's boyfriend, my God. You really was quick to accept that bullshit. You didn't see him slap your mom no more than, I don't know, 5-10 minutes ago after she having a wow, kid, you really just accepted that shit. Holy fuck. You got no manners. That's why you have no daddy.
It's because Lucky shoves the kid away from him hard and tells him to mind his manners. Clearly, this.
You got stepdaddy. That's not your father. That's your stepdaddy now. Stepdaddy don't give a fuck about how you feel. You be very lucky you got a stepdad that care about you. That's even luckier than having a dad. No, actually, no. That's not even luckier. That's just unfortunate. But, like, stepdad will treat you worse than your actual dad. Shit. Yep.
Hurts Milo physically and emotionally, and they all run away saying they're going to tell their mom. Lucky yells after them that Gigi knows they're all liars anyway. Man, Lucky is such an asshole. He then lays into Nico asking why the pet city cats haven't helped at all, and Nico tries to explain that, yeah, they're afraid of Lucky, but without Mother Helena, they feel they have no purpose. Lucky says
that's a foster dad. I think that's the term foster.
He's their purpose now. He's the king of the forest. And Nico says that he speaks with the confidence of a much wiser cat. Helena knew that the moment that they arrived. That Lucky was not smart, strong, or courageous. Why be any of those things when you can manipulate others into being them for you? Okay, Nico's a creep, but that's a great call out. Well, obviously Lucky's pissed and reminds Nico.
What did he say?
City cats haven't helped at all, and Nico tries to explain that, yeah, they're afraid of Lucky, but without Mother Helena, they feel they have no purpose. Lucky says he's their purpose now. He's the king of the forest. And Nico says that he speaks with the confidence of a much wiser cat. Helena knew that the moment that they arrived. That Lucky was not smart, strong, or courageous. Why be any of those things when you can manipulate others into being them for you? Okay, Nico's a creep, but that's a great call out. Well, obviously Lucky's pissed and reminds Nico that his dog tossed Helena's fat corpse around like a chew toy. He then pins Nico to the floor and asks if he feels courageous and scratches his flesh with his claws. Gigi shows up and stops it, telling Lucky there can never be peace if he keeps solving everything with violence. She confronts him about hitting Milo, which Lucky denies, calling the kittens a liar. Gigi calls him on it. Of course she would know if her kittens were lying to her. She says if he continues to try and control the pet city cats with brutality, what will stop them from attacking back? Lucky replies sharply that his pit bull will. Gigi just doesn't want to be raising her kids in such a hostile environment, but once again, Lucky assures her that her kids will be protected.
You still want to get fucked by this man. You wild. Why are you even telling him this? That you know if this keeps getting escalated to resistance, it's not going to end well for you. You know this, bitch. Why are you doing this? It's only because you want to get fucked by him. He gave that long cat style, huh? My God. I tell you, if I was her and she should read the situation. As soon as that happens, I would quietly just leave. Quietly just leave. But she doesn't see that. She wants to be with this man, even though he's an idiot.
It's the others who
he's
need to
actually
be
not an idiot.
concerned.
It's everyone around them.
He walks away, leaving Gigi disheartened when Elsie shows up and says that Lucky is lying. Instead of anger, Gigi seems to have no will to fight with her, but Elsie says she's been following Lucky all day and that he's lied to just about everyone in here. She also lets Gigi know what he did with Chloe. At the end of the day, Lucky doesn't care about Gigi. He only cares about himself. Surprisingly, Gigi admits that she knows this, and Elsie tells her they can leave and that together they can protect the kittens just like they've always done before. She says it's not that simple, and in a shocking revelation informs Elsie that she's pregnant. And that is a hell of a way.
That is. You girls make quick decisions, man. Loser. Get pregnant by loser and then realize he's abusive and crazy. Oh, this is a classic tale told by time, bro. This is a classic tale. Holy shit. I knew it. I knew it. As soon as he was fast talking and as soon as she realized this dude was fucking the other girl, you shouldn't be mad at her. I find that weird. This is the weirdest thing. I always found this weird, both men and women. If your significant other that you like end up fucking someone else, don't be mad at the mistress. I don't see the point of being angry at the mistress. If anyone, she's a victim in the situations 9 times out of 10. Yeah, there are affairs, that's a thing. But then again, always remember this. The vampire can't come into my house unless the significant other or you invite it into the house. Remember that. The vampire can't walk in your house if you invite it in the house. So when you look at that individual as a vampire who is destroying your marriage or your relationship with the person you're with, they made the executive decision to fuck that person. No one put them no trance. No one put no gun in the back of their head. They literally let that in, and then you're attacking the mistress. Why? And then you want to still fuck the same dude. That's the wildest part. Somehow he still gets a hit. Like, and then you're mad that you get pregnant. This man don't want to be with you. He ruins your life. Give you like probably a kid or two, depending on the relationship status. And then when things don't go your way, all men are horrible. Like, no. And you get a man to simp for you long enough to take you and your kids, and you disrespect him on a constant because you see him as an idiot. Like, that shit be crazy. That shit is crazy to me.
To end issue 18. Also, if you look at the back of this issue, what do you know? A quote from Grief. Pretty cool.
It's very rare that the mom with the children actually likes the stepdad. They just half the time they're just using him. It's very rare. They may like the man, but they don't usually love the man. It's just a very convenient situation half the time.
Chapter 19, Defensive Actions. This issue kicks off with a disgusting pile of cat food covered in bloody meat.
Yeah,
it looks
much.
like Helena's remaining kittens finally hit the 8-week mark and became dinner for everyone else. Lucky insists that the cats eat up, but they refuse. Lord says he's not eating it either. What was the point of taking out the mother cat if they're just gonna do all the same creepy stuff? Elsie is sure there must be another way and starts toward the food prep room when Lucky yells at her to sit back down. He's in charge here, and if he says they're eating the wet food, then they're eating the goddamn wet food. After all, the Pet City cats aren't complaining. This is true, the chubby cats are happily chowing down, and Lord is like, what, you mean those freaks? Finally, Lucky is tired of their complaining and gives in, going into the back to look for some dry food. However, he's horrified to find Axel with his guts torn out and his arm ripped off. It honestly might be the goriest image in this comic so far. With his last breath, Axel simply warns Lucky with 2 words. William, run. Lucky tries to play it cool and heads back outside, only to find the cats have all left. Behind the registers, Elsie finds Nico, and more uncertain than ever, asks if he knows what her purpose is. He sort of shrugs her off and says it's the same as everyone, to serve the leader, to serve Pet City. She angrily says that Lucky is not a leader, he's just a bully with a big dog. Nico laments the loss of Helena once again. Nothing makes sense since she died. Elsie tells him that they could leave. She could open the door and Nico could come with her, but he says he does not belong out there. His place is inside, where it's safe. As he says this, we see the infected William lurking amongst the shelves. Maybe it's not so safe after all. In another area, a pet city cat is pissed off about Lord calling them freaks, and Lucky bossing them around. The others try to warn the cat to keep it down in case Lucky hears him, but he says he doesn't care. This place was paradise before the outsiders showed up. He's cut off from his rant when William leaps from the shelves and down to the pet city cats. There's a clever transition here where it cuts from William jumping off the shelves to Mush playfully attacking Chloe, and she still can't get him to listen to her commands. Nearby, Elsie approaches Lord. She says this isn't what she thought it was going to be like. Not just Pet City, but everything. It was much simpler back when it was just the two of them, and Patch, of course. Lord confides in Elsie about how Lucky asked him as his right-hand man to convince everyone to get used to eating the wet food, but he doesn't want to do it. He refuses to eat babies. Elsie says she really hoped it would be better here, without the bad kind, but if he's going to try and make them be cannibals...
Hey, I'm pretty sure celebrities are all for this. I'm telling you, celebrities are so for this shit. They be eating babies, drinking babies' blood and all that shit. Whether that's true or not, the fact that, you know, even if they say that's not true, that has been such a running joke. There has to be some form of truth to it. Right? Like, even if, like, let's just say none of these celebrities have actually done it, they're too crazy not for you not to believe it. On the video, that's a real thing. Is that from the Epstein files? Because I heard that who was it? Who was eating babies? Someone was eating babies. Someone was eating babies or something. The video and the woman that was calling. Oh shit. Oh shit.
They need to leave. She can open the door, and there's not as many bad kind outside since the attack, so they can make it out. Lord asks her, where to, though? What makes her think that the next nightmare will be any less horrible than this one? She believes that at some point it has to get better if they keep trying. Honestly, as a reader, I don't even know if I can be that hopeful. It really has been one thing after another. Well, Lord says he...
Wait, go back. Sorry.
There's not as many bad kind outside since the attack, so they could make it out. Lord asks her, where to, though? What makes her think that the next nightmare will be any less horrible than this one? She believes that at some point it has to get better if they keep trying. Honestly, as a reader, I don't even know if I can be that hopeful. It really has been one thing after another. Well, Lord says he thought Elsie just wanted to be alone anyway, ever since the beginning. She admits she's been rethinking everything. She used to want that, but after everything they've been through, she realizes how much they've needed each other. Lord reminds her how frightening it is out there, and she tries to convince him it'll be different this time because they know what to expect. They'll have each other to rely on. Suddenly, Mush jumps in front of them, snarling. When he's cute, but holy crap, Mush can be scary. Apparently, Nico, that little rat, told Lucky Elsie planned on leaving. Lucky says he can't let Elsie leave, not when she has something of his inside her, not when she's carrying his kittens. Elsie is understandably fuming at these words, and he continues saying he'll kill her before he lets her take his children. She belongs to him. This is fucked up on so many levels, especially since we know for a fact that Lucky wants to breed with the cats only to make kittens to cannibalize. Well, there's a brief pause, and Elsie then says, I'm fixed, you idiot, hilariously undercutting everything he just said. This pisses him off, and he says that he never wanted any of this and that she's making him do it.
Wait, what? Why do you have to? You're so cruel. You have to be Lucky. Just let it go. Let me go. I didn't want to. I mean, fix. He's fixed. He can't have children? Wait, go back. Fuck this. What?
Each other to rely on. Suddenly, Mush jumps in front of them, snarling. When he's cute, but holy crap, Mush can be scary. Apparently, Nico, that little rat, told Lucky Elsie planned on leaving. Lucky says he can't let Elsie leave, not when she has something of his inside her, not when she's carrying his kittens. Elsie is understandably fuming at these words, and he continues saying he'll kill her before he lets her take his children. She belongs to him. This is up on so many levels, especially since we know for a fact that Lucky wants to breed with the cats only to make kittens to cannibalize. Well, there's a brief pause, and Elsie then says, I'm fixed, you idiot.
Oh, you can raw dog all you want then. Huh. You see that one coming. Huh. Kinda just Okay, you're safe.
Hilariously undercutting everything he just said. This pisses him off, and he says that he never wanted any of this and that she's making him do it. In the next
What?
panel,
Oh
Lucky
yeah,
tells
he's one of them boyfriends. Yeah, he's one of them. That's wait. Did the old lady do that to her? Huh. Or maybe the family did before. Oh no, that's not sure. But like, yeah, this is a horrible boyfriend. He's those manipulator types. He'll be the one who do some bullshit, and he's the one to like. Okay, so he's the type of boyfriend to do something to gaslight her, or do something to gaslight. She responds, and then he said, "You see what you made me do?" type shit. He will never take responsibility for the gaslighting that led to the response. He'll just say, "Look what you made me do." Okay. I thought that she just put the cone on her. I didn't really think she actually did anything to her. I thought she was just to have a form of punishment. Because the old lady was crazy and she had rabies in her too. So I didn't think she did. Yep.
Mush to kill her. The large dog moves in, ready to do just that, when Elsie calmly and assertively says, "Mush, sit." To everyone's surprise, Mush obeys her command and sits down. Chloe's like, how the hell did she do that? And Lucky brushes it off as a cute trick. Elsie then tells Lord they're leaving, and Lucky tells Lord he better think long and hard about it because if he leaves, he won't be welcomed back. At the same time, the Pet City cats show up screaming, telling Lucky there's something horrible near the back of the store, but he simply shushes them and wants to know what Lord's decision is. Lord says that Elsie's right. They do need to get out of here, and he does want to leave, but he doesn't want to leave with her. It looks like he's made his decision. Lucky tells Lord to flip the switch, opening the doors and letting Elsie out into the rain. We can hear the automated message play as she walks alone out of the store. Pet City is now closed. Thank you for making Pet City your home for all your pet care needs.
Did they actually just stay? Are you kidding me? Did you guys literally stay? What the fuck? Why would you... Oh my god. Bro. Did you literally just stay? So you guys are okay eating babies? Is that what this is? Is this what this is? What the fuck? Jesus Christ.
The door closes and Lord watches through the glass. And that is the end of issue 19. Okay, so let's move into the final issue of this story arc, chapter 20, right. The Outsider. Picking up
they don't want to eat babies, but they don't want they want either one, you leave or you eat the babies. The chick says she wants to protect her babies, but she's staying for a dude who's going to eat the babies. Why are you fucking staying? It makes no sense. You don't want your kids to be fucked with. They're already at 8 weeks old. They think of eating them at that point. That's one. And then two, you are pregnant by this idiot. And then next thing you know, he wants to eat those same kids. Why are you staying? Oh my god. Oh yeah, they got the bodies too. Well, they say it's harder to eat the bigger ones because the harder ones, yeah, their meat is much harder to eat as they claim.
Off in the last issue, Elsie is walking along the rooftops in the rain when she's approached by her spirit guide, a large Mufasa-like cat that we haven't seen in a while, actually. The Phantom says she must already feel the weight lifting and that she has finally found her way. The cat encourages her to be alone and says that it's safer. By herself, she is untraceable, inconsequential, fast, and strong. The spirit fades away, leaving Elsie to look out on the town and contemplate her fate. Inside Pet City, the cats that saw William lead Lucky to the corpse of their friend. The infected William really f***ed this cat up. His entrails are all over the damn place. After realizing what this means, Lucky asks the cats if they were scratched or bitten. They seem fine, but are in a panic, suggesting that they warn everyone about what's going on. However, Lucky wants to deal with this quietly and tells them not to say anything.
How do you quietly hold down the idea of people? I don't say, how do you hold down it quietly when this thing's just running around destroying everyone? How? No one's screaming in the back? No one hears this? You guys are cats. There's no way you guys are cats and dogs. You guys can hear further than any human. How the fuck are you keeping this quiet? won't be quiet, obviously, and then you're getting attacked by said zombie cat. You are just all deaf. Is it that big of a store for you guys not to hear this? The fuck is this?
Thing where he'll sick mush on them. Nico shows up wondering what's happened to Axel, and Lucky shows him Axel's mangled body. Nico reminds Lucky that Axel is the only one who knew how to prepare the food, and they're screwed. He questions Lucky's leadership and tells him he has no purpose. Back on the rooftops, Elsie questions
no
the
purpose,
spirit.
bitch.
If she's really meant to be alone, then why does she feel so lonely? Just then, she spots a CDC truck driving into town and heading toward Pet City.
Yep.
This brings back memories of her previous interactions with these humans, when she watched a friendly cat get shot right in front of her. She feels like she needs to return to Pet City and warn everyone, but the Phantom says she doesn't need to do anything. The men in masks get out of the truck and start walking toward the entrance. Meanwhile, inside, the cats ignore what Lucky said and try to warn the others that the infected William is loose in the store. No one wants to believe it, and Lucky shows up angry, telling the discipliners to show the cats how they deal with informants. Gigi's kittens are overwhelmed with curiosity and run to the back of the store, where they do find the cat's dead body.
Not gonna lie to you, as soon as that cat sends that mush against those dogs, it's over. His power is out the window. As soon as he sends mush to attack the humans, it is over.
Confirming that there is bad kind about. Lucky tries to calm everyone down as they all hurl questions his way about how they're going to deal with this. At the same time, Elsie jumps in from the roof and tells them that they are all in grave danger. Lucky is beyond pissed at the sight of her and suggests that she only showed up now as his leadership was in question to try and form a mutiny against him. She denies this, saying she isn't a leader or even a follower. She's meant to be on her own, but she still has to warn them that they need to leave and it's not safe. These cats will die if they don't. The stubborn Lucky says that if it's their purpose to die, then so be it. Some things are inevitable. The Pet City cats are clearly not on board with this reasoning, but before the conversation can continue, William comes out of nowhere and chomps one of the cats, causing everyone to scatter in terror. Even Mush runs away despite Lucky calling for him. Unfortunately, William decided to go for the small kittens and Gigi, but Elsie leaps in front, ready to fight to protect them. Gigi tells Elsie to just take the kids and run, when suddenly a gunshot rings out. A bullet has just gone right through William's head.
This is the second time this bitch see another animal get blown across. This is the second time she has witnessed another animal's head get blown right off. Damn. That's just unfortunate. It's one thing you saw first thing when it didn't see it coming. This is the second time, up close and personal, she sees whether a zombie and a non-zombie get her head blown off. That's crazy. That's traumatic. That's going to stay for you for the rest of your... That is a definite confirm on that one.
Leaving his eye hole smoking as he collapses to the ground. The humans come bursting through the glass doors, firing everywhere. Their leader scolds them for using live rounds and instead tells them to use the tranquilizers. They need more live specimens. Nico suggests to Lucky that they make a break for the opening, but Lucky says this place is his and no one can take it from him. He climbs onto a shelf and hisses. This actually makes him stand out as a target, and due to his aggressive behavior, the humans assume he's infected. The next panel made my jaw drop, as Lucky is shot right through the eye. Mush finally shows up a little too late and starts attacking one of the humans, but they quickly put him down with tranq darts. Helpless to escape, they slowly track down the other cats and take them. And so, they find themselves right back where they started in issue 1, contained in the back of a truck with no idea where they're headed. After all the running and fighting, scratching, and dying, some things are inevitable. In the final panel, we see a blood-soaked Lucky clawing his way out from under the shelves. His eye is in rough shape, but it seems he's survived. That is the end of chapter 20 and the Pet City arc of Feral. When they said this issue changes everything, they weren't kidding. Man, this comic is so good at constantly building tension. Every time you feel like there's finally a moment of peace, the rug gets pulled out from under you and some new nightmare reveals itself. Since I prefer to cover comics by story arc, it'll be a while before my next video on Feral, but that doesn't stop you from picking up the new issues from your local comic book store or grabbing a digital copy to keep up with the story. I'll probably make a compilation video combining all of my Feral coverage into one large overview of issues 1 through 20. That way you can marathon the whole thing in one video. So look forward to that soon.
Holy shit. There's 1 through 20. God damn. I have to wait for a good while on that one. That was the latest one. Oh my god, we went through all that. That's crazy. That's 1 through 20. Holy moly. I'm impressed. That was a lot. I'm not even gonna lie to you. That was a lot. No, that's all done for now. We have to wait. Sadly. That was crazy. 5 months ago. Is this the same one? Hold on, just to make sure, is this the right one? Yeah, I know. Kittens, kittens, kittens.
The world has changed. A new enemy has risen. The power of Talon, now under my control.
Okay, so this is the trailer.
This is a fight we cannot lose. The war is here.
Nope. Well, the current one.
Fire with fire.
She's currently pregnant. Or maybe it's for the best.
My training is over. Who wants to feel the heat?
Like, it's weird for me to say that because I don't like the idea of like keeping children away from their father. But when he's like batshit crazy, that's a whole different story. And sometimes, yeah, when he's like literally a threat to everyone and himself and batshit crazy, I think that's viable.
I do enjoy a hostile takeover.
I still believe kids should know their parents.
Time to show them what we're made of.
But I'm still open to the fact that kids should know their parents. Even if they're off.
I'm getting into this.
Check that cat. Bro, they really pushing this.
Anyone can make a difference. The choice is yours.
I got you, bro. Glad you enjoyed yourself.
Resistance is pointless. Talon is everywhere. Your divine support has arrived. I have landed among the stars. Whatever it takes. Whatever it takes. Victory will be ours.
I like how they changed majority of the... You notice something that even though these are the new heroes that they're showcasing, you notice that they feel like they just kind of replaced the new people, the old ones. They didn't even mix them up. I got you, bro. I'm glad you enjoyed it.
Victory will be ours.
You know, I think of it now. I guess. Let me see here. Don't need this. What is this? I need that. What is this? War Machine. Nah, I don't care. What is this? This is a song? It is a song. Hold on. I gotta make sure. Oh, it's an anime. Yeah.
若津子が生まれてしまった。
いいなあ。俺も村の外へ出て。そんなにいいかね、外科医。朝元気？今日もきちんとお勤めを果たしてるよ。心配すんな。俺は絶対にこの村を出ない。お前がここにいる限りずっとそばにいる。お前を守ってやる。お前ら何者だ？どこだけ！ガブガブガブ。許 連れて逃げんな。何が起こってんだよ。
お前左右様を使え。妖怪、化け物、ユーマ、異形、対なる者、こいつらがお前のつがいだ。
つがい。
このうがいない僕の言葉も涙も全部気にしられない誰だって
I can see this being kind of cool. Like this is from the same creator who made Full Metal Alchemist. You can see there's a lot of they have very advanced their art style really high since Full Metal. My God. I got you. Sometimes you just gotta take a break. Sometimes.
裏のみんなを殺したのはお前らか。
ああ、おじさん見える人だ。
夜と昼を分かつ双子の一人だ。
お主には力を手に入れる資格がある。
双子を両方手中に収めたいのは東村の連中も同じ。
俺たちって世を乱す呪い子みたいな存在なのか。私たちはあなたたちを絶対許さない。必ず報いを受けてもらう。
この子が噂の双子っすか？
お主らの力を利用したい奴が勝手に争い始める。
運命の双子に生まれたからってなんで生き方を他人に左右されなきゃいけないんだ。
ユル、あなたの名前は私が生まれ育った土地の言葉で夜という意味なのよ。
もう一度父様と母様を。
Okay, interesting. I'm gonna have to watch that eventually.
Good morning.
Okay. Yeah, it's from the same creator. Yeah, it's just Full Metal Alchemist. Most likely, it's like it's from the same person who made Full Metal Alchemist. She wrote a different story now.
I can't speak on.
For those who watch Full Metal, both Full Metal Alchemist from 2005 and the one from 2003 to 2005, and then the one from the Brotherhood one. So this is, we made the wrong person famous. What does this mean? We will see what that means. We will see what that means. I think the Dama Rakai.
Rakai because he's a child. But if I could speak to Rakai's mother, Rakai would be back in fucking Syracuse. Best.
LeBron?
The king
Bro,
himself.
you know that's like my favorite like basketball player.
I don't do it. Cause I go for the bitches, yeah.
What?
Yeah, all you can tell it's blonde. Like, look where the black comes at. It's just blonde, game. So all I do is dye that shit black, bro. It's good.
Can I play a song? Huh? Can I play a song?
No, I'm not done calling you real quick.
What?
Stop fucking. No. I still live. This was on
I literally, that is what they were laughing at. It's because I said I got a whiff of his musk under his armpit.
Did you see? No. Don't try to that sad method and try to look sad and shit, nigga.
Good morning, employed people. The last time I made a video talking about how disrespectful Rakai was, and now looking back, that was only the tip of the iceberg. Because ever since then,
I don't think
this kid has somehow managed
I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm not gonna lie to you. Rakai is a perfect example of what happens when you give people who don't have any form of maturity power. And then what happens is other kids or other people like Rakai will see this and think, I don't need to really be a good person. I just gotta be as stupid as possible. Or say the most outlandish or do the most outlandish things and then hope for the best. And then if I get lucky enough, I'll be making millions of dollars and people will look up to me as such. This is no more than I call the... Hey, what's up, Bri? This is no different from the whole... This is like a young Naruto problem, where you have to be seen. To be seen, you have to be infamous than be famous. So you'd rather do infamous stuff than do righteous things to be seen. That is not good.
to get even worse. In this video, we're going to talk about some, if not all, of the crazy things he's done so far. Starting off at the time he disrespected a woman old enough to be his mother, who was not only a mother herself, but also a teacher, Miss Emmy.
It wasn't enough when you pissed off Miss Amy. It wasn't enough when you came late. It wasn't enough when you lie. It wasn't enough when you wait 500 times about accountability. Guess what? Fuck Miss Amy.
There it is. There it is. Here we just said, he said, fuck that teacher, or fuck that lady. Instead of saying, I'm sorry, it is what it is, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to say the way that I did. That's the first thing that comes out of his fucking mouth. There it is.
On 3, Kai tries to do the responsible thing and hires a tutor, Miss Emmy, to homeschool Rakai and Tota so they can balance streaming and school, instead of treating that like the opportunity and privilege of—
Damn, he lives in this giant-ass house? I know he lives in a nice place, but I didn't know he lives in this giant-ass... He asked this tutor to... He had a homeschooling tutor to come to this house in his mansion to teach this boy education? Oh, you piece of shit, boy. Kai doesn't even have to do it. Kai, why are you doing this? Why are you even... There's no reason to be doing this. This kid is not worthy of this. Why? Why? And then what's funny is when you went on your whole so-called intellectual journey, which I think you're still on, he made fun of you. What is the point of trying to keep this kid in your circle? What does he have on you? Does he know where the bodies are buried or some shit? Like, what is up with this? I don't understand this logic. This kid is a piece of shit. Why are you being friends with this child? He's a kid. What the fuck is this? I don't understand this.
It was being homeschooled while other kids are freezing at bus stops early in the morning. Rakai turned it into content. On the very first day of homeschooling, they showed up late, but Rakai refused to admit it and just kept denying it over and over.
I'm not coming like this. Trying to Miss Amy. Yeah, he came in late. I was on time. Miss Amy. Bro, stop.
You know, I have to be honest.
Be honest.
I didn't see the clock when they walked in.
Didn't see a clock. It was late. I know, right here in the Bible. No, not right now. Fly right now. Stop saying. I was not late. I was there. RP was kind of chat.
Instead of letting it go, he kept talking over her, acting like he could debate his way out of being late, even going as far as pointing at her, while his other hand was busy holding his meat between his legs.
It was late. I know, right here in the Bible. No, not right now. Fly right now. Stop saying. I was not late. I was there. RP was kind of chat. He came in. RP was kind of chat. No, it's not about 1 minute late. I woke up at 11:55. Their room is across the hallway. No.
These are the type of individuals who say the teacher's out to get them. I'm starting to think that is. I'm under the impression that this is probably low-key his son. Because why are you doing all this? You're paying for his education? Why? Is there a contract or something going on here? I don't understand this. This doesn't make a lot of sense. These are the type of individuals who say the teacher out to get them, the teacher's always trying to fuck with them, the teacher's always trying to give them some type of problem, when they really, truly are the idiot in the room. And can't read between the lines.
Yes. I was not late, bro. That is. I'm being bad. You late. Secondly, why was you in the classroom so much?
And it wasn't just about being late. Miss Emmy explained that the class kept getting derailed because Rakai and Tota were throwing food at each other. It got so disruptive that she couldn't even continue teaching. The more people tried to calm him down, the more he doubled down, laughing and mocking instead of taking anything seriously. Eventually, it got to a point where Miss Emmy had to draw a hard line. She said it was either he leaves or she leaves, because she was trying to get something done in peace, and Rakai chose to walk out of the classroom instead of fixing his behavior.
He had to go to the bathroom.
You know what's funny about this? He's purposely doing this on camera and making it into like a I can't wait for the low-key fight for fighting and while in the death. I wrote reports on this dude. Motherfucker lived in snow for 3 months in snow. He just thought it was Russians in the hall. What? I'm not sure what you're talking about. This dude is the... What's funny about this, there's a bunch of teachers like this has to deal with this. Why do you think Teacher Talk is so focused on that? About himself. Yeah, like, there's a lot of teachers. If you ever been on Teacher Talk on TikTok, right? There's a lot of teachers complaining on how stupid or how insane the children that they teach are. They're highly disrespectful and they don't give a fuck. But what are you fucking talking about? What the fuck? Cheesy, stay on point.
And then he was throwing food, and he wouldn't stop, and I had to stand between them, so I said, leave so we can get something done in peace. Because they were acting up to them.
Why y'all giving Miss Emmy a hard time?
I said, if you. It's either you leave or I leave, and he walked out.
What made me and all the other employed people so angry is that this wasn't funny trolling anymore.
I don't know what
it came off as
about.
pure entitlement. Miss Emmy is described as patient and kind, yet Rakai still treated her like she was the enemy, even escalating
that's a bunch
things
of
to the point where he later...
of young American children. They believe that being a disruption is better than doing their education, and they're stupid. Let me see. I don't know why they defend someone's schools though. Like I'm pretty sure. Let me see. I don't know why they defending some schools though. Like I'm pretty sure most high schools I've seen don't have trade. Yeah.
Cursed at her.
It wasn't enough when you pissed off Miss Amy. It wasn't enough when you came late. It wasn't enough when you lie. It wasn't enough when you wait 500 times about accountability. Fuck Miss Amy.
Bro, you're paying for this.
But somehow, that looks like funny trolling compared to what Rakai did later. After that, the disrespect left the classroom and went straight to Kevin Hart's home. Now this was the moment that made a lot of people realize Rakai does not understand social lines. The AMP Junior crew pulls up to Kevin Hart's house during the end of Mafiathon 3.
Right.
Everything is jokes, Kevin is laughing, the vibe is light. Then, Rakai starts chatting with Kevin's daughter, Heaven. The moment Kevin clocks it, his dad energy kicks in and he checks them immediately. That's normal. Any father is going to do that in his own house. But Rakai...
I find it really weird when people name their kids some fucking name that they're not having. Or like Nevea. Like that should be funny.
Bonds with the audacity.
And then those kids with those type of names are never ever angelic individual. They're usually a horrible kid. It's usually the hoish people, most ghetto ass motherfuckers who name their kids the most outlandish names, and they're usually the most problematic. They'll name their kid some angelic name and then know that that kid is a piece of shit. They know their kid's a piece of shit. Their name will be like Heaven, Nevea. They'll be like Heaven backwards. It'll be like what was it? Heavenly, Angel. What is it? Or Chastity, or like ASUS, or what's another one? Holy fuck! There was one. Oh my god! Holy shit! There's a name that most, and it comes usually from single moms. It's not even from single dads. Single dads don't usually name their kids some stupid ass names. Usually single moms name them insane names, and they be tatted up. Fuck. Yeah, like yes. They're usually naming their kids some angelic name. And they'll be like, and the moms are usually tatted and ghetto as shit. They'll name them some angelic name, and their kids are horrible.
Of telling Kevin Hart to chill.
Hey, Rakai, you gotta chill, bro.
What you keep doing with his daughter, bro? That's his daughter, man.
What's his her? Bro, she's 20.
Kev.
I'll be honest
Put a shirt on, bro.
That's the first time I almost
Put a shirt on, bro.
Don't you tell me what the she is. Yeah. Don't you tell me.
Hey, whoa.
Wait, what? That's my kid.
Huh? They YNs.
That's my kid.
My sister named her person. Also, she's tattooed to hell. That prove it. There we go. Jesus Christ.
No. He think because he coming here doing this.
Oh, wait. What happened? So, like, he said something wild to his daughter? Let me see. I'm sorry, I was not paying attention. I'm sorry.
Hart's house during the end of
My fault.
Mafia-thon 3.
My fault, everyone.
Everything is jokes,
My
Kevin
fault.
is laughing, the vibe is light. Then, Rakai start chatting with Kevin's daughter, Heaven. The moment Kevin clocks it, his dad energy kicks in and he checks them immediately. That's normal. Any father is going to do that in his own house. But Rakai responds with the audacity of telling Kevin Hart to chill.
Hey, Rakai, you gotta chill, bro. What you keep doing with his daughter, bro? That's his daughter, man.
No, this is her. We're not young, bro. She's 20.
Don't fucking, yo. Yeah, this is crazy.
I'll be honest with you.
Don't tell him,
What you tell me what the she is? Don't you tell?
Hey, whoa.
Wait, what? That's my kid.
Huh? They YNs.
That's my kid. No, but don't talk to me about what my daughter did.
I'm just telling you. Oh, no. Hey,
no, watch out. No. He think because he coming here, minister, that I want. You hear me? No, man. They need to all back up off my daughter. Whole section.
Kevin Hart almost jumped his ass. Rakai was forgetting he's a guest, forgetting he's talking to a parent, and forgetting the basic rule of life. You do not tell a grown man how to talk while he's protecting his child. And this just showed how Rakai
You know, this is why I understand Kevin is a comedian and he always uses his height usually as his go-to place to make jokes. But sometimes even being that dude, people won't take you seriously after a while, even kids. I know he's a dad and he's doing what he's supposed to be doing. I commend him, but like this is why I would never want to be a comedian like that. Because that's going to shed a light on like how I know you're a millionaire, you have money, all that stuff, and you have fame and fortune. That's great. But, like, sometimes having more self-worth is better than having a bunch of riches. I know that sounds cheesy to say, but it is true. Having more integrity and self-worth is way better. They can. They actually can. There are dudes who are short as fuck, and they can knock a dude out. Dead serious. If he knows what he's doing, if he's been in fights... A short dude can actually knock out a dude that's bigger than him. It's actually possible. Especially if he knows how to fight or know how to like use his, not only just use his height, but he knows how to like work around that. If he knows how, he can do it. Yeah. And that's where that problem comes in. I would never want to be in that position. I hate that. It's possible.
He told Kevin Hart to chill because his daughter is 18, so he thinks Kevin doesn't have a say in her life anymore.
You'd be surprised. Actually, short dudes be in more fights than probably more than dudes are tall. Because they always have to prove themselves all the time, half the time. Right? Because people think they can fuck with them. So a short dude will probably be in more fights than a dude who's much taller. Because the dude's much taller, some guy will be like, I don't know, he's a lot bigger than I am. Whether he's like kind of like brolic looking or a case may be, they'll be like, he's a little tall, he got a little more reach. He can actually put some hands on me, right? But a dude who's short can always get fucked with because they're like, oh, he's short, I can fuck with him. Right? Usually in like that happens in like middle school and high school, depending. And even in college, depending. So like dudes who are short always have to prove something to a degree. It's not even like their fault per se. It's just how the way of the land is. That's just sad. It's annoying, but it is what it is. It's annoying, but
Now, imagine what he'll start doing once he turns 18. And when someone actually tries to correct him directly, he somehow finds a way to make it even worse, like the Dr. Prison moment back in Mafia-thon 3.
Oh, yes!
For the whole Miss Emmy situation, Kai, for once, felt like this kid was genuinely out of control. And because Rakai doesn't really respect him, he brought Dr. Prison on stream to set him straight. This was supposed to be the serious turning point. But instead of taking it seriously, Rakai did what he does best.
What's up,
he said I don't give a fuck.
My man, stand up for a second. What the? Stand up, bro. Huh? Stand up. What's that?
Yep.
You good? Do you know who I am? My man, you know him? Really, dude? Really, dude. You know him? Yes, I know you are, gang. Then you know what I'm saying. And your brother brought me here for a reason, right? Do me a favor. One thing I need you to do for me, right? Don't ever disrespect me in this moment. This is a very important moment for you. I'm here for you. I do house calls with celebrities all over the country, bro. You hear me? Who are blessed like you. And sometimes it takes for somebody to come in and just speak a little life into them. That's why I'm here.
You call him? What the fuck you call him? Do you say a bless? You better not say that.
Yes, I know you are, King. Then you know I don't play. And your brother brought me here for a reason, right? Do me a favor. One thing I need you to do for me, right? Don't ever disrespect me in this moment. This is a very important moment for you. I'm here for you. I do house calls with celebrities all over the country, bro. You hear me? Who are blessed like you.
Can we stop calling fucking horrible children blessed? Can we stop doing that shit? I know it's only poor ghetto people do this shit. Stop calling your mistake a blessing. Stop doing that. I'm dead serious. That shit is stupid. You notice the people who refer to their kids as blessed are usually horrible individuals? You notice that, right? They always refer to their fucking kids as blessed. And they're nothing but a demon half the time. And not even the kids, the fucking parent is just a fucking demon maker. No, I get that, but usually people who are referring to people as blessed is usually people who are crazy. It don't matter how much money you have. I've noticed this. You notice people who are not crazy or people who are actually work hard for their money, they're not referring to those or using those words. No, you guys are seeing it based on his opportunities. I see that. But what I'm saying is the individual alone, other than the money, other than the opportunity, it doesn't matter. You could be rich as fuck and still be an idiot. Or like, yes, that's what I'm saying. Bless, yes, you have opportunities. You got lucky. You got fucking lucky, boy. But like, listen to what I'm saying. I noticed that the people who are usually crazy, stupid, and or just horrible people who just can't take direction or just want to cause an issue refers to themselves as blessed, or their parents refer to them as my blessed children. But it's never the ones who are causing much trouble or ever causing anything are referred to blessed children. You notice that? Wait a minute, kid. I feel like calling a kid. No. I'm not even talking about kids. It doesn't matter if you're a child. You could be a 20-something-year-old, but I'm saying in the general. I noticed that a lot of people refer to their kids, usually horrible parents, refer to their children as blessed. And usually it's like they usually just got pregnant by some idiot or some person, and then they refer to their kids as blessed. I think you should refer to your kids as blessed as when they had some type of medical issue that they was able to triumph over, right? Most of these women who are saying this is because they just got pregnant by some idiot. And they refer to their kids as blessed, and usually the women are not even that great of a person. And then the children are horrible because they don't have no father, or they have no real, like, let me say, like, a man in their life to guide them like him. Like, what the fuck is this? Why do you keep referring to horrible people as blessed? You notice that people are not horrible. You don't say that shit to them. That's the weirdest shit I ever thought growing up. That shit was always pissing me off. It's like the person who's terrorizing the neighborhood, who's like a horrible bully or like a horrible person, and they're like kid or teenager who's like usually a problem, and they die for some weird reason. And then everyone's saying, that boy was always smiling and he was always full of joy, and every time he came in the room, X, Y, and Z. I'm like, no, he fucking wasn't. He was a horrible individual. I'm glad he's dead. He's gone for a good reason because he's an idiot. Why the fuck are we saying that he's such a great person? Oh, because he had a family? Oh, because his mom birthed him? Fuck them. Fuck his mom and fuck his family. Because if he was a great person, we wouldn't be feeling the way he was. He probably wouldn't die the way he did. You know what I'm saying? Like, think back to yourself. It's the person who's usually crazy gets praised more than the person who wasn't. That shit's stupid. Oh my god, that shit always pissed me off. I'm like, why are we giving praise to someone who always terrorized nearly everybody? Always causing a trouble, always causing something, but somehow when they pass away, all of a sudden we have to respect the dead? Why the fuck do you don't have to respect the dead when you don't respect me alive? Fuck you. That shit's crazy. It's just like my family. If one of my family members who I don't fuck with dies, I ain't going to their funeral. We never fucked together. I didn't fuck with you when I was alive. Yeah, that's Jabber. I didn't fuck with you when I was alive. Why the fuck am I going to your shitty ass funeral? Because we grew up together? Fuck you. Because if we grew up together, you would have valued our friendship or our family relationship with each other. That's what you should have did. But because we had a falling out or something stupid, all of a sudden I have to come to your fuck you. I don't give a shit. I can go towards my mom, my dad, my sister, the dog, the fish. It don't matter. Like, you gotta start respecting yourself towards people who will respect you. That shit crazy. A good person, good. That's what I'm saying. That's just crazy to me. I have seen family members do this. They will never talk for 10 plus years because they had some type of falling out. And then when that person croaks and dies, you go into their funeral crying. What are you crying for? You didn't want to talk to them when they was alive. Now they're dead, you have no time to say anything? Fuck you. I hate that shit.
And sometimes it takes for somebody to come in and just speak a little life into them. That's why I'm here. He did this today because he loves you and cares about you, bro. But he's tired of you throwing your life away. At 16, little bro, you got a big future ahead of you, bro. And if you don't turn this corner right now today, your future ain't gonna be the same tomorrow. That I can promise you.
Can I say something?
Do you understand what I said?
Yes.
My man.
I want you to look at my face. And look at my eyes, right? You see, like, do I give a fuck? No.
He's an idiot. He's an idiot. We know dudes like this. We know a dude like this. It don't matter what race of person you know. You know a dude like this, whether he's Hispanic, white, black, well, probably Asian, Native. You know a dude who's like this, whether in school, someone you know in your family, someone you know from work. You know someone like this. Whether in your teenage years, your middle-age years, or your college years, or even your adult years, you know a motherfucker like this. And somehow in the back of your head, you're like, how did you survive this long without getting fucked with? Who haven't beaten your ass yet? Like, how has no one not beat your ass yet? Like, how? It's so baffling how you never got your ass rocked yet. How? Pause.
I built this shit. I will put up in it. It's a lifestyle. Yeah.
And Rakai doesn't just disrespect people. He started a bunch of fights, too. Like back at Streamer University, he got into it with young Dabo after accusing him of taking something as stupid as a ski mask. Within minutes, it turned into shouting and hands flying, to the point where they had to be separated over something that small.
You know someone, Brian? I know it. I think Nate said it earlier. You know someone. Literally, they're always so cocky and have no manners. Thank you. They have zero manners. They have no, yes, they lack responsibility. They lack accountability. And then when you try to hold their feet to the fire, they either bullshit you or they will try to gaslight you, or they'll try to manipulate the situation as if they didn't do anything. You're just victimizing them. It's always everyone but them. And then when you actually call them to act, they'll just totally default to the last and final thing. I don't give a fuck. That's the last and final thing they'll say. Before they try to even make anything close to apology, they'll just default to I don't give a fuck. The apparent American thing to do. If shit goes left and things don't go my way, just say I don't give a fuck. That's all we have to say. Your ass rocked yet. Pause. Nah, bro, you should have let him put his hands on this boy. Make him think twice. Just because you're a streamer, I ain't gonna put my hands on you. Fuck you. We need more people doing that to these streamers and or these kids. They need ooh, I swear to God, they need their ass kicked.
Hold this. I got this. I know. Step back, relax, like that. You're not getting it. Listen to me, bro. Listen to me. I just want
The Homelander's like, shit, that was intense. What the fuck? God damn.
Then the Dez situation was even worse because it happened during Mafiathon, live in front of tens of thousands of people. Kai had a 30-day no-smoking challenge with a $100,000 reward for Dez, and Rakai decided to rage bait him over allegedly smoking.
Because you want to go and troll him, and the whole time you troll him so much. You troll him the whole time he got videos.
It escalated into
I noticed that he keeps fucking with people much bigger than he is. He ballsy on that one, but I notice he keeps fucking with people who's a lot bigger than him, like size-wise. It's kind of... He ballsy on that one.
Full meltdown, slurs, screaming, and an awkward energy that made everyone look bad on stream.
So, let me see, not gonna lie, Rakai pissed me off. So
the key thing here isn't just that Rakai is loud, it's that he cannot switch off. He
Yes.
can't read a room. He doesn't understand when something is content and when something is completely ruining the vibe of the entire stream.
Yeah, this is like a Jai Somali but a black guy. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, it's like, this is wild. Yep. He doesn't see the humanity. He can't look at things with the humanity of people. He has to look at it as content. And this is where he is just probably as worse as Jack Dorothy. Because Jack Dorothy and him can't stop. They don't know when to stop. Correct. Oops. Oh no. Made a mistake, sorry.
But Kai, being Kai, protected Rakai, saying he's just a kid.
Dude, why are you keep defending this kid? I'm starting to think this actually is his biological kid. I'm at that point now. There's no... Unless they're on some crazy contract that this kid can't... Like, it's weird. He's paying for his education. He has him living at his place. He's everything but. Why is he getting all this this good treatment from Kai?
16! The nigga's a kid! He's a kid! He's a kid!
Rakai is 17 now. Back then, he was 16. And at 16, I'm pretty sure most of us were not doing the type of things this guy is doing. Another big problem with Rakai is that he can't take criticism. There was a time Tylo called him out for being disgustingly messy and untidy. We're talking basic stuff. Pizza boxes under the bed, a dirty room, a trashed closet. Not some deep personal insult, just straight up constructive criticism. Rakai's response?
Crazy,
He burned Tylo's LeBron James jersey on camera, laughing like it was just another bit. Personal insult, just straight up constructive criticism. Rakai's response? He burned Tylo's LeBron James jersey on camera, laughing like it was just another bit.
Wow,
That's when
bro.
it became clear he doesn't just talk reckless, he acts reckless too.
In your own room, why you going? Mad disrespectful. Didn't a nigga want to do that? They want to go, hold on, this mad going on, bro. Oh! Ty little nigga. Want to touch my shoe? Oh! Yeah, nigga.
Drop it.
Stop burning, bro. All I had to do, gang.
During one of Rakai's streams, the group was out in public when the camera caught an older man sitting alone and eating. The clip shows Rakai looking over at the man and starting to laugh. The moment didn't look like a joke with context. It looked like he was laughing at someone who appeared to be alone and possibly struggling. People around him didn't seem comfortable either, and others in the group didn't really join in the laughter.
Yeah, I don't watch sports. I really don't. I know of sports and all that shit. I know how it goes, but like I don't sit and watch like LeBron James or what's his name, Curry or anything. I don't watch that shit. I don't have time for that shit. You know what I'm saying? It's just crazy how he can just do that. Like I understand people value their shit. I may not really value like a LeBron jersey like someone else do. But if something like a LeBron jersey is something valuable to like say Nathaniel or Bry or Mikey, I'm not gonna fuck with it. Or a Kobe jersey, right? Like I will not touch it. Yeah, that's disrespectful. He's just minding his business, you laughing at him? I'm pretty sure if it was the other way around, this old man was just sitting there laughing at you you might think he's racist for some odd reason. But you can do it just because. That's crazy. And he's look like he's homeless. He's like a little old man too. He's not even like a threatening man. He's just doing his thing. He's just eating by himself. Maybe it's the way he's hunched over. Maybe he has a back problem. Like, why are you laughing at him? What the fuck is wrong with you, bro? You have a problem, bro.
Don't let this shit mad good. I'm eating bullshit mad good.
John, hey, for me, yo. This ain't gonna take on, bro.
Yep.
Once the clip spread online, viewers were upset because it came across as laughing at a vulnerable person. Whether the man was actually homeless or not didn't matter to most people. The image of someone sitting alone and being laughed at just didn't sit right. It felt mean-spirited instead of playful. The situation got even bigger when a tweet started circulating that appeared to show Mr. Beast saying he wanted to give the man $100,000 to help him get back on his feet.
Are you serious? Let's go.
So Mr. Beast tweeted, I want to give that homeless person eating by themselves on Rakai's stream $100,000. Hope I can get him back on his own feet.
Some people were skeptical, saying Mr. Beast does things like this for viral moments and could have handled it privately instead of announcing it. But regardless, if he keeps that promise, that person would be getting real help. After the backlash, Rakai went on stream and tried to defend himself. He said he wasn't laughing at the man and claimed he was laughing.
I don't really hate Mr. Beast. I have no problem with the dude. I know people have their issues with him or whatever case may be. I don't think he's technically a bad dude, but I've been hearing some stuff about him getting some crazy shit. But other than that, he gives people money, and I'm not saying that excuse anything that he has done in the past, but he tries his best. I think he at least tries. Most of these other streamers, I know he comes off a bit fake, I'm not gonna lie, but like most of these other streamers do the same, but like more faker than ever. I'm not gonna lie to you.
At something else happening in the moment. He also said pages were clipping things out of context to make him look bad. But a lot of viewers didn't accept that explanation, because to them, the clip looked pretty straightforward.
When they say he was laughing at the homeless man? Yo, I laugh at the homeless man, chat. That is not funny at all.
Well, I remember when he first started off when I heard Mr. Beast, he was doing the thing where Twitch streamers, he'll go to small Twitch streamers and they'll he'll go to smaller Twitch streamers and make content about it, giving them money because they still get to keep the money. It's not like they don't keep the money, but like I get what he was doing. He was giving people hope in a sense for those who are back then. This is back then. This is not now. I don't think he does this anymore. But like he was giving people hope on the fact that if you was a small streamer, maybe one day Mr. Beast can just walk into your stream one day, and then next thing you know, you get like what $200, $300. I think the most he ever dropped is like 10,000. I think I don't quote me on that. I think he dropped at least 10,000 before. So, you know, there's that.
I wasn't even laughing. In and out, yeah. Go check the Twitter pages, be just following me, bro. Like, that's me. They only do it to me. It was 3 there. They only said Rakai. You feel me? We got funny vlogs. 3 there. And they all said my name, bro. Because they're it's engagement. It's engagement, bro. So that's what I'm saying. I want to clear that thought. I was not laughing at him.
So that was nice of him. I wish he did that instead because, yeah, he's getting content from it. But hey, everyone wins in the end. The streamer gets some money, right? He gets seen, right? Because they can't do it. Because that's where it defaults back. So like even if he's recording himself giving someone money, he's giving a substantial amount of money to most people, and because he's doing that, they see it as, some people see it, oh, you're being great, blah, blah, blah. But, like, yeah, they sometimes just say stuff because they can't do it. And sometimes even if they have the money, they probably won't do it. So, like, that's where it defaults into that jealousy thing, per se. So, yeah, sadly.
I was laughing because the food I ate and the sauce. The shade looked at me like this. I looked at the shade, man. Look at the shade. You know your friend, you look at the shade. Like, imagine you got your friend, you look at like this. You look at him, start laughing. That's what happened, nigga. Benefit out, mind you, before that, the old man came to the bathroom. I said, you need help washing your hands? Turn the water off, friend, and gave him a paper towel. That was the happened, my nigga. So
you know, you can tell us anything, but you know you are known for lying. So whatever you're telling us may be a straight up lie. As he claims, but I don't think it's that. I think he was laughing at the old man. Because even if he was eating food, who laughs at someone eating food? Unless they're eating something so outrageously insane. I can get that part, but when he's just eating a burger or fries, and it looked like that old man was not eating anything exotic, so like, I don't know. I really don't know. Yeah, that's it. Correct. You are correct. You are correct. He would not say anything if there was a major backlash.
But that wasn't the only time Rakai acted like a nuisance streamer. A video circulated of Rakai and his friends going into a pet store, doing their usual loud, obnoxious public routine and getting on people's nerves. An older woman tried to give them calm advice, not yelling, not being rude, basically trying to help. She spoke to them respectfully.
That's the part I don't get. The way he acts, I don't know how you can make fun of Kai. At least Kai's trying to, like, better himself. You making fun of the dude who gave you the platform you have. Fuck you. You know how evil that is? You're literally being mean to the dude who gave you everything, paid for your education, and made you live in his fucking mansion, which is still a little bit off to me. But like, he gave you an opportunity, and you're not using it to be a positive message. You're just doing it to be an asshole. And this is why I don't like this type of streaming, because it's going to cultivate more Rakais in the future. And we're gonna have a bunch of degenerates, and then even like we have Kick already, and there's a bunch of degenerates there. And the wildest part about this is that if more of them start popping up like a Rakai or a Johnny Salami, what's gonna happen? There's going to be more rules that's going to be placed on streamers who are not doing this. Yes.
Almost like a concerned parent, telling them not to let Rakai self-destruct, and they did not receive it well. One of the friends even said something like, "I don't give a fuck," which is insane to say to someone who's being calm and respectful.
This is a little dramatic, sweetheart.
Wow, she's being really nice too. She's being very nice, dude.
At this point, I think people are experiencing Rakai fatigue. This careless public behavior just keeps stacking up. It feels like he's moving like a child star with no real supervision, where the only people who can check him are the adults around him, and even they can only do so much. I always end up wondering, where are Rakai's parents in all of this? And we've all seen this pattern before. Once someone starts being this reckless in public, it can...
That's a very good question. I feel more like aunt, but she could be a mom. Yes. Yep. What's weird about this? He said that. Where is your parents? Where is the parents? Where is the parents?
Escalate into doing things that are actually illegal. There was a clip where Rakai walked into a convenience store during a stream and picked up a bouquet of flowers. Instead of paying for them, he went up to a random woman and handed her the flowers as a nice gesture, trying to make it look wholesome on camera. The problem? He hadn't paid. When the woman asked if he bought them, Rakai told her yes. He lied and acted like he had paid, trying to keep the moment looking sweet and generous for the stream. But as she walked out, store alarms went off, clearly signaling that something hadn't been paid for. Rakai just laughed.
Get a cart. Oh, no, we should get this to somebody. Have a beautiful day.
You too?
I gotta show you.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
Thank you so much.
God bless you.
Did you already pay for it?
Yeah, I did.
Oh, thank you.
All right, have a good day. God bless you.
I have a bye.
Yep.
Viewers heavily criticized him for this because it showed a pattern. He wasn't just being loud or disrespectful anymore. He was now doing things that could actually get him into legal trouble, all for a quick clip. And the worst part was involving an innocent stranger, putting her in an awkward and uncomfortable position without her knowing the full truth. Twitch ended up banning him after that, and that wasn't even his first time getting banned. Moments like this made a lot of people feel like the line between stream content and real life had completely disappeared.
You know what's crazy about this? If this lady were to question him any more further that if he paid it or not, you know he would did? He would probably call racism. Come on, let's be honest. If this lady who looks Hispanic, I think she's a Hispanic lady, if he went in more further and said, you know what? I like that you gave me the flowers and I know you claim you bought them, but I'm gonna just go check real quick. If she were to say anything close to that, even in the most respectful way possible, instantly he'll call racism and clip farm that. He will clip farm that. No shit. Mm-hmm. That's crazy.
Sometime before that, there were clips of Rakai driving on stream with both hands off the wheel at points, fumbling with his phone, swerving, and even drifting into the wrong...
Wait. Didn't they say on Twitch TOS you're not allowed to stream on the phone? Stream while driving or some shit? Didn't they say that?
...lane before correcting himself. That's not edgy content. That's genuinely dangerous. It's the kind of thing that, if it ended badly, nobody would be calling him a menace. They'd be calling him a tragedy.
Another music girl.
Yeah, you gotta accept your order. You gotta accept the first pickup. Play that.
Oh shit! Oh my god!
And then if he were to trash, die, or kill someone in the process, or just die and kill someone in the process, a lot of people are going to say, "Oh, Twitch streamer dies of a horrible car accident," or whatever case may be. And when we find out that he was being negligent, someone's going to come in the comments saying, like, he didn't do anything to no one, he's not a criminal, he's not all that, because a lot of people who do this usually compare to extreme to what actually happened. So they'll do this thing like, you know someone who's done something stupid, you call them out for it, or you see them get called out for it, and they'll compare something so horrific to something what they're currently doing. So like, say you are dealing with someone at school, right, and they did something they was not supposed to do, or they was just fucking with you. And then what they'll do is this, and they'll say like, "Oh, it's not that big of a deal, bro. It's not like I killed anyone. Calm down, bro. You're just acting like you killed somebody. Like I killed somebody. It's not that big of a deal." That right there is a gaslighting asshole. Because even if you didn't kill no one, whatever you're doing is causing disruption, not towards just everyone, but just to me, but probably everyone else. Right? And instead of just saying, "I'm sorry," or like, "You know what, bro, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to go that way. My bad." No. But no. Actually, if you did, then that's even more reason to yell at them. You just improve more. That's even more reason to yell at them, right? So even if they did, that's even more reason to yell at them.
Oh shit!
Then there was the Megan incident, which almost got both him and Kai in serious trouble. During a live stream, Rakai brought up private leaked content involving Overtime Megan and tried to turn it into a joke. Instead of understanding that the situation was personal and sensitive, he said her name and referenced the leak in a laughing, careless way in front of a live audience. The moment instantly made the stream awkward. You could see people around him reacting uncomfortably, and even Kai's facial expression showed that a line had been crossed.
Whoa! Overtime Meg! Overtime Megan? You see the leaks? That was crazy!
Bro, he has no streamer etiquette at all, bro. He has no streamer etiquette whatsoever. Okay, when you're dealing with other streamers, or at least other content creators, you should at least make it very obvious that there are certain things we can talk about and not talk about. Right? No spatial awareness and stuff like that. I don't know who she is either. I don't know who wait, you said cooking with Megan? Wait. What did you say?
Wild boy.
Acting uncomfortably, and even Kai's facial expression showed that a line had been crossed.
Whoa. Overtime Meg!
Overtime Meg. Who is that? Hold on, let me type in. Overtime Meg? What the fuck is that? Overtime Meg. Is that a streamer? Sound like a chick. Overtime. Oh. Yeah. Overtime Meg? Megan. Overtime Megan. Megan, you... Wait, are you that TikTok like chick? No, that's not her, is it? Internet personality. She's 5'2" and she is 26 years old. She's from... Overtime Megan. Why is she famous? Overtime Megan is a famous and being a relatable, authentic sports personality and content creator for the digital sports brand Overtime, bridging Gen Z and major sports like NFL. Oh, she's a news reporter. She's a I guess a sports chick. I think that's her. Because I put Overtime Meg. That was the first thing that popped up. I have no clue if this is the right person. So it was leaked. S tape. Oh, okay. Okay. So she has an S tape out there. Okay. She has an S tape. Megan. Yeah. Okay. And I guess Kai knows her.
Personality and basketball knowledge helped her.
Like I think Kai knows who she is.
Overtime, Megan. You see the leaks? That was crazy.
Nah, he's a wild boy.
Yeah, that was crazy. In New Orleans. I was on the phone with my man.
Rakai is the type of person you don't tell shit to. Yeah, it says she's a sports personality type influencer chick who talks about sports, and she tries to bridge the gap between Gen Z and like now. So like I'm not gonna lie to you. This is the type of person you don't tell shit to. You don't tell shit to people like Kai. We know a cousin like Kai. We know a friend like Kai. We know if you consider them your friend. You know associate like Kai. Somewhere down the line, and you don't tell them anything because when you tell them shit, they tell everybody, because they do this gaslighting thing as well, where they. Yes, he'll make fun of you for if you had a dead dog for like say you have a dog for like 10 years plus and the dog died and he found that you was crying about your dog, he'll clown you for it. He'll do that just off rip. He'll think it's funny that you're laughing for a dog. It's not his dog. He's those type of people who lack empathy, and like if it's not happening to them, it's funny and it's not that big of a deal. But when it's happening to them, you should respect them at all costs, give them all the space they need. You need to give them all the type of care and be extremely respectful. And if they even feel an inkling of disrespect, they will try to make your life a living hell. He's the type of person you don't tell shit to at all. Because he'll blow up your shit, especially he's the type of person, if you piss him off, he'll bring up your personal shit. Especially if you told him in confidence about something that you're not really, like, comfortable with or something like that. He will blow your shit up and say, oh, you ain't talking like that because of so-and-so or this and this. You don't tell things to people like this. Because they'll fuck up your whole situation and themselves. You're describing a lot of people I know. Yeah, you'd be surprised. Yep. I'm talking about people I know too. Yep, I'm describing people I know. I used to work with. I'm families with. I'm went to school with. Shit, I'm talking about virtually nearly anyone I can probably think of in my life.
It's green sharing the shit. It was like a parade. That shit was crazy, gang.
He's a wild boy.
Megan later responded publicly, which made the situation even bigger and painted Rakai as immature and disrespectful.
I think that's the only
not just toward
thing
her.
that he's actually he's learned from Kai though. Rakai tries so hard to be funny, but he really tries to. Yeah, I tell my brother something, and next thing, sometimes it's not even a one person. It could be your whole family. Sometimes you don't tell your family anything. That can go for your mother. That can go for even for your father, your sisters, your brothers. Sometimes it's even family that could be the worst people to tell shit to because they don't know how to keep that shit themselves, and they like to tell other family members about your bullshit, right? You know what I'm talking about. You have a family member, whether it's a guardian, they like to bring up your personal shit and bring it to the uncles, the aunts, the cousins, the grandmas, the grandpas, to your shit. And then they all know your shit. And then they'll be asking you about that shit that was not for them to know. Correct. And then sometimes when they have company around, they'll try to bring up that thing. So, like, say you broke up with a girl. like I'll use a perfect example. Say you broke up with a girl that you've been bringing around the family a few times. Not even the relatives, the direct family specifically, like your mom, your dad, your brothers, your sisters, or just your parents. Maybe you're a single child. And then you and that girl is not fucking with each other anymore for whatever the reason may be. You're at the family function, and your parents like to bring up in front of the family at the function, hey, so and so, what happened to what's her name? I thought you guys was going out. They like to, and they say it loud in front of everyone to ask questions. What happened to her? I like old girl. What happened to her? It's not. Why the fuck are you bringing that? Why did you care now to ask me that stupid question when we was at home? But not ask me at home, but when you asked me that at the function, fuck you. Fuck you. Why the fuck are you asking me that question? That is the most low down shit you just did. What the fuck? Now everyone wants to know. Yep. That happens a lot. Especially when they talk about how I miss. Yep. You never come out of your room. Yeah. It's crazy to me. Like, they'll bring up that shit on you at the function from the family, and then then you can't get mad, and you can't really be disrespectful, because now you have everyone looking at you. Now if you say something quite crazy or say, I don't want to talk about it, you look like the bad person about talking about your business in front of these people who didn't need to know this shit. You didn't want to even tell your parents, and then bring up that shit now? Like, come on, dude. And then you know that your parents are only doing this for two reasons. One, to prove to their other family members that you have a boyfriend or girlfriend, whatever case may be, you're doing the normal shits. They want to prove something to their stupid family, whether it's their uncle, the aunts, the grandmother, some bullshit they're trying to do. So they'll bring up your bullshit, or they'll bring up your bullshit to avoid their shit with them. As a deflection. So you need to deal with that shit. That shit's stupid. I'm gonna say I'm at home. Some kid I got my bro. So yes, that is disrespectful. And then these same people will turn to you as like, you're gonna take care of me when I get old. Fuck no. Fuck no. I ain't cake. No. Right? We all know this. We have been through this one way or another. It doesn't even have to be about relationship. It could be like school. It could be that thing you like. For instance, say you're working on something and you told your family about it. Now they brought up that thing you didn't tell the relatives about. Like you're doing a project or you're doing a YouTube channel or some shit like that. And now they want to know your YouTube channel that you didn't want them to know about. Shit, you didn't want to tell your parents. But shit, they just put your whole shit on blast. That's crazy. That shit is crazy. I hate that.
But toward women in general. At this point, Rakai just looks like a mess.
Disrespectful. Yes. Standing up for yourself is disrespectful, or you don't want to talk about you being disrespectful. Yes, this shit is crazy. You're disrespectful because you don't want to bring up something that is personal to you that you're trying to figure out on your own, or you don't want your family to know because it's something that you're dealing with and you're not ready to bring it up. But because you're at the function, you have to bring up your whole laundry towards the family. Like, what? Why is that fair? Then if that's the case, let me bring up your bullshit, mom and dad, towards the family. Or the uncles or the aunts in front of them. Let's bring up their kids' fuck-ups and shit. Why the fuck am I bringing up my shit? Like, why? That's so unfair. And then when you say anything but, you're disrespectful. Fuck you.
The view botting.
That's why when they ever tell you, you're still gonna take care of me, say fuck no. I'm not taking care of your punk ass. That shit's crazy, dude.
To suspicious viewer spikes and low chat activity ratios, like going from small numbers to massive ones overnight. And it raises questions about whether all of his growth is organic or inflated. And let's be real, this kid doesn't even seem to have basic discipline, let alone media training.
37%.
You can send me one. You can send me one on Instagram.
No, 30% validated viewer. You're
same name,
right? Brother, That's less than 30%. Bro, that's 31% validation. Bro,
Validation?
31% validation. That's not motion, that's counter motion.
You start to wonder what kind of guidance he's actually
sometimes
getting,
you may not
and
be
where
able
his
to tell
family
them.
is in all of this. Anyway, that's it for today. Like, subscribe, and let me know your thoughts down in the comments. I'll see you in the next one. Peace.
Yeah, send me on Discord. Same name. Link in bio. Or in the descriptions. Yeah, that shit's crazy. I can't. Like, I don't know how they keep rewarding people who are just... I don't know. That shit's crazy to me. Let me see. No, not this. Well, I'm fine. No, not this either. No, not this.
How does the...
Right? And the sad thing is when you give people too much information, that's where when you become enemies, they will fuck with that whole thing. That's the scariest part. That's why it's just best not to tell them absolutely nothing. I believe it. Yeah, sure. British video game. Let me see. British video game. Carl sent me. Oh, bro, I was supposed to watch this. Thank you for sending this to me, Carl. Thank you, my bro. I forgot about. Thank God. You just saved the stream. Good job, Carl. I had this on the list. I could not remember what I had to watch. Yeah. And then the weirdest part about that is like this. If you give too much, like I've noticed, if you give less information, they start asking questions. If you give too much, they use it against you. It's like, oh no, there's more. Like how are you an old girl? Why she's not coming around anymore? Oh, because she has school and we got so focused on school. You're not really telling them Liberace broke up. And then be like, oh, okay. So is she coming around? Well, one of these days. And then it's like, you guys broke up. And then they start laughing at you. You didn't say they broke up, but they just say, oh, they broke up. And then you say, no, we didn't break up. And then it's like, hey, what's going on? Oh, so-and-so broke up with an old girl. It's like, no, bro, I never said we broke up. And then everyone's just joking at you. It's like, oh my God, dude. Like, why are you asking me if you're just going to make shit up? For the 12th time. It's hilarious. Okay, let me see. You pretty much saved you saved me because I was supposed to play this earlier for you guys. I forgot. I kept on putting it off. I kept on forgetting what it was. But this is called Pretty Please. I Don't Want to Be a Magical Girl plot animatic. Now, I think we watched the animatic before, but it was in black and white. But this one's in color, and I think they have episode 2. I don't know if this one's just in color or if this one's the pilot version that we saw, but I will rewatch it anyway, fuck it. I think it's the same one.
Hi everyone!
Yeah.
I'm Aika, a normal girl of average talent living an
like him. You should get a DNA.
I just moved to this quiet little town.
I honestly believe, I know this sounds horrible and some girls are gonna not like me for saying this, but if you have a man and you have children by him, as you claim, I think it should be just a mandatory thing before anything. Once that kid is popped up, I gotcha. I think this might, you women might hate me for this, but I don't care. But I think if you're gonna have a child by a dude, whether you're married to him or not, I think by default you should get a DNA. Like as soon as that kid pops up, they do a DNA test on that kid, and then let you know, hey, listen, I know DNA tests don't move that fast, but like they do a DNA test, and then eventually when the DNA test comes in, even when the kid pops up, they should say, hey, just let you know this is not your kid. Are you still going to sign as the dad? Yes or no? So they at least let you know. So there's no 10 years that you just lost because this bitch lied to you. Or some shit like that because you think the kid looks like you. You'd be surprised how many women will actually fuck a man that looks similar to the last man they're with. That's why sometimes they can get away with the kid looking like the man. And you think it looks like him. But no, it's not. Sometimes they'll fuck a dude. And it's actually shown statistically that most women will fuck a man very similar looking to the last dude they was with, whether they're cheating or not.
Ever happens and
vice versa with the dude as well.
It's great. Man, why am I running? I'm not even late. Woo! Okay, we're back. Here we go. I guess I'm just excited for my first normal day of normal high school. It might sound boring to you, but to me, it's everything I've ever wanted, and I can't wait.
You good? You're kind of standing in the doorway.
Ah, right. Go ahead. My apologies.
It's chill, thanks.
Well, it's not like there was a family to begin with.
Actually,
It's not like there was a family to begin with. Now you're just playing pretend at that point.
think you could show me the way to my first class?
Bro just found out he's a Ken doll.
Looks like we're in the same first period. You can follow me if you want.
Where was I in my narration? Oh yeah! I can't wait for a fresh start! And first ever pop quiz done.
Aw.
Kill me.
Aw.
Oh, looks like no one else is done yet. I too am still working.
Thank you for the fall. I appreciate it.
Oh shit! Hey miss,
Can
I please go to the bathroom, please?
What? Oh, sorry. You gotta finish your quiz before leaving the classroom.
Thanks, miss. See you tomorrow.
But
You're doing great work.
Tomorrow.
I love you.
I needed that today. I'll let it slide. Looks like she finished after all. And with a perfect score?
Is that supposed to be shocking? Oh, I guess it's shocking nowadays. This is a Western show. Western,
Guess I'll hide out here for a while. No!
Get off that dirty ass floor. God, you're dramatic. A box, Ica? Really? You put me in a dark, dark little magic box? I'm lucky someone with hands opened it up!
I knew you'd be found. Eventually. I just needed you off my back, Hoshi.
It's my job to be on your back. And it's your job to...
Unless it's a minimum wage cashier job, I should not be working. I'm 15. Whatever needs to be done
Yeah.
can be handled by
It
the
was a
others
chibi. It's a
back
chibi
home.
thing.
Sorry for putting you in a box, but I need this. Please go.
It's just the art style.
Try not to be seen.
Fine. At least take this. Just in case. Call me if you need me.
What? What was that? Nothing. Don't worry about it.
I think my kidneys are backwards.
Bruh, some kid got a perfect score on the quiz. The curve is fucked.
Oh, God. Oh, God, this guy's cursing us.
Hey! Thanks for helping me earlier. Can I sit here? Is that a
Yes?
no?
No?
Me? You're asking me?
Yeah, but it's cool. I sat down before I asked you. Now it's weird. You know, I'll just go.
No. You can stay. I'm just not used to people talking to me, is all. You see, I'm kind of a loser.
Wow!
You said that so happily.
Loser!
Whoa, okay. I already said it. No need to rub it in, you know.
Why? Being a loser's awesome. No one bothers you or expects anything from you, and you're free to do whatever you want. You got nowhere to go but up.
That's a fun spin on it, I guess.
I guess.
Got away with words.
I'm Micah, normal girl of average talent and zero secrets.
Okay, well, I'm Zira, also a normal girl of average talent. I got a couple secrets.
I won't press any further. Nice to meet you, friend.
Friends.
That's bad. So, what book you got there?
It's just one of my favorite mangas. Moon Sailor?
Moon Sailor.
I
Wow.
know it's kind of childish sometimes, but it has cool lessons about friendship and being a hero and... You know what? You can just hit me with your car if you want. It's fine.
No. The manga's great. Don't get me wrong. It's just the genre. Is this normal? Why are people running? Oh, is this one of those fire drills?
Where are you, Star Guardian? Guardian of the Star.
Do they still do fire drills in schools? I feel like they don't. I could be wrong. Do they really do that still? I feel like that died in my era. For some weird reason, I feel like that died in my era back when I was in like middle school. Yeah, why wouldn't they wouldn't? I don't know. I thought they stopped doing that. If anything, I thought they'll do more drills of like a. No, I'm saying like compared to how things go, it's ever rarely you hear schools getting burned down. You hear more schools getting shot up than, you know, having a fire. So like, I'm surprised they don't do like drills for like school shootings. Don't they do that now? And like the more of the new thing that's more likely to happen, a school shooting compared to like a school fire. I know that sounds morbid as fuck, but isn't that true? I'm so certain that's more true than ever. I could be wrong. We also do lockdowns. Lockdowns? I find it funny. The irony about school shootings or school lockdowns. Okay, I guess that's fair. I guess when you're in chem strat, that's okay. I guess that's fair. But like, you know what I find it funny is like, if we're teaching kids to like avoid a school shooter, like, don't we know we're technically teaching the school shooter how the school is gonna operate if there was a school shooting? Because like, if you can't tell who's the school shooter, so like, doesn't like kind of defeat the whole purpose? Oh, okay. I never took chem class before. Fucking sad. Yeah, so it's like ever rarely some crazy maniac or a teacher. I've never heard a teacher shooting up a place. Has that happened? I've never heard a teacher, like an actual school teacher, running up on the school and just fucking up the children and other teachers or principal. I have never heard that. I've heard some teenager usually doing it. But I never hear like a teacher who's disgruntled and hated the kids type shit. I never heard that one.
Show yourself!
Oh, Kurt, it's not this guy. Let me just...
Hey! Leave our school alone! This is really dangerous, you know!
Zira!
Who even are you?
Are you talking to me? Oh, I'm sorry. I could barely hear you. You're so small and insignificant. But if you must know my name, it's Eclipse, Servant of Darkness.
Eclipse?
Zira, if you ignore him, he'll go away. Come on!
Oh, and who might you be?
Shove it, Moon Man! Oh. Let's get out of here!
A Moon Man? How dare you, worm! I said my name is Eclipse.
Eclipse.
Darkness. I will smite you.
Do it. You won't.
Don't test me. I will. I'm doing it right now.
I'm waiting.
Don't hurt my friend.
No choice now.
I'm quickly regretting my decision.
Wait a minute. Uh-oh. Do you guys see it? Do you guys see it? This doesn't look familiar to anyone? Let me see if I can pull it up. This is the problem when you end up I'm gonna tell you something. I'm gonna tell you this right now. If you ever choose to go into psychology, best believe you're gonna be cursed. You're gonna be cursed as fuck. Because what's going to happen is you can't turn it off. Because you can't, like, unsee things. And no, what I'm referring to, it has nothing to actually do with psychology. It's just something I remembered. But the problem with psychology, it never turns off. You just have to, like, pretty much ignore it. But that goes so far. Let me see if I found it. Trying to find it. Is this it? Bro, is this it? I can't find it. No, let this play and I'll go back to it.
Aha! There you are, Star Guardian, Guardian of the Stars. I knew you were here.
Star Guardian? Gasp! Are you?
A magical girl? Yes, she is. And not only that, she's my arch nemesis. And also...
Double gasp! Magical love interest? Ew!
Haha, yes!
Gosh, you're up in my mouth a little. Man, you know what? Let me just get this over with.
Triple gasp! Are you about to do a magical girl?
Okay, there it is. I found it. So it's more of a picture. I would probably a video, but whatever. Fuck it. We'll just have to. Go with it. It's not a 1-to-1, but it feels similar. Huh. Feels like a 1-to-1. No, it's not a 1-to-1, but it feels like that. That's what it feels. Yeah. Yeah. Not the show, but just like this pose. It kind of has that energy, not gonna lie.
Aha! There you are, Star Guardian, Guardian of the Stars. I knew you were here.
Star Guardian? Yeah. Gasp! Are you?
A magical girl? Yes, she is.
It does
and not
feel
only
inspired.
that, she's my arch nemesis. And also...
Double gasp! Magical love interest? Ew!
Haha, yes!
Gosh, you're up in my mouth a little. Man, you know what?
Damn.
Let me just get this over with.
Triple gasp! Are you about to do a magical girl transformation?
No time. Okay, let's do it! Yes! I knew you'd need me!
I forget what comes after triple gasp, gasp! Magical mascot!
I consider myself more of a magical friend, but whatever. It's time to wish upon a star, Aika!
Yeah, I wish. You know what I want.
Good enough!
Is that a lead
what the
pipe?
fuck?
Yep.
I don't understand. What's a lead pipe gonna do?
Oh yeah! Oh yeah, she went ham on his leg.
Yeah, I guess I do. Like, what even is a star beam, you know? Now a lead pipe to the shins?
Way more
That's
effective.
just reliable, baby.
This isn't over. I'll be back, Star Guardian, Guardian of the Stars, as soon as my bones heal.
Oh, that would hurt.
He's never been able to use magic before.
Yeah, this definitely would have been on Cartoon Network.
You were amazing. That was just like Moon Sailor, except not at all. And you're a black magical girl? I know that's right.
Her methods are unique, but she's the best of the best. Can you believe she ran away from it all? And put me in a dark, dark box? Yeah, still mad about that, by the way.
Ran away? Why?
Well, truth be told, I don't want to be a magical girl.
Oh, man.
Yay, it's time for class!
Wow, that seems like an effective way to change clothes. Can you teach me how to do that?
Nope.
Yeah, nope.
Are you stuck?
I shouldn't. Hey, is it cool that I know your secret identity?
Oh, yeah, about that. I have to kill you now.
What?
I'm kidding.
Jeez, you scared me.
See what I have to deal with?
Wait, that Eclipse guy knows where you are now. Think he'll be back?
Probably, but as you saw, he's not much of a threat.
I'm back, milady. Well, that went poorly, didn't it? You hardly used the powers I gave you.
I suppose I got caught up in the moment. But I found her. That's good, right? Please, I need this.
That's a fine start. All that matters is that we finish it.
Okay. I think this is an episode 2. We'll watch episode 2 then call it a night. Yeah, this is episode 2. It's gonna be interesting. I wanted to hold this off for a stream, but it's whatever.
Micah, oh my god, today was the best day ever!
You're telling me? The classes, the cafeteria food, the assignments, homework!
I feel like we're not on the same page. I'm talking about the freaking hole that was blown into the side of our school! And we got a half day because of it? Also, you're a magical girl!
No, Zira, that stuff's stupid and boring, and I hate it! Anyways, what are we doing next?
We? Together?
Yeah, like, date!
I'm not gonna lie to you. I don't know any black girl, or any girl in general, that's into magical girls that doesn't have to involve Sailor Moon. I ever rarely know any girls that know, not really, but I know there's a good set of girls who knows what Madoka Magica is. But if we're talking about black girls specifically, I'd never hear them bring them up other than like Sailor Moon. I don't know any black girls who are actually like the only 3 girls are we're specifically getting at black girls. I think they may know like Madoka, I think, and the Mew Mew power thing. I don't know if Wings Club actually counts as a magical girl thing. Does it? I don't think so. Does it? I think so. I'm not. Is it? I don't know. Well, let's say anime specifically. I don't know. I don't know any other girl who knows those 3 things outside of those, because there's other magical girl shows that does exist, but no one talks about. Oh wait. Okay, hold on. Yeah, I don't know any black girls or any girls that know outside those 3. Yeah, I fixed it. I don't know any black girls outside of that knows, or any girls in general that knows. Maybe Asian girls might know, most likely, but like knows only Sailor Moon, Magica Madoka, and maybe Mew Mew Power, whatever the fuck it's called. Those are the only 3 I think majority of most Western women will know about magical girls at that thing, because there's a lot of magical girl shows. It's just like you don't hear a lot about them. And there's that ecchi one that a lot of people know about. That what's it called? I forgot. Is an ecchi magical girl one. Minky Momo. What was another magical girl one? I remember it was this one magical girl show. Like, it's technically a job. Like, it's like a job. I forgot what it's called. Holy shit, it's like a job type thing. Holy shit, I forgot. It will come to me. And then there's one where there's like, it's like a space alien one. Or they're space magical girls.
Wait, that's
fighting,
wrong.
like, defending Earth.
Thing,
or some shit.
because we're friends now. Oh no, unless you're busy. You look like you're someone who has a lot going on.
You're not going anywhere, Star Girl.
Oh, chokes. Got Hoochie's here.
Hey, look at me when I'm talking to you. Listen, you've had your fun. I let you finish your one day at school, but you're coming home now.
Wait, you have to leave already? I was hoping to pay you back. You really saved me today.
You're right. Hoshi! Today was the first time in a while there was an actual magical threat, right? It'd be so irresponsible to leave all these kids and this beautiful high school loser to fend for themselves.
You're gonna rot here. Can't have you losing your edge.
Oh, come on. You don't even know what's out here. But she does. Zira here can show us the best this town's got to offer.
I can?
I sure hope so, or I'm out of here.
Well, let's see it. You've got until the end of the day.
Yeah, totally. Let me just... what do cool people do for fun?
Do people do you have a G?
Right.
I just died.
I do stuff because I'm well-adjusted and have hobbies. Let's do it.
Your performance was less than desirable today, human. I'm starting to wonder if you're worthy of my powers.
My apologies, Lady Devoid. I won't let you down next time.
You still have your void since you miserably failed to use it properly. So, I'd like to know what exactly is stopping you from going back to fight.
Oh, I don't know. The fact that just moments ago my shins were obliterated! Huh? Wait, what? How?
Your body is stronger with accelerated recovery, but you're not invincible. If you die in real life, you die for real.
That's generally how it works, yeah.
So try not to get shot or whatever. A more subtle approach would be favorable.
Subtle goes against everything I am, but I'll do my best! Oh, my legs! My legs still feel weird. I'm just gonna...
You'll regret putting me in this position, Star Guardian. Once my memories return and I'm at full power, You're still here!
What's this your memories will do with your powers so you already hate her?
All right, here we are. The public library, home of books, knowledge, and the manga section.
Wow! World history! Cooking! Postmodern Afrofuturistic ice sculpting!
What?
Huh. I really thought a librarian would shush me.
Librarians are actually chill, but you should still be quiet to not be a dick.
You're telling me we're
Like kids still go to I don't know if people still go to the library like that, to be honest.
supposed to sit around in silence? I can't even hold these human-sized books. What am I supposed to...
Shh, Yoshi, don't be a dick.
Maybe Yoshi's got a point. Who needs knowledge anyways? Come on, I know something we can all enjoy. Library, loser shit. But
Yeah,
this new
that's
boba shop
rare. I
is the
never
coolest
anyone
spot
said
in
to go
town.
to any library.
Hello there. One
For
milk
fun
tea
or
with
for
boba,
school?
please. Hold the milk tea. All right.
I'll just get 2 normal ones. Here you go, Hoshi.
Why is this straw so goddamn big?
It's so you can get the boba out.
Yeah, suck it up.
Oh my god! I buy it.
Oh my god, that thing's choking.
Okay, people are looking. Let's take our drinks and get the hell out of here.
I got you now, Star Guardian. Guardian of the stars.
Why do you have to keep saying that?
Your boba is huge.
Actually, I'll have you know this is pure darkness filled with power that your feeble mind could never comprehend. Now, get out of my way.
What'd you order to get that?
Damn it, where'd they go?
I want the big boba. Hey, hey, hey.
I'll kill you where you stand!
I'd like to see you try, butt chug, shin kick.
Again with the shin. Oh my god.
I'm out of here.
So that other stuff was dumb and bad. But how about river jumping? Our classmates come here all the time, so I know it's cool. Pretty scary, but exhilarating. What do you think, Hoshi?
I don't know. Do you want to jump off a bridge? Because I can fly, so you do you, man.
Yeah, I'll catch up with the next one.
Okay.
Stupid.
I was like, fuck
Aw,
it.
don't
I'm
be
not
so
doing
hard
this.
on yourself, Zira. I'm having an amazing time.
Yeah, well, you're not the one deciding if you can stay or not.
I'm sure Hoshi's having fun too. Ooh. Hey, you did good. I got it from here.
But...
All right, Hoshi. Turn that frown upside down. I know these activities haven't
What the
really
fuck was
been
that?
your...
Hold on. Go back.
You did good. No. But... All right, Hoshi. Turn that frown upside down.
Okay, that's part of the
I know
animatic,
these
okay.
activities haven't really been your speed. No. Let me talk. How about we just do a chill little hand?
I am doing that now.
Some junk food.
I'm doing that right now.
Put on
I made
some...
4 of these so far. I'm not just making artwork. I'm doing an animatic. But my animatics are short. I'm not gonna... If you're talking about a full length like this, given that I have to do no real animation stuff, perhaps. But then again, that might take some time. I actually might do this. I'm not against the idea of doing this, actually. This will actually... I don't have to worry about doing a bunch of animation stuff. No, shorts. Just shorts for now. Just see how people... Because I'm going to be focusing on that for a while. I'm not going to be doing artwork like that as I used to. Because I think that's dead now. I think it's time to... what's the right word? It's time to try new things.
Peak television. Just like when I was little. You remember doing all that? And Pretty Princess Pinky Popo! We were never able to finish the series because we couldn't find the rest. Well, this very town's local library had the whole set.
Gee, maybe this place isn't so bad after all. Oh, it's beautiful.
Wow, you were so prepared.
If there's one thing I've learned while being a magical girl,
I got you,
it's
bro.
that you gotta cover your faces.
I got you.
Now let's go hang out at Zira's house! Yay!
We can't!
Why?
Just kidding. We can go to my house. Face is covered.
You have a house?
You ask such silly questions. Now follow me. We're here.
Where's your house? You live here?
Oh, yeah, that checks out.
How'd you get a treehouse?
I made it myself. Pretty nice, huh?
Wait.
You have
So
your
you live
own
here,
home?
like by yourself, in the middle of the woods? What about bears? Or robbers? Or more bears? I guess you're a magical girl.
All right. 5th time's the charm.
Wait, where are your parents?
That's classified. Best not to ask so many questions. You're lucky the Star Guardian is even talking to you.
Right. You know, maybe I should just go.
And gotcha.
Ow.
Lady the Void's gonna kill me.
Okay, that was funny.
Like emotionally, or...
The house? Are you serious?
Oh wow, it actually worked!
Aika, what is that?
Star Guardian, hello! Danger!
What? It's just a tree.
Oh, would you get it together and do something?
Oh my god! Bitch, what are you
I
doing?
can't stay here. Can't hang here.
Exactly! It's a monster! Do your job!
Zira! Behind you!
Whoa! Aika!
Damn!
Damn!
Can I have my house back, please?
Yes! She's doing it! She's really doing it!
Oh, because it's easier. It's faster. It makes sense why she would not color it. Because I'm pretty sure it's all the funding will be insane. So she said, let me go down the most easiest path possible to give people a concept of what my thing is about. No, I would, but the reason why they're doing this is because it's trying to sell the idea of it. Yeah, so the point of it is to sell the concept of what's going on. it makes sense for a pilot, because remember, a pilot, yeah, you can color the thing is, but it may not get picked up, or it may not. I'm pretty sure they may be low key trying to get picked up by like something like glitch or some shit. But like, or if they're doing it totally by themselves, they want to show their backers or the people who are supporting them what is possible. So they're more likely to support, whether through Patreon or whatever case may be. It makes sense. It's a great marketing tactic because it doesn't it erases too much problems and then gets to the point of the nook and cranny of things. Or so. Maybe she's maybe she, I don't know the person's a she or a he, but maybe they are trying to you know, get the idea out first, because you know the first episode did very well, so they're like, if we have an episode 2, even though it's in animatic form, some people might actually like the animatic form more than animation. Yeah, so it really, it makes more sense to go down this path. I think this is a smart path to do, so you don't put all that work into nothing and people don't back, or it doesn't make enough money. So
Pretty, please. I wish for a chainsaw. You said the whole thing this time!
a chainsaw?
This sucks! I just finished decorating! You okay? I just wanted to hang out with my friends!
Oh! Yep, okay. I'm following.
This dude getting fucked with is funny.
This is... Itchy! Look! Cosmic cash! That means that thing was a void! Why did it spawn here? So I should stay, right? Just in case? They could possibly maybe still do normal girl stuff in between? Okay, fine. But just for now. Yay! Thank you, Hoshi! Where are you going?
I was just gonna head out. All I did today was get in the way and make things worse. Couldn't even
Stop
have a
being
fun
so
day
negative.
or
You didn't do
convince you to
nothing.
let Ika stay. She did that all on her own. She doesn't need someone like me around.
Look, I still don't want to be here. And yeah, today mostly sucked. But you know what? I haven't seen Ika smile like this in a long time. Plus, by being so useless and pathetic and helpless and in danger, you actually got her to do her job. Twice! So, thank you for today. Really.
You being useless had its merits.
I'm glad she decided not to kill you.
Aw.
What?
Wait, was that actually on the table? Murder! Murder was on the table?
Guys, the TV still works somehow! Come on!
Sorry about your sick treehouse getting destroyed.
It's okay. I have good insurance.
That was nice. I can see this being on Cartoon Network. But since Cartoon Network's long gone, I can see this being like the next Steven Universe. In its own way. This is like a Steven Universe-esque thing. I can literally see this being the next Cartoon Network show. This would have been one of the hit shows on Cartoon Network. It's genuinely funny. It's not crazy. Hey, what's up? Sadly I have to end it from here. We're done for today. We only have 2 more frames left and then I'll be done. Oh my god. We'll see, that's probably up to the backers. I'm pretty sure the person who made this is probably playing like, if you put in this much, we'll do a colored version for the next episode type shit. I'm pretty sure they're doing that. I think it's a smart way to do things. Technically what I'm doing is that very thing, but in practice. So we got frame 1. Yeah, frame Well, thank you for watching. Sorry it wasn't an animated segment for episode 2. Animation is hard, especially at shows with animation as good as Helena and Kid Cosmic, The Ghost and Molly McGee, The Wonderful World of Mickey Mouse shorts, and Pretty Please I Don't Want to Be a Magical Girl. Look forward to seeing episode 1 fully animated by Mercury. See, that's what I'm saying. That makes sense. See, that's exactly what I'm saying. They want to make sure that the concept is there. So, I don't really do collabs with people, to be honest. I'm not against it, but I'm not really for it per se. So let me see. I'm not against the idea, but I'm just too busy with my own thing because I take forever to get my own stuff done. Got 1, 2. Let me see. Yeah, but I'll have more time in the future, though. I'm planning on having more time so I can do more stuff. Because the way I was doing things before it's pretty much dead. I have to do new stuff now. So I'm not against the idea. We got 1, 2, 3. Where's 4? Let's see here. Think here. Chapels. 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 Hold on. Real quick. Why is it taking so long to load? Come on. Load. Okay, there it is. Got 1, 2, 3. Let me see. It's got 1. And we got Jabber. We got attacked. And then okay. And now I got. This is already gonna be up on TikTok very soon and YouTube. I just gotta get these out of the way. This needs to be cleaned up a little bit more. I gotta clean up Rudo, but that's something that's not really worth being streamed on. Let me near done with this. So I got 2 more frames for this one, and then we will be up to date. I'm very close, very close to what happened to Zonka. Anyway, so with that said, I'm gonna let you guys go. Thank you for coming in. It's 10 something, so you know already. All right, guys. Have a good night, guys. Keep safe. Thank you for coming in. We had a great time doing reactions with you guys with the whole creepypasta stuff. Tomorrow we'll have more fun stuff. So with that said, I'll see you guys in the next one. All right. Have a great night, guys. Keep safe. As soon as these animatics are done, I will be changing a bunch of stuff in the future. So look out for that. I'll be putting an announcement soon. All right. Later, guys.